Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tembe TV. Here again is your favorite open forum political discussion show that seeks to give you an opportunity to express what you feel about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place. The UDA nominations that took place are leaving a lot of heat, smoke, and confusion that is a bit disturbing. Of course, we suggest that they need a serious crisis management at this point in time. The DP Ruto seems to be badly exposed with these particular nominations that were all squeezed to take place in a single day and had more than enough issues arising from the same. We have disgruntled members that are threatening. They would rather want to cross over to the other side. What is cooking in UDA and Kenya Kwanza Alliance? Please come in and let us know what you feel about this. And Baba, of course, went to pay the debt he was owing the people of Kiminini. Last time he was in Kitale, he couldn't make it to Kiminini, so this time round he went to pay the debt, and he was received gladly by those that believe in his ideology and his pursuance of the presidency and what he hopes to bring to pass for this great country as he ascends the throne come August 9th, 2022. Well, what do you feel about the same? And of course, there is a couple of other things that have taken place so far. We invite your thoughts and your imaginations, your sentiments, your feelings about this as we continue with the discussion. Well, the link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and then you'll find yourself in this space where we'll be sharing what is happening with our political front. Want to salute Ras Basir Were Wabusia watching live Outer 40 Jesus Busia. Haya ndio hivyo basi, karibu. Kuna Abdallah anasema Azimio La Umoja, Raila tosha. Thank you so much Governor Festo, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Leni Gracious Ngetich, we salute you, thank you so much. You say only thing you post is Uda as you think you are demeaning, you are making it more popular. Thank you, that is your thoughts, and you're entitled to the same. Milka Kariuki, Ruto tosha, karibu sana. Fatma Nasimiyu, good evening. Look, you say following from Saudi Arabia, thank you so much. Joseph Wafula, thank you. He said the most open nominations ever held in Kenya, a 24-year-old winning. Wow. Okay, Belinda Ongweno, thank you so much. Nicholas Yego, what about Azimio crisis? Don't be biased. We know you're supporting Azimio like citizen nonsense. Hey. Haya, moto bila moshi, karibu sana. Adira Peter Nyakuru, thank you so much. Justus Kiaka, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Nashukuru kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi, naamini kwamba uko tayari kutoa maoni yako na kuchangia kwa yale ambayo yanajiri katika siasa zetu na vile unaona mambo yanaenda. Kuna huyu anaitwa Walenisi anasema baba hoye. Alafu huyu anaitwa Towet Shadrack, asante sana. Kuna Jemungir Bernard, thank you so much. I hope I pronounced that right. Linas Cheres, asante sana. Mr. Ondigi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Malaika Gabrieli, hey, following from Bungoma, thank you so much. George Odue, asante sana. Kuna Mwiruri Elijah, anasema Chelsea, thank you so much. Wale wanasema waliibiwa, agents wao walikuwa wapi? Haya, swali ndio hilo. Kuna George Lando, karibu kwa show, anasema UDA tried managing their nominations and nothing is going to change. Thank you so much. Kelvin Otieno, mimi nilikuwa kwa matanga, kumbe tuko huku. Karibu kwa matanga kunaendelea, lakini huku ndio kwetu. Kule ni special show ambayo iko karibu kukamilika, so kama una enjoy hiyo basi ndio hivyo, lakini hapa ndio tunadumu for 8 hours tukidiscuss masuala ya siasa na tuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika kuelewa kile kinachojiri ili afanye uamuzi ambao unatokana na kujua ukweli, wala sio porojo na propaganda alafu na uongo mwingi ambao wanasiasa wanapenda kutumia ili wapate kura zao, pasipo Wakenya kukundua ni nini kinachoendelea. Sababu ya kuwa hapa kama Mtembei TV ni kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anapata nafasi ya kusema yale anayoona yanaendelea na yanakwenda vipi. Nicholas Otengo, karibu sana. Kuna huyu anaitwa Arwanda Junior, thank you so much. Kevin Ambula, we salute you, thank you Kate. Kuna huyu Collins Kisero, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Michael Njoroge, say they don't to humiliate. That is why they are doing indoor nominations, which are losing popularity. Okay, get your English right. We will be able to get what you're saying. Haron Ondigi, thank you so much. Kuna Diogratias nani Otwane, karibu kwa show. Philip Biril, thank you so much. Kuna Geoffrey Nyandiko, karibu kwa show. Kuna huyu anaitwa Abdi Mwangangi, we appreciate you. Kuna Davis Kiplangat, thank you so much. Say Ruto will beat Baba. We are waiting for that. We need that to be done, so please prove it on the 9th of August 2022. Kama uko na msuli, basi tuone huo msuli wa kisiasa wakati mbivu na mbichi inakwenda kujulikana kwa ballot kwenyewe. Wacha hii ya maneno tupu kwa internet. Haya, namba zenyewe ndio hizo zinakaa sijui zitatoka wapi, lakini tusonge mbele. Kuna huyu Gofos Mox, hey, majina makali kweli. Kuna Joseph Okali, thank you so much. Eugene M Japani, asante sana. Mweu Madiba, karibu kwa show. Simba Omar Said, asante sana. Usta Shavan Swalei, karibu kwa show. Long from Rongo, karibu kabisa, tunakushukuru. Nani huyu Wycliffe Asewe, tunakushukuru, you're on board. Just happy how things are turning out pale UDA, asante sana. Kuna Gophers, huyo nishamtaja. Kuna Princess Ogonda, asante sana. Christopher Wakoli Wafula, hey, karibu sana. Frederick Lagard, Kenny, thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu David Dwiga, karibu kwa show. Clara Wanyonyi, thank you so much. Michael Njoroge, alafu of course Alex Isowe, karibu kwa show. Don't start the show to complete yawa. What have I done, Alex? You are always looking for me. Yeah, the show has started. What has happened? Is there another show going on? That is a special show with the Wekesa. It will soon be concluded, and then we will all gang up here to discuss whatever that is on today. I want to appreciate all that are coming in fast and furious. Please, let's ensure that you invite somebody to join into the discourse, and let us keep talking and be able to ensure that we do what is right based on the information available to us. To get into the studio, I'm sharing the link once again. You click on the link. After clicking on the link, you allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in studio for us to discuss. Let us get talking. I want to appreciate those of you that are coming in. Please make sure that you do that. And when you come in the studio and I'm not able to mute your mic, it means there is something wrong with your configuration. and even if I add you to the screen, you will not be able to communicate. So Joben Otieno, please fix your gadget. You can get out and then get in. Please, when you get in, don't help StreamYard to configure your camera by selecting for it features. Allow it to do the selection and the configuration. That's the only way you'll be able to be fit and ready to participate into the discussion. So please ensure that it is the app that configures your camera as well as your audio. And if you come in and you're behind the curtains, we are also keeping you out because I don't think we are ready to have a black screen. As much as you would want us to, we would want to retain you, we can't have a black screen and display it for the viewers. So please, if you don't have to remain behind the curtain, please don't. And if you have to, you let me know so that we give you the first priority. You make your submission and get out so that we get somebody who can stay on the screen as the viewers demand to see faces of those that are participating into the discussion. I want to appreciate all of you that are coming in and discussing even on the comment section. Please, let's remain civil, respect one another, do what is right, because that is what is called upon each one of us. We have a great responsibility on our shoulder, and that is to make Kenya better by ensuring that we determine the discourse and the opinion of this great country by insisting on what is right, regardless of what people would want us to buy into in terms of Mwambangoma uvuta kwake. Na hata hiyo hali ya kuvuta kwao, kuna wale ambao wanataka wavute kwao wakitumia uongo na propaganda. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tumakinike, tuangalie nani katikati ya hawa anasema ukweli, nani anasema uongo. Josephine Mwamburi, Joseph Mwamburi, uko nyuma ya curtain. Istandos, uko nyuma ya curtain. Kuna nini? Okay, mpo. Bwana James Blue, namna gani?
Salama sana.
Haya, karibu. Hali namna gani huko?
Njema kabisa, safi. Tunashukuru Mungu na baraka ya mvua.
Sawa. Haya, nominations ndio hizo, vilio kila mahali. Kunaendeleaje?
Wale wanalia ni wale walipoteza. Siku yako ni yako, siku ya mwingine ni ya mwingine. Kwa sababu pia umeangalia huko kwa Siaya, people are also wanaleta conditions zinaitwa irreducible minimums. Na kwa kusema ukweli, unajua watu wanafaa kuelimishwa kuwa the ticket is just one and is fought for by many potential candidates. So ukija na sera safi na ushawishi wa Kenya vizuri, nadhani watakupa. So ukija na sera safi na ushawishi wa Kenya vizuri, nadhani watakupa. So ukija na sera safi na ushawishi wa
James Blue, continue.
Nilikuwa naongelea maneno ya sera kwamba Wakenya wakikusikiza kwa makini na waridhika na kile ambacho unawashawishi nacho, hawana budi kukupa watakupatia fursa. So these people who are complaining, I want to tell them that is the nature of democracy. Majority always have their way, have their say actually. Tuliangalia pia huko Mount Kenya, people are complaining uliona Jango la Ridhiki na ameangushwa na Wamatangi. Ukija hapa, by the way, I want to be very honest today because mimi nilisimamia kidogo nini huku nyumbani, unajua ni yellow kabisa, so I got a chance to go and see myself what was actually going on. So where I am is Nandi, specifically where what was actually going on. So where I am is
Just carry on. There's somebody who is not muting their mic.
It's okay. So niko Nandi Aldai constituency, na mimi nilishuhudia nomination safi kabisa. It was just like a general election. There was decorum, there was actually order. There was actually what I believe is a true picture of democracy. Ingawa tu logistics, maneno ya ballot boxes and papers distribution actually delayed, and I believe this is due to the shortage of fuel. So nilikuwa naangalia tu chini ya maji, and I was actually benchmarking because it's good actually to go both sides. You test uangalie pande ile na pande hii. They were actually orderly na washindi wote waliridhika. Sijaona ule mwenye anateta. Some parts of Nandi kama Mgwen nilikuwa naona kuna watu hawakuridhika, and that, you know, one out of 10 tells you that something good has been done. Uliangalia big weeks, Kericho, Ketera aliridhika vizuri sana. Ukienda huko Wazingishu, people also were waiting for big names to be announced. Lakini unaona sasa kuna watu kweli wamekaa na wananchi, na wananchi waliamua sasa kuwapa fursa ya kupeperusha bendera ya UDA. Ukija upande wa ODM, nilikuwa naangalia we are doing more of consensus, na pia sehemu tunafanya nominations. Muliangalia zile za MCA, most of them they have been actually subjected to the universal suffrage. So ukiangalia kuna watu hawaridhiki, and Mbadi was telling the aspirants, stop calling people in Nairobi, oh bwana alo, unajua sasa nimejipanga safari hii nataka tuongee kando. Hapana, he was telling the aspirants to go look for that vote. So wale wenye walishindwa, I want to tell you for free, these are the characters that would want to seek attention by tainting the party's image, either in Azimio or in Kenya Kwanza. Ukiona mtu anakuja kuteta, ujue huyo mtu alikataliwa na watu, na pia alikataliwa na officials, because you want to buy your way out. And actually Kenya I see is a maturing democracy. Inakuja tu kuiva until we have two factions. If you are in Azimio, you are in Azimio to stay. If you are in Kenya Kwanza, utakula utamu na uchungu ya Kenya Kwanza. Just like in ODM, when you lose, just lose honorably and support that opponent mwenye amekushinda. So all these things I actually feel they are happenings of just making Kenya better. Ukiangalia kweli kabisa nimeridhika na mchujo wa ODM, na pia nimefurahia sana mchujo wa UDA. They actually portray something, and they are also speaking so loud that violence has no place actually in this country. And I foresee a future whereby elections could be only on basis of ideas. Hii maneno ya kupiga kifua ati yo sasa nimetoka Nairobi, mimi ni CS wasijui kitu fulani, nitakuja kupita na hii kitu, hapana. Wananchi watakuchangia pesa ya campaign na pia watakuchangia kura. So ukija hapa chini uwafanyia kazi mzuri, watakurudisha. Ukikuja hapa chini ati kukua sycophant, mimi nasimama na baba, mimi nasimama na William Ruto, hapana. They will not listen to that nonsense. Watajua huyu ni mkora. Wakati baba anapiga picha, you want to appear behind unataka kuonekana karibu na baba, ati sasa ndo ukuje hii Kenya watu wamechanuka bwana, wameerevuka. Ukienda mansions, the hustlers mansion, ati ukunywe chai na usalimiane na DP. My friend, uliza Caleb Kositany. Hii Kenya watu wamerevuka sana. So those parts actually that were experiencing issues as far as nominations is concerned. Ukiangalia kabisa, the bottom line, it is the losers actually that don't want to accept the outcome. Hawataki kuridhika, and I want to tell these people actually, wale wenye wanasimamia hizi nominations, don't listen to those complaints. In fact, just kill them as they come.
James Blue.
Nilikuwa naona mwingine anasema sasa tumeenda tukaambiwa tulipe sijui elfu hamsini kile. Oh, tell them to pay even $1 million shillings.
You have made that point. I want us to I want us to look at it from the other side. Okay?
Yes. Mnanisikiza?
I can hear you. You can't hear me. One, I think that's a child. A child is not supposed to appear in the screen. That is against our community rules. Secondly, the nominations, if they have a complainant, of course, you must be the one that has lost.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes. So it is, of course, the person who has lost is the one going to complain. And the reason why a person who has lost complains is because he feels he has lost unfairly. So you cannot say that all the people who have complained have been rejected by the people. We cannot ascertain that. All right? So if they lost honorably, they accepted and everything ended there. But if they feel that their loss was not fair, and because probably it was engineered from the headquarters or from the grassroots, they have a right to complain. That's why there is dispute resolution after his nomination. So why are you vilifying the people who lost for complaining?
Now look at it from this angle. The moment we fear to subject people to a nomination process, like we are doing like we are doing the Azimio, like we are doing more of a consensus. Nataka tukubaliana tu, rafiki yangu na mheshimu sana mzee kama Oburu Odinga. Akienda pale kweli, you saw what happened in Bomet. Kuna msichana wa 24 years. Nataka tu ujiulize Kenya wanataka kusema nini? They want to say they are going for leaders. They are not going for names. So nilikuwa nataka kuwapo kunini. I want to say something about these people who are complaining. Mbona mtu anakuja anasema sasa kama hawatatusikiza kudajia sisi tutafuata. Now please, instead of going there with threats, ati unaenda sasa pale kwa headquarters ya chama unasema msiponisikiza I'm going to do this. Please, hakuna mtu amekulazimisha ukae hapo. Just come out clearly, declare that path you want to follow.
You are not responding to my question.
Okay? Kama uliza swali nitajibu vizuri.
If the person complaining doesn't have a right to complain,
they've got a right to complain. Yes, I agree.
Because they feel they have not lost fairly. Okay? And in nominations, many things happen. It is not just the casting of the vote and the counting of the vote. For example, if we as party leaders at the headquarters, we are not secure with you winning the ticket. For example, we suspect that you've been planted by the other side so that you come and use our ticket to go to parliament, only to reach there, then you cross on the other side. We will fix you.
Now, let me just give an example of that situation. So, Shan, Wilson Sosian is a brother. Yeye ni mbunge wa ODM aliyeteuliwa. Actually, people knew this is just the heart is in ODM, but the physical mwili tu iko hapa kutafuta nini ticket ya UDA. Now mtu kama Sosian anarudi wapi? In fact, the first phone call I feel alikuwa anapigia tu baba, si umeona vile wamenifanya? please usiniache, I still want the same nomination. So listen and listen and listen. These people who are complaining, I want to be very frank with you. Mbona let them just come out clean, like Jango lamesema nipatie siku ngapi? Mbili. I'll come and declare what next. I want to tell all these people who want to complain, it is the party that has conducted the nomination. Na unajua the party of the decision is not a one man's decision.
James Blue, you've been
It's
hired to be
upon
the of the party.
the whole
Ngoja,
mechanism of the party to resolve. Wewe usingoje hapo ati
ngoja.
waseme atirudia. I think it's
Bwana
out of this. Sasa
James,
wanaona kweli this thing is, yes.
are you able to hear me? I am saying you are pulling in your direction, basing your argument on one issue. The right to complain is enshrined in the Constitution.
Unasema nini rafiki yangu?
Nobody has a problem to complain. And then I've given you a scenario
Yes.
whereby even if the people want Sosyon and the party is not comfortable with Sosyon, okay, the party can do what? Rig him out. You get that? And then he has a right to complain. Even if you suspect him to be planted by another person, you cannot stop him from complaining. So complaints are part and parcel of this process. And then
give me 30 seconds. I want
are not always the losers. Probably the loser is given victory, and the other one is their victory is taken away. So that's why
it's fine. Just give me 30 seconds.
On another ticket. Let's do this. Let's move to the next person. We'll come back to you later.
Bernard, I want to conclude.
Goja, James Blue. You've been on this.
Please,
you've been talking for 20 minutes.
30 seconds.
It doesn't work that way. You come back later. Otieno, karibu.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Bernard, can you hear me? Okay, thank you for accepting me into the panel. And first and foremost, let's thank our people who went for nomination, because it was so peaceful with some of our fans feel that they were played. But we didn't hear like somebody has been killed, there were chaos. It was just a normal chaos that the police, our forces were able to contain. First, let me start with the nomination of UDA and through Central, because that is the stronghold. Each and every time UDA said, we have the numbers, these are our bedroom. But yesterday it came out clearly that they don't have numbers, and the turnout was very poor. It was 2%. And also, those people that most of the time, they had time to campaign, instead of going to the ground, they want their people to see them on a television that I'm near our presidential candidate, and they are not performing on the ground. So they were shown off that we don't know you on the ground. You are a visitor. And let me say congratulations to those people that carried the day, through the people that were so famous on insults, through their opponents, because most of the time there is something that most of the politicians, they don't understand. If you are elected to represent your people, you are not elected to go and insult maybe your opponent. It is you to perform on the ground, because these people on the ground, they are the people who elected you, not your boss. Your boss can give direction, but the people on the ground can reject that direction. And that is what we just witnessed yesterday on the UDA election, because everybody was just, I'm near our party leader. I'm here. I can face the president. I can abuse the president. I can degrade the president. I can do everything. But it has come very clearly, because even where those people that they represent, There are so many professional people. There are so many doctors. There are so many people on every education level. They have doctors, professors, that they are even ashamed of themselves if they can see it. One of their representatives from where they came from is the one each and every time on a television throwing an insult, turning the entire president to a rubbish. In fact, it was not good to them. And for now, I think we are now going to have a very disciplined campaign, because those people that were so rough on the ground, they have been shown off. Like, for example, somebody like Maura. If you can remember, Maura was nominated through ODM ticket. And when Maura was being nominated through ODM ticket, not that ODM was not able to find somebody who can represent disabled people. There are so many people, but he was given that chance to come and serve people instead of serving people. So the person who nominated him becomes his big enemy. And everybody was just, if we fight this person, we will get direct ticket to the nomination, for nomination. And hawakujua, wanasemango hatipangwingwi, but walipangwangu. So watu wenye wako kwa platform ya politics, this is the right time that they have to change their tactics, both sides, whether you're in Azimio or in ODM. No, if you are not performing on the ground, people nowadays, people have learned a lot. It's not the politics that we used to have on Nyayo Zoom, that when Nyayo comes, if it is you, it is you. So if you don't perform,
sorry, I think Otieno was thrown out. Neti imeharibu maneno. Vipi it's Santos?
Vipi Bernard?
Salama, namna gani?
Salama sana, siku mingi bana.
Haya, mimi huyu, endelea.
Sasa wanasema jana kulikuwa na 2% turnout ya UDA.
Mlimani, yes.
Bernard, nimekaa kwa online karibu saa ni 30 minutes or 25 minutes. Turnout,
yes, Bernard, I didn't finish.
You're thrown out. You hold on. You come in. Yes,
No. It was network.
Si utaongea baadaye bro. Amaje.
Bwana Otieno, mute. Since you got out, somebody else took your place. You will come back to you shortly. Santos, go on.
Sasa Bernard.
Endelea na kusikiliza.
Hello?
Yes, Santos, endelea tu, tunasikia.
Sasa turnout ya 30 minutes yenye imekuwa hapa, tulikuwa watu wawili watatu. But we were watching. Are you getting me? Sasa hiyo turnout venye nilikuwa naona ilikuwa hii ni kama ya UDA jana, kuna turnout walikuwa wamekuja kuangalia, but they are waiting to vote for their president of 2022, which is William Samoei Arap Ruto. Hii nomination tuna warm, tunaangalia tu nisipige kura nisipige, but we are waiting. Bernard, kitu ingine sahi Bernard, uko na rafiki wengi sana, Wakale, Wajaka, wa kila mtu, wa Kikuyu, si ndio? Na hata mimi pia niko na marafiki wengi. Kama hii nomination ya Orengo ya Siaya, kuna my friend Mjaka aliniambia hiyo watu angeenda mchujo, that man angeenda nyumbani mapema asubuhi sana kama hao watu wengine. Unacheki? Na tuseme UDA imeperform aje Mount Kenya, sijui nini, hata hapa kwa nini yako internet yako hii tuko watu karibu 5. Turnout ilikuwa less. Unamaanisha sasa hatuendi poa ama?
Bwana Santos, you know, I love you guys, the way you make everything to become relative.
Sini kweli.
Now, sikiliza Bwana Santos, nataka utuambie turnout ya Rift Valley on the nominations, okay? And the turnout of Mount Kenya on the nomination. Based in the light that Mount Kenya has the majority of the voters. You get that? You're expecting 6 million from the mountain and probably 3 million from Rift Valley. But compare the two nominations turnout.
Sasa nimekuelewa Bernard, lakini hatuhitaji hao watu wanasumbuana na kiti ya women rep nini senator, but as we are seeing presidency, sisi huwa presidency ndio tunaongeleanga kila siku hapa, si nomination ya MP nini. Kila siku ni
asubuhi bro. Siku njema huonekana asubuhi.
Our candidates William Samuel Ruto na wa Azimio, who is Raila, Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. Vitu zingine ili hii imekuja wachana naye. We are warming up.
Asante. Basi tumekushika. Una ziada ama tusonge kwa mtu mwingine?
Si songa kwa mtu mwingine tusikie. Na hii tana leo. Pia ni kama ya UD.
Haya, sawa.
Sawa Santos, asante sana, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Bwana Otieno, malizia tafadhali, turudi kwa Omar hapa anasubiri. If you are on mute, just Job Ben, sorry. You are on mute, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I was saying, these politicians, they should know. The politics of nowadays is not for the insults, so that you please your boss. And what people should also understand on the ground, whoever we are going to elect, is it a performing person or is an unperformer? Because most of the politicians, saizi wataonekana, because it's a time for politics. Utaona kabisa kwa TV, wako hivi na hivi. Sasa most of the people watakuwa naona, huyu mtu wetu wenyewe anang'ang'ania mkubwa wake. Lakini huku chini kwa mashinani, nyinyi ndio mnaumia. Kwa hivyo hata nimefurahia kabisa venye hiyo nomination ilikuwa. Wale wa matusi kwanza wa nje kidogo, matusi kuwe, at least political temperature irudi chini. Watu wa plani tujue kabisa politics inakuja na inaisha. Na tutabaki kama neighbors, majirani. Na kila kitu tutakuwa tunakutana pahali na tunaombana. Tusiwe maadui ya kisiasa yenye inaisha. Alafu kitu kingine nilikuwa nataka niseme mambo ya nomination. The principles haifai waingilie kabisa. Inafaa waache tu watu kwa ground washughulikie. Because wale watu walikuwa najua kabisa mimi sasa ni macho ya mtu fulani. Ndio sasa wameangushwa. The same to Siaya. Ile kitu yenye iko kwa Siaya, I came from Siaya. It is true, wenye huo colleague yangu ametoka kuongea hapa saa hizi, huyo rafiki yangu. Hiyo nomination ya Siaya, watu wangeenda direct. I think mwenye ako na ticket ya ODM hangepata. Because kuna force on the ground. So at first alisema yeye hataki kusimama mambo ya governor. Akasema kazi yake iko mingi kabisa Nairobi. What changed? Akakuja kwa ground, dakika mwisho akasema sasa anaenda for governor. Kama kuna watu tayari wameshaanza kushika ground. Na tujue last election Gumbo alinyang'anywa opportunity yake. Alikuwa amewinio nomination. And he has been on the ground since that time up to now. Going around, interacting with people, doing everything. So the force that is there, and I'm sorry to say this, it might disappoint ODM. Because the next governor for Siaya, it will be 50-50. It can be James Orengo or Nicholas Gumbo. But what people from Siaya should understand, these are all our people. They are all our people from Siaya. We don't have to fight or to kill one another for the sake of somebody. Let's do our campaign peaceful, and whoever comes as a governor, let's welcome him. What we need in Siaya is development. Siaya has been lagging behind ever since. For the last 10 years. There is nothing we can appoint in Siaya that this is something that has been done. So we need somebody who can transform Siaya and can also.
My friend Job, are we talking about Siaya or UDA nomination?
No, UDA nomination. It's just I'm just giving a comparison, an example of what people should understand. So on UDA nomination, or let me conclude that the nomination was good, though there are some areas that it's normal in nomination. Kuna watu lazima wachezwe. Like on the social media ulikuwa naona kuna karatasi zilikuwa zinafika tayari zimekuwa marked for a certain candidate. Unaona? Sasa ni ile kitu yenye iko in politics, lazima ujue wewe ni mwenye hapo. Kwa hivyo usiende na kifua ati mimi sasa nimeingia, nataka nionyeshane, naweza tusiana, naweza fanya hivi na hivi. Kwa hivyo bado nitatulia kidogo Bernard, alafu nitarudi tena baadaye. Asante.
Okay, sawa bwana Joben, na ningesema tu kwamba kupata nomination ticket haimaanishi kwamba unachaguliwa. Kama watu wa Siaya hawataki Orengo, wana haki ya kuchagua yeyote yule wanataka. Kwa hivyo kusikuwe na lolote ambalo linaleta wherever kero kwa sababu ticket imepeanwa kwa mtu fulani.
Bernard, nikiongezea hapo kidogo tu. Ni vizuri kabisa. Unajua ticket unaweza kuwa naye, lakini sasa wale watu wenye kwa ground, they know their choice. So having a ticket is not direct that you have been elected direct to the parliament. So there's still hard work on the ground.
Kwa sababu ticket imepeanwa kwa mtu fulani.
Sorry?
Mbona kuwe na mzozo kwa sababu ticket imepeanwa kwa mtu fulani? Kama uko na political muscle uko nayo, kama hauna, hata upewe ticket hutapata the required numbers.
Bernard, chenye inaleta shida kama hiyo ni ya kwamba unajua hao watu walikuwa naona rally ikikuwa, wanaona watu ikiwa wengi. Sasa to their mind walikuwa najua this is the right party. Unaona kitu kama hiyo. Like sasa hizi tuseme hata opponent mwingine aende pahali, watu watakuwa wengi. Unajua kuna idlers na kuna watu saa hizo wanataka waende waone mtu fulani. Sasa to their imagination wakiona watu ikiwa wengi, mtu anaona enyewe hii ndio the right party, not knowing the ground is different. Sasa hata mtu akiko na hiyo party but the ground bado anajua yule mtu mwenye anataka. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Joben. Sorry?
Bernard, can I ask a question?
Yes, you can ask.
Mr. Otieno, I'm directing my question to Mr. It's okay. So, Mbona, if actually it is not a guarantee that you are given a party ticket, you are going to win the general election. Now, why is the party so afraid to let the candidate they believe in so much to compete in a very healthy manner with others, so that actually this candidate that seems to be deserving the party ticket be given genuinely after a very, very, very clear and a fair nomination process? Why?
Okay, or if I answer, my brother, there is something that even on these campaigns unaonanga wakisema hii kitu wanasemanga, hii kitu tumetoka naye mbali, sisi ndio waanzilishi ya hii. Sasa hiyo kitu ati sisi ndio waanzilishi ya hii, they believe they should not have any competitor within their area. Sasa hiyo kitu ndio inafanya unapata mambo ya election board wanawafavor kabisa, wanaona sasa hawa ndio watu wamejenga hii nyumba. Tusipowa favor hata watatutoa kwa hii nini.
It is not that.
Now, is it a plus? Is it a plus or a minus for ODM?
Order.
Sorry?
Party management is a very, very complicated matter. Okay, there are people
Very
who
true.
are entitled to direct nomination. One, for example, like the Busia governorship program, they went through nomination smoothly, and they ended up having a candidate. There are places subjecting them to the nomination is going to directly affect the general election by the kind of war. Now look up between the war that has been going on between Orengo and that Ngumo since 4 years, okay? The exchanges,
Yeah.
the insult at the funeral, the rocking of the funeral service, and all that. So there are many factors that are put in consideration, including security, before they allow that particular nomination. So it's not because Orengo was in the starting committee of ODM and the other people joined ODM. It has many factors that are put in consideration to save the day. Which one will give us wherever a process that will help us move forward and save lives other than subject lives to danger?
Bernard,
So
can I chip in?
it's not a matter of preferring somebody because he's been old and this one is young.
No,
Although,
Bernard, can I chip in?
No. Bana, tumechoka sisi, ngoje nasi tuongee mwanzo bana.
Subiri tafadhali, naomba hivi, we kwanza Mwamburi usiongee, we ni kupatia chance ya kwanza ukawa umeenda mafichoni, so subiri hapo kwanza, wewe nitakuweka wa mwisho. Nimekuita hapa mara 7 kama Elia mwenyewe huku itika. So subiri kwanza, tutakuja kwako. Rupia, what I see?
Okay, I think you have only looked at the issue selectively because like ODM party, they deployed polls and they conducted polls and were coming out with the popular candidates on the ground and issuing certificates. Like when you go to Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga was popular, and the polls indicated that she was above other aspirants, so she was given the certificate. But Bernard, we should also note that elections are not done on WhatsApp and Facebook, because there's a lot of hue and cry on social media, and there are a lot of people who are complaining. If you again subject these people to nominations, you will find out that they will lose, because we have a silent majority, and there are people who are constantly complaining in the Facebook and social media platforms, which is not right. Just taking your time and your data to complain here does not mean that you have numbers on the ground. Just the same way we have seen it in Mount Kenya. We should just be very serious when it comes to nomination. It is not about the matter of maybe preventing wars or preventing what. In some cases, again, loyalty has also been awarded in some cases. But I want to tell Tieno that I don't think what you are talking about 50-50 can work out. Nyanza or Siaya is an ODM zone, and at the end of the day, we have seen people crying, we have seen people making a lot of noise, and when you go to the ground, you find out a different thing. So that should rest like that. On UDA nomination, I failed to understand.
You're only responding on one matter, please. Thank you.
Let's
go to Omar. Bwana Omar, are you still there?
Bernard.
Hali namna gani?
Poa.
Karibu mawili matatu.
Sina mengi. Tashukuru, tuendelea na saumu vizuri. Na siasa ya Kenya wakati wa saumu imechacha moto. Nikikuja upande ya kwanza nomination ya wenzangu wakizungumza nomination ya ODM. Nomination ya ODM, okay. Tukubaliane hakuna chama haswa hizi chama kubwa kubwa haitakosekana makosa huku na huku, lazima ipatikane makosa, kwa sababu kila mtu anapigania nafasi, upande ya ODM na upande ya UDA. Hizo ni vyama kubwa na Jubilee. Jubilee hatujasikia mgogoro kidogo ilikuwa katika ODM na UDA. Tukiangalia katika ODM, na ODM wamejaribu sana. Hii mwaka wamejaribu. Hiyo naweza kuwapongeza watu kuvote na kuingia katika madigitali. Hiyo wamepunguza ile wakati tulikuwako kitambo ODM ilikuwa na fujo kila sehemu ya Kenya. Lakini raundi hii ODM tutawapigia salute. Ni sehemu kidogo tu upande ya Nyanza huko ilikuwa fujo, lakini wamejaribu raundi hii, si kama UDA kila sehemu watu wanalia. Wamejaribu upande mwingine na upande mwingine wa watu wanalia sana. Na vyama ni kawaida, kila mtu akipigania hiyo nafasi lazima mmoja atashinda, mwingine akose. Na katika ile direct certificate mtu kupatiwa direct, sidhani kama kuna vyama yote ukiangalia UDA na ODM wanaweza kupatia leader certificate bila kujua huyo leader ni ako popularity katika ground. Itakuwa sidhani kama wanaweza kupatia mtu certificate hivyo, kwa sababu wanajua wakipatia mtu si popular, baadaye wakati wa election wakuja waangushe chini. Sidhani kama chama inaweza kufanya mistake kama hiyo, kupatia mtu certificate kama hajajua ground, kama ako popular. Hiyo sidhani. Kama kuna chama inajaribu kujaribu kufanya hivyo, ijue chama yote upande ya ODM ama UDA August ndio itazungumza vizuri, na sidhani kama wanaweza kupatia mtu certificate kama hajajua nguvu yake ya hiyo sehemu iko aje. Na kitu kingine kuhusu wale walijitokezea kuhusu Rift Valley na Mount Kenya. Kuna rafiki yangu anatoka Mount Kenya, ananiambia ile wale watu walitokezea wakati wa Jubilee 2017 kuhusu nomination, na watu wamejitokezea katika UDA Mount Kenya iko chini sana. Hiyo pia lazima party ya UDA ikuwe na wasiwasi next election, kwa sababu vile wakati wa nomination ya Jubilee walijitokezea Mount Kenya na wakati wa sasa wamejitokezea iko chini sana upande ya UDA. Upande ya UDA pale walijitokezea wako wengi ni Rift Valley. Rift Valley walikuwa watu wengi sana, lakini upande ya Central UDA wajichunge sana, kwa sababu ukisema utegemee watu wakuje kukuangusha ni kitu mbaya sana. Na pia nimefurahi upande ya jana baba kumpatia nini certificate direct upande ya Mombasa. Huyu aitwa nani? Bernard, nikumbushe jina aitwa nani?
Abdusoman Sharif.
Abdulswamad Sharif.
Yeah.
Yeah, nimeshukuru sana kwa sababu hiyo ilikuwa ni wasiwasi yetu sana, kwa sababu wangemwacha Abdulswamad, hiyo kiti hiyo ya Mombasa hiyo ni muhimu sana. Abdulswamad angeruka kwa chama ingine ingekuwa ni shida. ODM haingeona hiyo kiti. Wamefanya kitu kizuri sana mzee, kukaa nao chini na kuwaweka pamoja. Sasa ile kitu headache imebaki, kafaa watu wa Azimio tusikizane. Battle iko Nairobi. Hiyo sasa tukae chini, upande ya Jubilee, Wiper, ODM, hizo vyama zingine tukae chini tusikizane, kuanzia MCA, MP, Women Rep, Senate, Governor, tukae chini tusikizane, kwa sababu ile kazi tumebaki nayo ni Nairobi. Hiyo tu ndo naomba tusikizane, kwa sababu unaona watu wa UDA wamejipanga. Sasa hata sisi pia tusikuwe na ile ujeuri, tujipige kifua tuseme mimi ndio natosha. Hata sisi lazima tujipange. Ile imebaki ni Nairobi. Shukran.
Okay, asante Bwana Omar kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru. Naomba sasa tuende moja kwa moja kwa Joseph Mwamburi. Hali vipi?
Hala kaka, jambo Bernard.
Mimi huyu.
Siku nyingi kweli da.
Siku 2-3 tu nimezama, wewe ndio umepotea.
Nimepotea manake unajua siwezi ongea sana, unajua mtu wetu amekuwa mgonjwa, so na mimi ni mmoja wa pale karibu. Si nilikwambia nikionekana kesho naweza kosa unga mimi.
Haya.
Sasa nashukuru sana ODM baba. Hii kitu ambacho mnaona Abdulswamad kupewa direct ticket, hii ni kitu ilianza kitambo, consensus. That's why I normally say ODM iko na democracy. Unajua nyinyi hapa raia, kuna vile tu nyinyi raia mtangoja tu, mnasema mkiona tu baba akisema huyu, unafikiri ameamka leo basi akaamua kupeana tiketi. Hajafanya hivyo. Baba mwanzo alisema hawa jamaa wawili aliwaachia wenyewe waelewane kitambo sana, like last year. Amewapea muda, hawa watu wamekaa bado hawajaelewana, lakini sasa ilifika mahali akaja akawaita wote wakaongea. Ndio maana uliona wote waliongea na wakakubaliana, na hiyo ndio vile tunataka. Mombasa tumemaliza, kazi imeisha. Huyu kijana huyu Omar yeye hata yeye saizi simuona amenyamaza. Sasa Mombasa tulielewana, wanapanga kwamba viti vyote mpaka saizi Nyali saizi Ali saizi yako na wasiwasi, manake alikuwa anajua hii Mombasa governorship watasumbuana, Abdulswamad na Sharif wasumbuana, alafu kisha atapenya katikati, lakini saizi tushamaliza. Kitu cha pili, mimi leo tuko Mtembei TV, nimeangalia Mtembei TV, nikaangalia there was a nomination kule bara kule, ilikuwa wapi, Central, nomination ya ward fulani. Kaka nakwambia hiyo kitu imeniingia mpaka ikabidi leo nikasema lazima nitafute Mtembei TV. Yule jamaa amenyanganywa kabisa, yani mpaka wale watu wanataja majina, wanataja kuna mbunge pale sijui anaitwa nani kule Kikuyu, huyu mwenye huwa anasimama akitusi baba sana, ana sera huyu, anaitwa nani mbunge wa Kikuyu, anaitwa nani? Shungwa huyo Ichungwa. Kumbe yeye ndio direct kutoka kule juu ameorganize yule mtu tayari. Uliona wanasema waliongeza 1, hiyo 1 iliongeza kama kura kama 1000. Waona, mpaka niliona nani mwenyewe huyu mwenye alichaguliwa kwa hiyo ticket ya governorship Kiambu, anaitwa nani, wa Matangi, alienda kabisa na akaanza kuongea. So pale ukiangalia, na mimi nafurahia wale watu wenye wamekuwa kisimama kwa jukwaa wakitusi baba, hawana sera, kazi yao ni kutusi baba, kufurahisha Ruto. Jamani, sahihi chuma chao kimotoni, na tayari sahihi sijui watasema nini. Hiyo nashukuru sana wanauda. Lakini sasa tukipanda pale juu, unajua kila siku huwa tunasema huwa najiuliza kura saizi kama Ruto can't approximate how many votes he can get in cost in everywhere in this country, kwa sababu unajua saizi ndio anaingia kwamba kuwa kwa ballot box. He has never been there. This is the first time. Let's agree that. Na si mkashifu chochote ama nini ama wala nini. You know, Baba can count. He can tell you in Nairobi, hata even if I get a plus or minus, he can approximate the votes. So he can marshal somewhere. Huyu mzee anaweza fanya kitu fulani aongeze ama atoe. Lakini Ruto yeye hana approximation. Sasa shida naye Ruto yeye unajua tunachoka bana. Wewe ukisimama badala utuambie utatufanyia nini ama umetufanyia nini tangu 2013, wewe wasimama na kuanza kutusi tu, matusi. Tufanye siasa bana tuache siasa ya chuki, tufanye siasa ya sera. Wewe uza sera, njoo Mombasa tuuzie sera, njoo Taita tuuzie sera, tuambie mimi fulani nataka kiti fulani, mkinipa nitawafanyia hii na hii na hii. Wacha mwenzako naye aende mahali anaenda auze sera zake. Alafu sisi wenyewe ndio tutaangalia kama tutakuchagua ama hatuwezi kukuchagua. Lakini wewe ukisimama, sera ni kitendawili. Sera ni kitu fulani. Na mzee, angalia, let us be very honest Kenyans. We have a very good country and we have a very good leader who is coming to be the president of this country, the 5th. Huyu mzee ukimwangalia ana hekima. Huyu kijana yeye tu yua mtusi tu. Yua mtusi, lakini mzee hana shida. Hana shida yote. Lakini ulisikia hata Ali Hassan Joho akisema hata mzee namshangaa, manake mzee ni mzee mzuri sana. Ingekuwa ni yeye ako kwa ballot box, Ruto angejua hajui bana. Manake angekuwa na kumjibu. Lakini huyu ni mzee, huyu ni babu, yani anajua chochote. Yani hata ukimwendea kivile vile utamwendea, atakukalisha chini na akuelezee. So ndugu zangu wenzangu, this is the president we want and this is the person who can solve the problem of this country. We want a solver. In fact, the president, I saw somewhere the president wrote, we want the solver. If we are in a problem, don't criticize. Come and solve it. So we want to solve the problem. Yeah, we are on a mess. Sikatai, tuko na shida. Economy, tuko na shida. Lakini sasa, si tutafute mtu mwenye atatumalizia shida. Sisi hapa tukisimama ni matusi. Jamani wananchi, tuangalie kiongozi, tusiangalie mtu ambaye akisimama kazi yake ni matusi bana. Mimi nimeshukuru sana na naendelea kushukuru Mtembei TV na whoever who is here kwa Azimio, tafadhali usiongee hapa kesho ukatoka. Mimi hata mahali niko na hakikisha angalau kila siku natafutia mzee kura, hata kama mimi si niko hivi, lakini nahakikisha natafuta kura, namtafutia kura, natafuta 1 2. Yeah. Na wale wenzangu, kabla nimalizie, hao wenzangu wa UDA, kuna hii narrative na huwa nasema, unajua mko na ile kwamba mnasema ati Mombasa mtagawa kura. Jamani, mtu asije akawadanganya. Mtu asije akawadanganya ati mtagawa kura, ati mtapata Mombasa, ati saizi Mombasa imebadilika. Ati Kilifi County, ati Mama Aisha Juma amebadilisha. Ndugu yangu, ukiona governor mwenyewe Kingi governor 2 times, alijaribu kupenya hivi, anaenda kurudi ground Kilifi, na yeye ni mwana Kilifi, anarudi na yeye ni governor, anaona anapigwa chenga, anaambiwa wewe kama unatoka chungwa, wewe kama unaenda unapiga baba vita hapa utoboi. Ni huyu mama wa kiuno. Huyu mama wa kiuno leo hii hata akisimama MCA na kuambia Ganda ward pale hapati. Sasa nyinyi hapa mwasema ati Mombasa tumegawa, Kilifi tumegawa, sijui wapi tumegawa. Mwajidanganya, hiyo siku itafika utasikia kwa debe. Hapo sasa ndio mnaanza kusema wameiba. Hazijaibiwa, kura zitapigwa kihalali. Asanteni sana. Bernard, nimeshukuru.
Asante Bwana Mamburi, kwa tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako na kutupatia updates vile mambo yanaendelea kule pwani. Nini Bwana Davis? Davis, uko na swali?
Okay, shukrani. Si swali. Na mshukuru mtangulizi mwenye ametoka na pia kulifikia kwamba unavyozungumza hivi, mimi pia niko maeneo ya Mombasa, niko maeneo ya Bamburi ama hapa Bamburi, na yale ambayo amesema ni 100%, haja kanganya, haja koroga, haja changanya.
Okay, basi subiri hapo, utatupatia ngoja zamu yako ifike. Sawa.
Okay,
bwana, subiri hapo, tunakuja kwako baada tumemsikiliza huyu Bwana Rupia. Rupia, vipi? Rupia, upo? He, Bwana Rupia, mitambo zako zimekataa. Rupia. Okay, inaonekana Rupia ako na tatizo na mitambo yake. Davis, zamu yako basi.
Asante. Okay, sasa mimi nitarejelea tu kwanza naitwa sasa, juzi nimekuja nikiwa Davis Nato. Leo hii ni Davis Azimio. Na hilo Davis Azimio nimeliweka hivyo kwa kusudi na malengo kudhihirisha kwamba kauli zangu, mwili wangu, matamshi yangu, familia yangu, majirani zangu na washawishi wote tubaki ndani ya Azimio. Umenipata? Okay, ndazungumzia kwanza kwa jambo liliweza kufanyika na kuweza kumpatia mbunge wa Mvita hiyo tikiti. Mimi mwenyewe kibinafsi nilijua tu asipopewa yeye hicho kiti cha ugavana kitaenda na chama ya UDA. Hiyo nilikuwa nimejua, tungemnyima ama yule jamaa hangepata hiyo nafasi. Kwa sababu nilikuja nikaona ndani kidogo nikana kwamba Raila akiwa na Joho waliweza kumpendelea sana huyu Shabali, mfanyabiashara Shabali. Hata ground ikaanza kusema Shabali atapewa, huyu mwingine hatapewa. Mimi kibinafsi nikaambia watu na majirani zangu kwamba subirini, sisi ni ODM, sisi si UDA. Kama tutaenda nomination, obvious Shabali hatapata. Abdulswamad yeye ndiye gavana mtarajiwa wa jimbo la Mombasa. Hiyo ndo jambo ambalo lilikuwa akilini, na sasa hivi nafurahia sana nikiona kwamba ni hilo ndo limetendeka, especially Mombasa. Nazungumzia kwa sababu niko hapa Mombasa, najua venye ground hipo. Sasa siwezi sema yale ambayo siyajui. Umenipata? Na tena kitu kingine kizuri ambacho kweli nimekuja kuona baada ya hii chama ya ODM kuweza kushirikiana na chama kama ya tawala cha Jubilee, wameweza kufanya for the first time uchaguzi ya nomination ambao imeweza kuwa wazi. Na hiyo sioni kama kuna mtu atakuja hapa anipinge kwamba nilitoa kauli ambayo si sawa. ODM imefanya nomination ambao iko sawa na uwazi kabisa. Dosari haijakumbwa ama haijatokea, ila yule mambo anasema kwamba huenda kumetokea dosari, ni yeye hajaamini kwamba ameshindwa. Hivyo ndo nasema hujaweza kuona mambo akijitokeza kama yamejitokeza Laikipia. Yule mama wa Laikipia sasa hizi wapiga nduru, hata kulala nikidhani uta wengine wakimwangalia vizuri wanampata ICU. Ni kama hali yake iko sawa kwa sasa, kwa sababu waliweza kuonesha wazi kwamba kule wanapangwa, na walikuwa wanasema wapangwingwe. Na let me to make matters worse, there is no any mama mboga ama bodaboda rider mwenye amepata tiketi ya UDA. Prove me wrong or right. Nipatie mtu yote wa bodaboda ama mama mboga mwenye amepewa tiketi ya UDA. even if direct ama nomination, utapata ni kwamba ni hakuna. Huyu jamaa wa promise after promise after promise, mwisho wa siku atakupanga na anasema hawapangwi. Kuna kilipi imekuwa ikirum sana mtandaoni kwamba anaambia watu msingoje siku yenye niko na mkutano ndio mnakimbia mnajitokeza, and then ground tupatane ground, mpange ground. Sasa anasema hivyo, aliwa promise hivyo kwamba nyinyi wenyewe fanyeni, mtapatia usawa na uhazi katika demokrasia unini katika party primaries. Lakini mwisho wa siku hiyo promise after promise after promise alikuwa anawapatia imefail, amewapanga. Umepata?
Okay, sawa
papers zinakuja ziko
Bwana Davis.
Naam.
Watoto waruhusiwi kwa screen.
Naam.
Kwa hivyo utatulia, utarudi baadaye. Shughulikia mjuni kwanza. Asante.
Hata nimuondoe basi. Mimi nataka tuendelee bwana.
Wewe tuko hapa masaa 8. Kwa hivyo utarudi, utatupata. Wewe shughulikia mjuni. Rupia namna gani?
Jambo bwana Bernard na wengine.
Karibu.
Mnanipata?
Vizuri tena safi, isipokuwa sura tu.
Thank you so much. Unajua leo umeleta Waswahili na sisi tumezoea hii ingine bwana. It's okay. Asante sana. Bernard, what I've realized is that people don't vote on social media. Kuna wale watu wanarusha maneno hapa social media mpaka ukisikia utadhani kura imeshapigwa, and that is giving a false impression. What we have seen in other nominations, especially in Mount Kenya, is that Mount Kenya is undecided. They have not taken any direction, and you can only rent a Kikuyu but you cannot buy a Kikuyu. Ile mshtuko UDA watapata Mount Kenya itakuwa mbaya sana. I don't think for now Mount Kenya is a place that you can even take a running mate from, because they still lack that direction. Bado hawajui watapiga kura Azimio ama watapiga kura UDA. So that is a point that needs to be taken. On nominations generally, I think ODM this time round wamejaribu sana with the technology that they deployed. We have not had a lot of complaints from a lot of regions. Like we did the nominations that were done in Siaya were peaceful, and the people who emerged as winners, it was free and fair. So I think that is the technology that even the IEBC should copy and use in the general election. This issue of balloting is, I think, it's a very big problem in this country. And before, in the previous nominations, ODM was on record of chaos, but this time round it was good. It was done in a very neat manner. And nimesikia mtu akisema mambo ya Nairobi. I think Nairobi is a gone case. Azimio, they just need to kujipanga vizuri. They get the correct candidate for the gubernatorial. They get the correct candidates for Senate and all other posts. I don't think there has any chance in Nairobi. These people who are on social media are just talking, but there is a group that is emerging that is called silent majority. You will never see them on social media. They are just somewhere and they are quiet. You will see them on the voting day. And the returning officer, they will guide the returning officer on who to announce as the winner. Hopefully, we are hoping for peaceful elections coming August this year. And may the best candidate win, which is a Azimio candidate. Otherwise, with those few remarks, thank you very much.
Okay, asante bwana Rupia, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tafadhali wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain, mnafanya screen na kuwa dark, you are making it impossible for the viewers to follow. Please, if you don't have to remain behind the curtain, tafadhali weka kamera yako on. Azimio vipi?
Bernard.
Yes.
Yes, niko poa. Naomba nitoe mchango wangu.
Aya, karibu.
Yeah, nilikuwa hapa kabla tuende before the last time nilikuwa hapa ilikuwa kabla Kalonzo aingie Azimio. And I promised you one thing. Niliwaambia Kalonzo kitu ya kwanza huyo tumemweka, Ukambani ni yetu. Actually Ukambani ni yetu. Hiyo mtu asijaribu kukataa. Hata kama kuna vile Kalonzo alikuwa ameanza kupenduka mara sijui anataka atoke Azimio. Saizi ako bound na hiyo nini agreement yenye walipeana kwa registrar. So I'm happy to confirm that sasa sisi tutaanza kuenda pamoja sasa kama Azimio. Ukambani tuko nayo. Yes, kwa mchango wa leo naomba niseme hivi. Kuna watu wanaishi in denial, mostly the UDA supporters. They are living in denial. Na ni vigumu kwao ku accept that Mount Kenya now saizi si ya mtu. And with time, naona venye Uhuru bado anaambia watu atakuja kucampaign. Hii bado tu ni kama warm up. Anataka kupatia hawa time wazunguke waseme wenye wanataka kusema, watusi and you know
Bwana Azimio vipi? Network imekataa? Pole lakini.
Kitu naweza sema hivi about the nomination imefanyika jana. Watu wa UDA kitu ya kwanza hawana numbers, cause they printed around 45 million papers hiyo ya kufanyia uchaguzi hiyo. And you know ile njia yenye walikuwa napitia registered members peke yao ndio walikuwa nafaa wafanye election. In ODM CC and wacha nisitumie ODM juu in ODM pia mimi I'm a member of ODM. Yes, I'm in Azimio but I'm a member of ODM. Sisi jana tukipiga election hiyo nomination kulikuwa na hiyo hizo mashine ya kupigia kura hizo, tulikuwa na hizo tablets na tena in case of hizo fail kulikuwa na backup plan. And the only people who allowed to do the nomination were the members. Unlike the UDA unajua alisema registered voters, unaona like kama tuseme venye saizi niko Kakamega, registered voters wa Kakamega they were the ones that are allowed to vote because their names itakuwa kwa system yao hapo. Sasa unapata hao wamepewa hadi chance ya kila mtu, bora ukuwe mtu au wewe si mtu wa UDA, wewe ni mtu wa UDA, like you are given chance to go and do the nomination, but people never turned up. Naona hiyo inaonyesha kuwa hawana watu. And ukichukua hiyo namba yenye walipigia sema watu wa UDA, hiyo namba yenye walifanya nomination uweke yote total na uchukue ya wale registered members wa ODM, utapata ODM iko na watu wengi alone as a party. Naona na hii ya UDA utapata namba iko samo kidogo. Yes, wamejaribu but bado juu wanasema Mount Kenya saizi ilikuwa kama bedroom ya Ruto, but sijaona. Unapata polling stations zingine, kuna clip nimeona polling stations zingine clerk wamelala juu ya loka. Sasa unashangaa okay, namba iko wapi? They are not even and like hawana watu. Unaona? So the next time nitarudi hapa nitarudi kama tumeshaanza campaign and Uhuru ameingia kwa ground sasa mwenyewe na ameanza tayari. So nitakuwa hapa kuconfirm Raila presidency venye is inevitable, like ndio hiyo imefika, nitarudi kwa nini. Haya, asanteni.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Azimio, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Bwana Kariwa, habari yako? Kariwa, ama jina lako ni lipi hilo? You unmute the mic beside your name and speak. Kariwa, are you still there? Bwana John Kialo, your device is not correctly configured. I advise restart. If you are using phone, restart your phone so that you can join afresh, and let StreamYard configure your camera as well as your audio. That's the only time you will be able to communicate. Right now, you can't hear anything and you can't say anything until that configuration is done. So please, let's apply ourselves to the same. There is nothing we can do from this end to help you unless your device is well configured, rightly configured for that matter. Okay, Mr. Lem, namna gani?
Salama. Vipi Bernard?
Mzima, nashukuru.
Asante. Pia ningependa kuchangia kidogo. Nimewasikiza wenzangu wakisema mimi haswa singependa kuchangia kuhusu ama chama kipi ama kipi kizuri ama kipi kibaya, lakini ningependa kutoa tu general observation and advice. Ningependa kuhimiza sana Wakenya wenzangu tusisingatie kwa vyama, tusingatie sera na yale ambao viongozi wanataka kwenda kutufanyia. Manake vyama kwa wakati mwingi tunaenda na msisimko wa vyama na tunachagua viongozi ambao wanaleta, baadaye tunaanza kulia. Baada ya uchaguzi, tukimaliza uchaguzi, ule msisimko wa uchaguzi, kitu kingine cha kufanya aswa ni kulia. Kwa hivyo, kwa nini tusifanye huo uamuzi hivi sasa? Kwa sababu tuna nafasi ya kuangalia na kuchunguza na tuone viongozi ambao wanasimamia sera za maendeleo kuliko vyama. Manake vyama ni kama gari ambayo inakufikisha mahali. Baada ya kufikisha mahali unafanya nini? So ili ni naona sana hasa vijana tunakuwa na mwelekeo ambao sio mzuri, ambao tunasizimuka, tunachangamkia watu ambao wako pale juu, ambao wamejiendeleza, ambao wamejihitimu ama wamesha fikia ule yani sijui kama Bernard ni Kiswahili tu tulikuwa tuongee. Unajua Kiswahili saa zingine ni ngumu.
Usijifunge na Kiswahili.
Haya basi. So basically I'm just saying, let us not try to go with the euphoria of the party. So let us also be open to the manifesto and the ideals of what people and our leaders stand for, because after elections we don't want to get into another season of crying and saying that we have not elected, our leaders are not performing, yet we had the opportunity of electing good leaders. It is true that Azimio iko na challenges yake, and even UDA has their own challenges, but we should not focus on their challenges as a party. We should focus on challenges as individuals and abilities of our leaders. Our leaders, we should look at in terms of integrity, in terms of their participation, development, and everything that as a leader been able to do when they have a chance. So hayo tu ndio ningependa kuchangia. Tusiweke ama tusiangazie vyama, kwa sababu vyama tu ni kama nguo, unavaa leo kesho unaitoa.
Wewe bwana Mise.
Yeah.
Unatoa wapi hiyo inaitwa nini? Maelezo kwamba chama ni kama nguo.
Ni nguo tu, maanake inakufikisha.
Kulingana na katiba, chama ni mojawapo ya nguzo ambazo ni muhimu sana katika demokrasia.
Hatujafikia pale.
Kinaweza kufanywa nguo, lakini akipaswi kuwa nguo. Vyama kwanza, demokrasia inategemea vyama. Wakati hakuna vyama, basi tunarejea kwa kile chama cha baba na mama, ambapo demokrasia inadhoofika kwa sababu hakuna vyama. Ni muhimu kila mmoja achague, kama vile katiba inasema, ukitaka kwenda independent una uhuru, okay? Lakini ukitaka kwenda kutumia chama, lazima ukidhamini hicho chama, ukiamini hicho chama na ukijenge hicho chama, kwa sababu vyama visipojengwa, basi demokrasia haiwezi kujengeka. So tuwezi kusema chama ni nguo.
Nakubaliana na maono yako, like your opinion, but democracy is not defined by political parties. Democracy is defined I have a different opinion. Political parties don't form legislation. Legislation is formed by member of parliaments or legislators. So, and legislation forms or gives a pathway to democracy. So if you look at countries like United States, countries like Canada, and the developed countries, you can argue from that perspective, but our country is not defined that way. If and I want to challenge you, Bernard, if indeed democracy was defined by political parties, then tell me why a lot of forget about Azimio and UDA. Tell me, let's go to the previous government, political parties. Tell me why a lot of ODM members or ODM members who are the legislators, why they are corrupt. If ODM was to reprimand their members and tell them that we don't stand for corruption, we stand for integrity, and if ODM would have and Jubilee and Ford Kenya and all other political parties, if they would have been very strict and say, if you are found in the lines of corruption, in the corridors of corruption, we will expel you as a political party, then we would have good governance. But our political parties are failures, to be honest. But if you look at individuals like Wycliffe Oparanya, for example, from Western, he has performed, and I'm going to elect him as an individual based on his performance, based on his beliefs and integrity, not because of the party. If I look at the party, I will fail. And that's the way I'm looking at it.
Banamise, with all due respect, you are contradicting yourself. Wycliffe Oparanya is a deputy party leader of ODM. He has been in ODM since he joined, in day one in politics, when he was first elected in the year 2002 during the multi-party system. And maybe to help us understand this further, the country has progressed immensely since the re-emergence of multi-party democracy than when it was under single party. So the political parties have a way of contributing to the moving forward of the country better than a single party. So if we want to secure the future of the politics in the country, we can't run down political parties and go for individuals, because we'll only end up with those individuals who will end up doing what? Robbing us the way Kanu robbed us for 24 years.
I think, Bernard, you are confusing my sentiments with... I think I do not underrate the political parties. What I'm saying is the euphoria. Just because a certain political party is popular, because one of the candidates is liked or likable, or the person who is heading that party is likable, then we shouldn't just vote for them. We should, for example, if you ask me if I had a list of the candidates that I was voting for, if let's say, for example, it's Raila and whoever, I should get them individually first before I just elect or vote for them as a political party. We have a lot of corrupt people. For example,
No, I agree with you. Let's do this. Let's
for
not,
example,
hold on, Banamise, hold on. Let's not spend more time on that. I get your point.
Yeah.
You're saying we should not vote 6 piece because we want so and so to be president.
Yeah, exactly.
If the MCA is not fit, let's kick the MCA out and choose a person that can deliver.
Absolutely.
That is clear, and that is the right way to go.
Absolutely.
But if we run down the political parties, we are running ourselves down, because eventually we'll end up with those individuals. And when individuals don't become institutions, political parties are institutions. It's more secure to deal with an institution than to deal with an individual.
And I agree.
If that gets eliminated, that is it. But the institution will be here longer than the individuals. That's why I am for political parties being revamped and being strengthened. And despite the fact that we have some faults here and there, we have some issues here and there, we can't throw away political parties.
No, and I totally, Bernard, and
where we came from.
And Bernard, I agree with you, and I want to say it's just like generalizing and saying UDA, for example, the person who is heading it is a thief. That is the branding. So, and then we are assuming that they are nice and able leaders in UDA who can deliver, and because of that branding, and then we rubbish the old political party and say, oh, these are thieves. So I agree with you, and it goes back to my argument that we should first investigate and look at people individually first before we look at the political party. The political party will get us to parliament. What we do in parliament is what will determine the development of the nation.
Sawa sawa, thank you Bwana Mise, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Huyu anaitwa nani? Samoe Arab Ruto. You don't have to post the same thing. You are spamming the channel and you will cause us problems. And for that note, bye. Collins Weby, namna gani?
Okay, I'm fine, and I'm getting you, Mr. Bernard. I've just joined this forum now. I can see the topic is UDA exposes Ruto badly, crisis and then crisis management, Baba and Western Azimio La Umoja team in Kiminini. That is the topic, right? Okay, so I concur firstly with the first topic that UDA nomination actually exposes Ruto. Why am I saying this? Because Ruto has been selling hustler narrative, and he has been identifying himself with the hustlers. He has been saying that the UDA party that accommodate the views of Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, the humble, the youth, etc. Now, Ruto is contradicting himself, because as you can see now, those who are going to raise their complaint in hustlers, is it hustlers house or hustlers mansionette somewhere there, the UDA headquarters, they are being compelled to pay for MCA, for instance. You know, most of the people who are vying for MCAs come from humble background. Now that I think aliwachochea kwamba this part is for the poor, and now those people are being compelled to pay around 20,000 Kenyan shillings, and for those who are vying for MP, women reps, governor are paying even higher. So my question is, how will these people raise this amount of money without forgetting that these people exhausted their account, hoping that the party, when they will win the ticket, the party will somehow finance them. So this is a totally contradiction to what he has been accommodating, and actually it has exposed him badly. And also I feel that some people lost the election, some people like Sosion and Ketu Wariguru and others. According to my opinion, I think Sosion and Wariguru did not lose this election. I think it was just stage managed, or maybe not stage managed, but it was just a lineup from William Ruto, because Bomet, to be specifically, there were marked ballot papers very early in the morning. I believe that those papers were marked there in Hustler's house, there in Nairobi, in Jubilee headquarters. And Ruto is one of the clever politicians in this country. I think he knew that because Sosiano was nominated by ODM and he has been campaigning against him before he joined UDA. Aliona kwamba huyu mtu akimwelect atakuja baadaye amruke kwa parliament, like the way Kutunyi is doing at the moment. so alianza kumfight. Najua Ruto is someone who hataki kukaa na watu ambao ni independent, nataka kukaa na watu wenye watu control. So mi naona hapo kwamba kulikuwa na issue, akaleta Sigei ambaye Sigei ni lawyer because I can control lawyer Sigei, wakili Sigei, and also apart from that Sigei will also help him. Moving forward on the issue about Baba Western and Azimio La Umoja team in Kiminini, I will not talk about Western Azimio, but I will talk about Kiminini to be specific. Kiminini is in Tranzioa County, and Kiminini, I believe Baba will carry the day in Kiminini sub-county in Tranzioa. But just to be fair, generally in entire Tranzioa County, let me talk about Tranzioa County. I think Tranzioa County, generally in Tranzioa County, Ruto will carry the day in Tranzioa County, and he'll carry out the day with by small percentages, kidogo kushinda Ruto. Because why am I saying this? Tranzioa is a cosmopolitan county, you should not. And the two larger communities that are living there are Luyas and Kalenjins. Luyas are the largest, then followed by Kalenjins. And let us not lie to each other here. Politics is local. Here in Kenya, we vote basing on tribalism. Now, Kalenjins, majority of them, around 90%, Tranzioa not an exception. Kalenjins, Tranzioa not an exception. They will vote for Ruto. And also, okay, although I agree that Luyas are there and the majority of the Luyas will vote for Raila, but also there are some percentages, something like 30% or even 10%, they will vote for Ruto. So that will somehow increase the number of votes for Ruto in Tranzioa. That is my submission. Unless if someone asks a question, I'm ready to answer him or her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Collins. Nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. I would have asked you a question, but not for now. I'll come back to you. Let's get a break first, then we come to wapi MB ameenda wapi. Let's listen out on this video, and then we come back to resume. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Umetuma ule na akaleta huyu akakuletea ripoti. Tunataka kujua umetumwa nini.
Ule amesema ati keyword lizazamzia zikufika inarudiwa. Ni ule. Unaona yule? Na wewe sababu wewe ulikuwa unaniambia. Ni basi tuende basi. Hata sasa inapatikana ngariru ndio tunataka sisi. Mwanzo we are not supposed to be here. Tunastahili kuwa kwa nini? Tupanga business. Tunataka business.
Ati nini?
Tunataka certificate yetu. Keyword. Amezoea kuiba na
amezoea kuibiwa. 2017 aliibiwa hivi. Wamama tumekataa.
Uchaguzi wa UDA uko na shida, na kama hawako tayari watuambie, tunaweza hamia Azimio, sababu tuliamini kwamba UDA mheshimiwa wetu DP akisema kwamba itakuwa na usawa, lakini sioni kama hapa kuna usawa. Kama watasema kwamba hatujashinda na wanalifa hiyo ni uchaguzi wetu, hakuna uchaguzi nyingine itaendelea, maana tumechoka. Tuko nyuma, dada yangu, tuko nyuma wa Kenya.
Ben, you are on mute. Ben, you are on mute.
To Musalia Mudavadi today.
Oh, sorry. Just a moment. Let me get this other video before we proceed.
Kazi ya kujenga taifa sio rahisi vile watu kufikiria. Sio rahisi. Ina mawimbi mingi. And it requires a steady hand. Not a hand that looks at everything from a selfish point of view. Not a hand that rather than seek to resolve problems, you seek to look for somebody to blame. Now, if you're looking for somebody to blame instead of fixing a problem, how can you be a problem solver? You are a problem identifier. Yeah? And this country requires problem solvers. Kwa sababu hakuna siku hakutakuwa shida, kutakuwa shida. Tunaelewana? So you need people who are willing to pull together and solve problems. Solve problems. Because that is the only way a country develops.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's okay, Bwana Collins. I said that I'll ask you a question. The question has been asked here. You say you're talking about Nzoia.
Pardon?
You talked about Nzoia having
Pardon?
Hold on, I mute your mic. I finish the question, you will answer. Somebody's asking, okay, you're talking about Nzoia having the majority as the Luyas and then the Kalenjin. He said, where are you leaving the other tribes? They are the Kikuyus in Nzoia. We have the Kisis in Nzoia. Nzoia is a cosmopolitan wherever county. If you're only focusing on the Kalenjin and the Luyas, are your figures accurate?
Okay, I focus on them because they are the largest community. But that aside, let us base on all communities, even in Kenya. You see, if you have been very keen following the presidential results of Nzoia, to be specifically for 2013 and 2017, Raila has been leading there. But like, for example, in 2013, Raila got around 45. Then Ruto got around, then Uhuru Kenyatta got around 40. Is it 43? 2017, Raila got 50. Uhuru got 48. So the margin imekuwa very small. And by that time, Kalenjins, Kikuyu, okay, let's say the supporters of Uhuru Kenyatta, it was solid. But as per now, and by that side, Raila led because majority of supporters of Ford Kenya, they were supporting Raila. But you see now, Ford Kenya's image change. It has moved to the side of Ruto. Somehow it will increase, although not all supporters of Ruto, not all supporters of Ford Kenya join Ruto. I being one of them, I used to be a strong supporter of Ford Kenya and Moses Wetangula, but I disagreed with him when he opted to support Ruto. But to some extent, it will interfere. And if you keep keen, if you mark this word, although the margin will not be that big, but I assure you, Ruto is going to carry the day in Tranzioa. But for the governor post, I don't see that Azimio will carry the day. The person who will be the governor.
You are contradicting yourself, okay? If the lawyers are the majority, and the lawyers are going to support Raila Odinga, all right? According to you, I'm only using your words, all right? Then you say there is a percentage of Kalenjin in Tranzioa who are going to vote for Ruto. How will Ruto carry the day? Wetangula is going to deliver the vote to Ruto? Is that what you mean?
I say,
yes.
Traditionally, Kalenjins will vote for Ruto. Lawyers have been voting for Raila previously. They wamekuwa wakisupport Raila. But this time round, Wetangula ameenda shift. Meaning, kura ya Luya, some percentage of it, a portion of it, itaenda wapi? Kwa Ruto. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Okay. I get what you're saying, but it's not viable.
Collins, are we?
In my opinion, no problem.
Okay, that is according to your opinion.
Because ODM, I mean, Ford Kenya, there is DAP. Where are you putting DAP?
Why me?
Yes, DAP. Chama Chambolea.
Okay, I think DAP is as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. DAP is going to take the governorship post. Why am I saying this? Because no, I am staying in Tranzioa. Pardon?
DAP is in Azimio, okay?
Yeah.
Is going to take the governorship, according to
you. Yeah.
So where will the majority of the votes go? Is it Azimio or Kenya Kwanza?
Unajua Mr. Bernard, haimaanishi kwamba nikipigia governor wa Azimio ndapigia rais wa Azimio. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo nataka ujue. Ukikuja kwa mfano kama Western, especially for us lawyers, kuna some of us ambao are so independent kwamba hatufuati parties. That's why ukikuja Luyaland, stop laughing, listen, because it's a fact and all people will agree with me. Ukienda Western, unapata kuna some MPs ambao walipita na Jubilee. Lakini in their area, Raila carried the day in terms of president. Like for example, what will affect the governor Tranzioa? It is najua kuna vitu mingi, kuna arithmetic ya, like for example the position of the deputy governor, position of the mambo ya CEC's ministry penye mtu huwa anatoka, so that hiyo ina affect sana. Like for instance, Governor Kayamba last time, Governor Kayamba alikuwa ni governor wa NASA, alikuwa wa Ford Kenya. Cherengani constituency, Governor Kayamba aliwin, lakini kwa upande ya president Uhuru aliwin. So unaona it affects, huwa ina affect hapo pia. Haimaanishi kwamba watu wanapiga suit, especially for us lawyer. We don't have that tradition of voting as a suit.
Okay, let me leave it there, since you are claiming to be more lawyer than us, but from the current news from wherever Tranzioa, Pasay, Tranzioa and Bungoma, DAP has taken over, and DAP taking over means Ford Kenya has very minimal influence.
Lakini kabla hujaendelea kenye naweza kuambia
hapo tafadhali, I'm moving on. So sawa, you're entitled to your opinion, and I'm just informing you that according to the statistics, DAP Kenya is the leading political party in Tranzioa and Bungoma, unless you have different memo that you have gotten from there that tells you that Ford Kenya has resurrected and has taken over from DAP Kenya. But as far as I know, DAP Kenya is not to be underestimated, and with Natembea na Kutembea na Natembea, it's a big issue for Tranzioa and Bungoma as a whole. So let's wait and see. MB? Bwana MB, are you there?
Ben, I think you shut Collins, and Collins has something to say. I think it's fair. It's only fair that you give him a chance to express himself. It's his opinion, and his statistics reads different from you. So he feels like is something that he wants to express himself. So I think it's fair you give him 1 minute or so to express himself.
Bwanamise, I hear you, okay? But we have given Collins to make his submission. He has defended his case. We were asking him a question. It wasn't a fresh submission, okay? And what he's saying is what he has told us. So we must govern the debate to move forward, not to be dark in one hole where we can't come out. Thank you. Bwana MB. MB, you're having problem with your gadget? You unmute and speak. If you keep silent, we'll never know where you are, and your camera is off. What's the problem? Okay. I think Nani has a challenge. James Blue, Karibu. Sorry, before James Blue, Otieno, you had your hand up. What is it?
Thank you, Bernard. I just wanted to remind my brother who has just left, Webby, that
he has not left. He's here.
Yeah. Bwana Webby, the thing that you are not understanding concerning Nzoia. When Atembei.
Okay. Network manenos, James Blue.
Sasa nimerudi na nimepata kama you're still on the same track discussing actually what is appearing on that screen. Hapo awali nilikuwa nimechangia nikasema kweli watu wanaangalia sera na wanaangalia. Should I give a chance to that friend ama niendelee tu? But you naona amerudi.
Yes, kindly. Yeah, my network had a problem.
It's okay,
so when Atembei. Okay, thank you, Bernard. When Atembei resigned from the government, there was something that he observed, and he was on that region. So don't underrate him, because that guy, if you have gone to Tranzioa, he's also the CMP, who is now vying for the governorship. And that's why, to some extent, when they met in a funeral, he's being denied opportunity to address people, and people demands for him. So this politics of this time, rather you can say that maybe the Azimio will not carry the day. So long as the Natembei carry the day, it's because the DAP is in Azimio. With our side, we are looking if this seat goes to Azimio, not this seat goes to EM or Ford Cage or DAP or the other party. We only have two political parties, coalitions, which is Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. So once this thing goes to our brother Natembea, of which you have said the Luhya community within Tranzioa, the population is high compared to Kalenjins. So then you are also coming to say that this thing, it will not go to Azimio. How? And you are also saying, and you have already said the population of Luhya It's more higher than Kalenjin within the Tranzioa. And I also think that Nzoia, there are also other tribes apart from the Luyas and Kalenjins, because it's cosmopolitans. So there are also other tribes that will also be voting for Azimio candidate, not the ODM candidate or the other candidate. Thank you.
So what inaendelea?
Ngoja kwanza James Blue nani need to respond to again. Collins.
Okay,
please.
Ujia amesema kwamba Nandari natembea. I don't know already natembea. Na in fact natembea is a force. And I'm among the people who like natembea. Natembea is a force. Irrespective, hata akienda UDA, aende Jubilee, aende ODM, he still win. And as I said, Tranzioa, just like Nairobi the other day, Raila won in Nairobi, but the governorship post went to Jubilee. Are you getting me? So that is exactly what is happening in Tranzioa. People of Tranzioa, despite their cosmopolitan nature, sometimes they don't consider that kwamba najua Tranzioa is not like some counties in Rift Valley, some other counties in Rift Valley, especially in Kalenjin region, or some counties in Kikuyu land or in Luoland, whereby people vote 6 piece. No, that is not the case in Tranzioa. Tranzioa people vote as an individual. And as I'm telling you now, there are some section of Kalenjin community, especially the Sabao subtribe. Sabao subtribe, they are very much comfortable with Natembea than Chris Wamalwa. And why Natembea will win in Tranzioa City? Because before Natembea progressed to his regional commissioner's post, he was the district commissioner for Tranzioa East, whereby watu Tranzioa tulikuwa naibiwa sana ng'ombe na jamii wa Pokot kutoka West Pokot, na aliplay a very big role kufanya nini, kuzuia cattle wrestlers kuinvade our land. That give him a bonga point even among the Kalenjins community. Unaona, hiyo inampatia bonga point. That's why even some supporters wa UDA kwamba watavotia Ruto president but watavotia Natembea as an individual. Then kwa issue Tranzioa, I accept is a cosmopolitan, but mostly those who determine who become the senator, governor, women rep, mostly are Luyas and Kalenjins. And as I said, although majority of the Luyas will vote for Raila, but there's a certain percentages. Najua hakuna cha kudanganyana hapa. Kama kuna mlu yote hapa atakubali hiyo kwamba kuna a certain percentage of Luyas, around 20 if I'm not wrong, 20, 15, 30 up, they will vote for Ruto. Here I take it to the bank. Hiyo tusidanganyane hapa. And mtu mwenye anapinga hiyo after 3 months mbali tarudi hapa. Some people like Bernard tutakutana nyinyi hapa.
Mimi siendi kokote, nitakuwa hapa. Okay? Kwa hivyo hakuna problem. Nitakuwa nasubiri na hizo results. Kwanza nataka zile tabulated results on how people voted in every sub county in Tranzioa. Then we will either go with you or you will go with us. But DAP Kenya, somebody says here is a breakaway from Fort Kenya. Yes. In my opinion, it's not a breakaway of Fort Kenya. It's taking away of Fort Kenya. What's remaining of Fort Kenya, I can't put a finger on it except the 2 individuals that are still in the party. But the rest of the structure is not there. James Blue, karibu.
Sawa, rafiki yangu huyu Collins Webby is actually trying to bring up actually a point, and we people are not getting it that smart. Huyu jamaa, apart from Tranzioa, let's pick another county like Nakuru. They are like Kinyanjui is azimionated. Yeye yuko na baba hapa kwa hapa. Kihiga is with Deputy President Ruto. Now, in such a county whereby kuna consensus tu inakuanga very automatic, that I'll not want much to talk about communities. Kuna community fulani, most they determine, yani hao sasa ndo wanaamua who the governor becomes. Lakini out of generosity, they also mind the other community, at least the second most majority, wao wanapewa kiti ya deputy governor. So unapata watu wa Kihiga, they are actually voting for this lady as the governor, but at the top you will find them voting Azimio. Just like those who like Kinyanjui wanampenda kama governor, lakini ukipanda pale juu you will at one point wonder the governor is winning, but pale juu wanapigia nani? Ruto. So actually Tranzioa mali mmesema kuna mtu kama Baraza is coming from Bungoma. Yes, Bungoma Baraza is going to win whether in UDA, whether in
Baraza is in
ANC.
Kakamega bwana.
Didimas Baraza is in Kakamega.
Didimas Baraza is from Bungoma.
Okay, no, I was thinking the Baraza that's running for governor.
Order, please. Let's not talk without obtaining permission. We don't want to create noise. There is Didimas Baraza or Kimilili, which is in Bungoma
Yes,
County.
that is Bungoma. Yes, niendelee.
Yes, and is going to win whether we like it or not. Why?
Sijasema whether we like it or not. I am just putting it this way.
No
Akiingia
matter
ANC.
what.
Oh, it's okay. I stand corrected, but I'm saying this. In ANC, it will still clinch that seat. In Fort Kenya, in DAP, as long as it's just a Western affiliated party. Akitoka hata nje kidogo akuje UDA, bado atashinda kwa sababu the track record actually is speaking, and is somebody who can actually stand to defend his position, whether day, night, raining, sunshine. So I want to say this. Baraza ako na watu wake wanamfuata na wanamsikiza vizuri. I want to justify this point of Webi. Watu wa Baraza wanampenda Baraza na bado wanapenda kiongozi ama direction Baraza is taking. That is automatically voting for Ruto. Na tuwezi kataa kabisa the Musalia factor. Ameleta watu wake hata kama si wote wa village wake, kuna Mlamu, kuna mjomba, kuna nani hapo wanamsikiza kama mzee wa boma. They'll still come to Ruto's side. Just like in our area, Kalenjin Nation, we have this Professor Lonyangapuo. Unaona, the Pokot people are assimilated. No matter, like, we actually are brothers. Lakini wanasikiza Raila kuliko nani? Kuliko Ruto. So let us not actually sugarcoat some facts. Wacha tu zikuwe ukweli na zikae hivyo tu vile just the way they are. Going to coast, ukienda pale kwa nani huyu shangazi wa taifa Aisha Jumwa, kuna watu wanapenda baba zaidi, lakini bado watampigia kura kama governor. Lakini ukipata the presidential seat, most people actually in the coastal region are going to vote for Raila Amolo Odinga. Unaangalia. So I want to talk about Tranzioa and leave it for some other people to come in. Tranzioa niliangalia vizuri. Natembea actually is best suited. Is actually on higher ground, on higher shooting ground. He is going to win that seat. Tuseme ukweli. Chris Wamalwa ni mtu, unajua sasa Tranzioa they are facing a lot of challenges and they don't want these soft guys who are just coming to papasa things. Natembea from his point, he is speaking from wacha mwananchi atangulia kwanza, waheshimiwa is actually is going to place everybody in his own position. And tuseme ukweli, we still have got a lot of time, lakini sasa the changes that we've seen ni kama tu zinakuja kuishaisha. Wale wameshindwa kwa nomination, wengine watasema mimi ni independent, lakini because they fear losing wanasema bado nabaki tu kwa baba. Mwingine anasema I'm independent, lakini sasa bado tu nabaki na nani? Na Ruto. So those are the future changes we are going to expect. Lakini the major changes, tuliangalia speaker mwenyewe aliruka akaingia kwa Kenya Kwanza. Tuliangalia Kalonzo after amesign kitu wa kuelewa, amesema tu acha ameza tembe yake polepole. Alikuwa leo huko kwa Masai akiombea Azimio kura. So actually we are still having some time for little changes, lakini kuna factor nataka tutaongelea hapa tu, the DP's position. Hii sasa ndo itatingiza inchi kidogo. Whoever is going to pick the running mate first atakuwa disadvantaged. So I'll ask maybe somebody to clarify if that is going to be the case or not. Whoever is going to pick the running mate and atakuwa disadvantaged. Nataka tutaangalia hapo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James Blue. Probably, but I don't want to weigh on that first. I don't want to be the first one to weigh on that. But it is not every DP that is being picked on that can determine the direction of the vote. It depends where you will pick the DP from and whether he has the capacity to tilt the vote. In some cases, there are some places you pick the DP and the factors remain the same. So the people to make that decision may be under pressure, but some are more under pressure than others. I will not mention anyone. MB, you had a chance.
Sorry, I had a glitch in the system. I was using my cell phone, and for whatever reason, it wasn't working. I'm following the Kenyan politics from overseas. Actually, I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm neither Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, kind of in the middle. Just looking at it from the topic, the DP banked in the mountain. He put all his eggs in one basket. To him, if he loses the mountain, there is no route for him. There is no way that he can be able to make to presidency. He has to consolidate the mountain, and not just consolidate it, but just have it come out big. And based on the turnout, that it's a downward trajectory for the DP. He has to go back to the board and work a way of getting these people rejuvenated and having them kumiramira again. Because by what we saw within the last 2-3 days, that did not happen. He needs to get at least 100% turnout and at least 90% or 80% vote for him to clinch the presidency. That is as far as the UDA the mountain exposing the deputy president. Coming from Tranzioa is I was born and raised in Kitale. Anybody here is from Kitale and you know Jamanur family, that's me. It's a cosmopolitan, as Collins had put it. It's always been cosmopolitan. Now, as much as we want to downgrade DAPK, I really think DAPK took a huge portion out of the life of Ford Kenya. Ford Kenya was already on its deathbed. The only person that was speaking and running around for Ford Kenya was Moses Wetangula, Eseli Simiu, and the rest. Now, it's just a house remaining with one person. Remember, what's his name that's running for governor right now? Chris Wamalwa. He was an independent candidate in 2013. He just barely joined Ford Kenya. So I don't think he's putting any meat on the bone for them. Now, as far as the voting bloc, remember there's a portion of the Kikuyus, and again, I don't want to go tribal here. There's a portion of Kikuyus that will go with the deputy president. There's a portion of them that will go with Raila. Now, the voting bloc for Raila, the Luyas that have been voting for Raila, I don't think they voted for Raila, especially in Tranzioa. Now, in Bungoma County, it could be different. In Tranzioa, they didn't vote for Raila based on, Wetangula joining Raila. I think that voting bloc will still remain intact. Now, we have the Kalenjin bloc of the Pokots coming in and joining Raila in the Azimio bloc. So that adds his number there. Now, we have the Kisis. When we had Jubilee, the Kisi vote was also divided. Right now, I'll say they're still coming back on the Raila basket. So in Tranzioa County, if DP Ruto is going to win in Tranzioa County, that will really surprise me. I still think that based on my own statistic and me talking to people, I still think Raila is leading and Raila is the man to beat. Now, I'm not saying that Ruto will not beat him. This is politics. Now, one thing that we have to keep in mind, if we go based on the 2017 elections, most of the people that won, and even the presidential elections, were vifaranga of computers. So I think Raila's vote is still intact, and with him getting part of what was initially Jubilee, might push him across the line. Now, again, as I said, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, MB. That is, I think, clear enough. Mise, what are you saying? Bwana Mise, you had your hand up.
Sorry, I think I forgot, but I just wanted to, what I think MB and James Blue and Collins are all agreeing, and myself, is that one thing in leadership and in politics, whether you are hated by the majority, you always have people who adore you, who admire you in either way, the way you speak, the way you do things, the way you relate with people, and so on. So basically, I think the argument here, or what I get that is consistent, is that no matter what, whether it's Raila who is going to carry the day, Azimio is going to carry the day, still Ruto will have his own. Whether it's UDA that is going to carry the day, Azimio will have their own. I think that's what is consistent that I hear from the other people. And now that Bwana Bernard, if you allow me, since I have the mic, there's a clip that you played before, and I'm sure you wanted us to give an input in relation to what is going on in Tranzioa and the region. So, in the first clip, you played a clip where someone is marshaled by the public, and one thing I wanted to say is that violence is not the only way that you can be heard or the citizens can be heard. It is during this electioneering period, we need to avoid that. We have built our country has grown and has come from far, and whatever that we have put in place, we need to safeguard them and use diplomacy in arguing out. Kenya has what is called legal activism or judicial activism, where we have the court system that listens to us. If one is not satisfied with what happened and has substantial or overwhelming evidence, they can use the court system. And the other thing, the president was misleading us. The president said that we shouldn't be problem identifiers, we should be problem solvers. I think the problem is the president was misleading. His statement was misleading because even in policy making, the first stage before even a bill is passed is problem identifying. You identify the problem, you allocate the budget, and then you go the rest of the 5 stages of making that problem or going to the legislation period. And the other thing I wanted to make sure is that, we have to blame people for us to move forward. That's why you rightfully argued from the beginning of this debate that the role of the parties is to point out where the government is not performing, especially the opposition. So if the president wants us to keep quiet and not to blame those who are not working or those who have erred, then I think that is misleading. And the other thing is the way we should do it.
Hold on. You are giving a lot of sweeping statements. If I heard the president very well, he never said that problem identifying is a problem. He said
we shouldn't
identify a problem to look for somebody to blame for it. Okay? You are not providing leadership. Leadership is taking responsibility. So after you identify a problem, then you blame Uhuru Kenyatta, you blame the handshake, you blame this. The reason why the cost of living is high is because of the handshake. The handshake brought this and brought that. How are you solving the problem? You are aggravating the problem, and for what purpose? For selfish gain. That is what the president was against. We need leadership that are ready to bite the bullet by providing solutions to the current problems, not identify the problem, then blame somebody to cause wherever chaos in the country, or get somebody to hate another. That's not the way to go. So unless my understanding is wanting.
Yeah, so I think that's a very selective way of saying that of the president, and that's why I'm saying it's misleading. The president has the mandate. If the president is directing this message to his deputy, he must understand what is mandate as per the constitution. The deputy president doesn't have the powers that the president has. And so if the deputy president realizes that he is in the government and he doesn't have under
what are you talking about? The deputy president doesn't have which powers?
If you look at Article 147, Article 135 of the Constitution, if you start from Article 134 up to 147, it gives a clear explanation of what is the role of the president and the role of the deputy president. So if in the absence of the president, then the deputy president has the power to act. But in the presence of the president, the deputy president doesn't have that mandate. So what I'm saying is that it is if I'm in the government and I realize that the president is not dispensing his obligations as he's supposed to be, am I going to keep quiet because I'm in that government and not point out the mistake?
Now, Mise, I think you are the one misleading the public. Okay, the president was addressing matters leadership, and leadership is at all levels. It's not at the deputy president. But in my opinion, being a leader is mainly solving problems, not aggravating issues for your own selfish gain. For example, there is no reason why the deputy president should be castigating the government on this other side and claiming success of the government on this other side, except for political gain. And that sells him as a bad leader for the country. That's what the president is talking about. If you are in leadership position, you should tell us this is the problem and we are solving it this way or that way. The other time, he had a press conference to tell us on how the cartels have taken over the petrol and the energy and all that. Then the following day, he chairs the IBEC committee where distribution of resources are done. I mean, what kind of government is that? Of all things I should wish for, I can never wish anybody to have a deputy president like the one Uhuru Kenyatta has. No level, whether it's cattle deep rearing or pig rearing, nobody should have a deputy president who wants to run down the same government he's claiming to belong to.
So allow me to make my submission, and I allow other people. It's my opinion, and it's my way.
It wasn't your turn to make submission. One, okay? It wasn't your turn to make submission. You are responding to something.
Okay.
There are people who have not said anything.
Absolutely, but I asked for your permission that since I had a mic and you allowed me to, right?
Getting mic and fairness don't go together. I mean, we have to be fair. Somebody has been on the queue all along.
Okay, but can I make a request, Bernard? Can I make a request? Can I make a request?
I don't want to send you to quarantine.
No problem. But can I make a request?
Please, if you're not listening to me, then we will not work.
No, I understand. I'm just asking you as the moderator.
On will come back to you. Thank you.
Okay, I understand that. As the moderator, is it okay that you don't take position? Because what I'm thinking from what I see is like you already have a position.
Please, let's do this. It's not having a position. My position here is to guide the conversation. But my main position is to make sure that whatever that is shared here is credible, is reliable, not use this to sell propaganda or dig in on an information that is going to help the shaping of the opinion of the country in the right direction. So as much as we have the liberty to say anything and everything we think on this platform, we have also the responsibility to see to it that those who consume the information on this platform are consuming right information, which is accurately defended. So when you say the president is misleading, okay, you need to substantiate it, not to look for an excuse to help your ideology, which deliberately it is not exactly what the president says or what the president meant. Now that I will not enhance that as much as it may not be fair on your end.
No, it's okay. So I'll wait during my time, and maybe I'll make that comment.
You will get time to make your submission, your second submission, because you made the first submission. Let those who have not yet made their submission do their first submission first. This show runs for approximately 8 hours, so it is only fair that we let people make their contribution, then we'll get another chance. You add on. So you share your 2 points, you take some break, another person comes in and shares. That is how the program goes. Mr. Wangira, you can come in.
Okay, hello, how are you, Bernard?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How is everybody?
They look great.
Okay, let me just make my submission. On the issue of the nominations exposing Ruto badly, I want to look at it from another dimension. There is this issue of voter apathy, and there's also the other issue of the silent voter. If you look at the people who turned out to vote during the nomination, especially in Mount Kenya region, the percentage was somewhere between 4 and 5% of the total registered voters in the Mount Kenya region. And that one was so low compared to even the nominations that took place in 2017. And this should be really sending a very bad signal to William Samoei Ruto, especially as we move towards the 9th of August 2022. And the reason why I'm saying that it's sending a very bad signal to him, because we have been seeing William Ruto attracting very huge crowds during his rallies in central Kenya. So I wonder, certainly, where did people disappear to during the nomination? And if he has been enjoying that very, very big crowds whenever he has been visiting central Kenya, something is really not adding up. And the reason why I'm saying that something is not adding up is because of this percentage of between 4 and 5% of the people who turned out in Mount Kenya to vote during the nomination. And it's telling us one thing. It's telling us two things: that either there is serious voter apathy in Mount Kenya, one, or two, there are silent voters in Mount Kenya who did not believe in UDA, and they decided to stay at home, and they're only waiting for the date of 9th of August to come out and cast their vote for Raila Amolo Odinga. So looking at that signal, that signal is not a very good signal for William Samoei Ruto, because I was just looking at statistics. In 2017, the turnout in Mount Kenya was at around 86%, and out of the 86% of the people who turned out to vote, almost 99% of them voted for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And now, if the turnout is what we are now seeing at between 4 to 5%, then that's a very bad signal for him, because it's indicating that he is losing this election come the 9th of August this year. Then there's also another issue that has come up, the issue of the way the nominations themselves were managed. You see, if you look at the way the nominations were managed, then you see that aspect aspect of what we call organized confusion. You know, in organized confusion, you create a situation where things look so confused, but to serve a particular advantage. And I tend to think that that's what could have happened in some parts during this particular nomination last Thursday. Oh, because look at the way guys are crying. The other time, uh, I was telling when I was here 2 days ago, that I think it was Tuesday and Wednesday. I remember saying here jokingly that watu watalilia kwa choo. You know, it's so funny that a political party like UDA that purports to have 5 million registered members in its register could now decide could now decide to allow any other Dick, Tom, and Harry who is not in their members' register to vote during their nomination. You know, that tells you that something is seriously amiss. And you know, when I say that every Dick, Tom, and Harry, personally, I witnessed people who are members of ODM in the place where I live going to vote. You know, they were paid to go to vote for a particular person within the UDA, and because the only thing that you needed you needed to enable you vote on that particular day was that you were a registered voter in that particular polling station and you had your ID. You see, so that one opened gate flood for any other person who wanted to take part in this particular nomination for one reason or the other. So these nominations could not be giving the true picture of what is the reflection within the UDA. And again, the other reason why I'm saying that it's confused, it's organized confusion, or organized confusion. William Ruto perhaps was determined to lock some particular people out of UDA. Look at the lady like Kate Waruguru, the way she has been crying. You know, this could just have been just have been an engineered thing to ensure that she's locked out. Look at people like Wakina Isaac Mwaura. Look at people like Wakina Sosion. Look at that lady called Joyce Coril in Bomet. In fact, look at a person like Caleb Kositany. In fact, it took a serious fight for Mandago to come out as the winner, in washing issue. And here now is the catch. You know, I'm just finalizing in less than 1 minute, Bernard. Here is the catch now. There's something in Jubilee called the Dispute Resolution Committee that purports not to be under control of anybody or any organ of the UDA party. You know, if you look at this particular committee, for you to be allowed to appear before it, you know, they are demanding between 20,000 to up to 500,000 shillings. You know, imagine you have been running up and down trying to get a ticket on UDA. You have missed to get that ticket. You have spent a lot of money, and now there is a dispute here, and you are being told to raise between 20,000 for MCA and up to 500,000 shillings for, I think, governors. Where will you get such a huge amount of money on short notice? That just tells you that this is a mechanism to ensure that you are locked out of this particular nomination, given that the Political Parties Act says that you must exhaust internal mechanisms, perhaps before you can move to the courts for any arbitration. So me, I see a tendency here to ensure that guys were rigged, and after they were rigged, they were totally locked out of the UDA ticket through what they call the Dispute Resolution Committee that has come up with very huge fees that you must pay for your dispute to be heard. Bernard, I think let me just leave it at that, then I'll allow somebody else to come in unless somebody has a question for me.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wangira. Bwana MB, you had a question?
No, I didn't have any question for Rangira. I just had a comment for Mise when he mentioned something about the president and the deputy president. I believe the functions of the deputy president involves him sitting in the cabinet. So if he had anything that he think could improve the lives of the Kenyans, then he should raise it in a cabinet sitting, instead of coming out and saying it in a public baraza where nothing will take out from there. I mean, it's you gaining a political mileage and people are still in the same situation. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Please, Bwana Kennedy, I keep muting your mic. You unmute. You only unmute your mic when it's your turn to speak. You don't keep your mic on because it provides a feedback that creates noise. So everybody's mic remains mute until it's your turn to speak is when you unmute. Don't keep your mic on because it interferes with the broadcast. Thank you. All right. Now, I think we can go back to Mise. You make your submission as we move forward.
Thank you. I think if I just want to make sure that Bwana Bernard, you understand that I don't support neither Azimio or UDA. I'm a very neutral person here. And I have to say, if there is any other deputy president who has been abused, is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. I want to say that what my friend here from Dallas has said, it is true that you can be sitting in these meetings and you're not heard and nothing is done. And the only, according to the Constitution, the powers is vested in the people, and the people are the ones who make the decision, and you always have to go back to them. We also want to make sure that we understand it's an electioneering period. Everyone, politicians are, it's for, it's individual. Politics is about interest, and if that is the way they can score, a point to gain favor in the public, absolutely, there is no way we can castigate that. The deputy president, the president.
But I don't even believe that you don't belong to any of the.
No, I don't, and I want to make that
already. Nzoia, you are digging in for one person. And that's the reason why I'm laughing when you say that is because I've heard that statement so many times on this platform until it has become like a broken record. Okay, no, you cannot be saying somebody is being mistreated on this other end, and you encourage him to break the law, and then on the other hand you're defending him for going against the same constitution. If you are in an office and that office is not giving you leeway to do what you're required to do, the natural laws of life requires you to resign. I think so as long as the deputy president is in office, if he refuses to turn up for the cabinet, he is a ghost worker. He's getting paid a salary, therefore doing nothing. And that's what needs to anger every Kenyan. So any Kenyan of sane mind who supports a ghost worker for earning free salary for 4 years, and you want to add him another 5 years as president, then insanity has taken over. That's all I can say.
I think, Ben, you have a tendency of cutting me before I make. I'm just making an argument.
Because of your points,
I'm
you
making
are
an
saying
argument.
you are justifying what is wrong. When you
I'm just-
justify what is wrong, I will cut you. That is my job.
I'm just making an argument, and then I will make a conclusion. So
No,
my way of presentation might not be
your
the way you
argument
want.
is not based on what is right. I will cut you because my job here
That's
is
why
to
it's
see whether
that's
what
why
you
it's
are
a
sharing
debate.
can be defended in any court of law, in any court of justice. But
No,
if
I
what you're
agree.
sharing is propaganda, like you are reading a statement umeandikiwa utusome,
No.
it doesn't work that way.
Listen,
So kama unataka kusema ukweli
Ben,
sema.
I'm not reading
Vile
a
ulivyo.
statement.
Sawa sawa.
I'm not reading a statement. All I'm trying to say is we are all independent contributors here. The way I present my argument could not be the same way Mr. MB presents his argument. So if you only would step a little bit back and give me time to express myself, you will get to know what my conclusion is. So I'm only making an argument, and I've put a disclaimer. At my conclusion, you will know whether I support UDA or not. I'm just making, maybe I started by talking about the deputy president, but primarily what I wanted to say, if we move away from individuals, I wanted to say, I was gonna say is failures as well as the deputy president. I just started from where we are selectively applying. For example, I've had very many people here saying that UDA was exposed so badly, and I've been at the ballot box. In 2017, I was at the ballot box. So I have the experience of the ballot box. So I know what nominations are. I've experienced one-on-one. So, and if you talk about organization, there is a lot. If one thing I realize, and I'm trying to toe that line, not to speak anything that is against Ben. You are an Azimio person, and so anybody who says something that is going against or working against Azimio, you are quick to defend. So Ben, in 2017, if you were talking about nomination, go to Orange House if you want to know. And that's one thing I was trying to avoid. There is lack of transparency, accountability, organization in Orange House. You know, when you get to the gate of Orange House, you know, when you get there, the atmosphere is very scary. But I don't want to go there. What my argument is, the deputy president has erred, has failed. He should have left. That's what I was going to come as a conclusion. But on the other hand, when you are the president, when you are the deputy president, and you are ignored, it's like in your own house. You are the husband, and your wife, or you are the wife, and your husband keeps ignoring you for some reasons. You will have a reaction, you know, because also you understanding that your husband has a certain period that will expire, and you will have the opportunity to be the next or to vie for the next position. You start making that pathway. Now, in terms of nomination, UDA is a pretty new party. This is their second or nomination that I think, not second, but a second phase of carrying out elections apart from the by-elections. They are in the process of learning, the primary process of learning on how to conduct the elections. ODM and Azimio parties, affiliated parties, they have been there forever. They have experience. So they might do better in laying the pathway for nominations and elections and credible elections, as opposed to the new party. That's so my conclusion in terms of Tranzioa, and in relation to Natembeya has a way of connecting with people. He has this charisma of connecting with the people, and whichever party that he goes with in, it will always carry the day. I like the guy personally, even if Natembeya was a presidential candidate today, I would gladly vote for him. Now, coming to Baba and the Azimio factor, no one can underrate Baba the Fifth because he's been there. He's voted more in terms of democracy to the and liberation to our country, and he has that history compared to William Ruto. But at the same time, you cannot underestimate Ruto, because Ruto is a shrewd politician. He has learned from Moi. He has worked with Baba. He has worked with Uhuru. So he has this experience and combination, and he has seen in both governments, and both whether in opposition and in the actual government, he has seen how things are done. So he's not just like any other candidate that you can underestimate when it comes to this election. So that is my my fifth sense. And also, if you look at the Jubilee, during the Jubilee time, Bernard, Sonko confessed that they went to Kibera and other ODM strongholds, and they burnt vehicles there. When they burnt vehicles there, so that the ODM would be viewed as a violent political party, or violent people. But in actual sense, it wasn't the ODM members, it was the people from the Jubilee, because they wanted to make a point. The Jubilee was led by the president. As the president taken responsibility, it was the political party leader. So as the president taken that responsibility, and also resigned because he misled the people that he's leading.
Thank you, Bwanamise. I don't know which I want to give you, but I will just let that go.
You can express yourself.
Let Wangira and David ask you questions, because Wangira, go ahead.
Mise, you have come here and you are purported, you are purported to claim that you are neither Azimio nor Kenya Kwanza. Then you have claimed that Deputy President William Ruto has been the most abused. I don't know what you mean by has been the most abused. Then I've wondered, if you purport that William Ruto has been the most abused, then where does this leave former President Moi when he was the Vice President of the Republic of Kenya? Then where does it leave Mwai Kibaki when he was Vice President? Where does it leave George Saitoti when he was Vice President? Where does it leave Joseph Karanja when he was Vice President? And again, when I go to the Constitution and I look at Article 147, Sub-Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution 2010, it's very clear that the Deputy President shall be the principal assistant of the President and shall deputize for the President in the execution of the President's functions. Then Article 2 says that the Deputy President shall perform the functions conferred by this Constitution and any other functions of the President as the President may assign. So, looking at Deputy President William Samoei Ruto, in reference to Article 147 of the Kenyan Constitution, one thing that I ask myself as a citizen of this country, who is empowered under Article 3 of the Constitution of Kenya, and I can still read for you what Article 3 of the Constitution of Kenya says.
Make your question brief, please. Don't quote the whole Constitution.
No, I'm helping. Okay, Article 3 of the Kenyan Constitution says that I, as a citizen of this country, has the right to defend this Constitution. And by I defending this Constitution and looking at Article 147, and I've read to you what Article 147, especially sub Article 1 and 2 reads. Tell me, do you want to tell me that Deputy President William Samoei Ruto has lived within the dictates of the Kenyan 2010 Constitution, Mr. Mise?
Thank you for actually referencing. When I made my argument, I based my argument on that article, and especially in sub-article 3 of that article 147. So you have rightfully said that the deputy president shall be the principal assistant. When I look currently and from the previous years, the principal assistant of the president is Fred Matiang'i. So, and when you look at when the deputy was stripped his powers as enshrined in the Constitution, and this was given to a proxy assistant, then obviously there's a reaction. So that is the way I see it. If you look at the deputy president in the first term, when the president left the country, the deputy president was in charge. In the second term, the interior or the security cabinet minister was in charge of the country. So if it were you, Mr. Wangira, you are charged and actually going back to what you at the preamble of your statement, you say that other former deputy president or vice presidents were abused. These presidents were not under constitution. They didn't have the privileges and powers as envisioned in Constitution 2010. So the person who enjoys these privileges is the deputy president after Constitution 2010. So he has the right constitutionally.
Bwana Mise, deputy president doesn't enjoy what the
Bernard,
Constitution provides. He abuses the privilege that the
Bernard.
Constitution gives him. Ngoja Jared,
Yes.
ngoja kwanza. Wacha David aulize swali.
I'm not finished with this gentleman.
Ngoja Jared, subiri. Thank you. David?
I'm not finished with this gentleman. I'm not finished with him.
Wangira,
Bernard.
ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Mkianza kwenda hivi, tutafunga station mapema. Najua leo ni Sunday. Yeah, David, please come in quickly.
Okay, how are you, Bernard?
I'm well.
Oh, thank you very much. I just have some disagreement with what Mise is saying, and you know me, my submission is never. I never like to cloud my submission with so many words without facts. So first of all, I just want to say that Mr. Mise, you get it all wrong, because it is not that we are so much focused on UDA nominations simply because we are so sycophantic on Azimio. We are concentrating on their nominations because of the hype they gave it before they started it. And we told them that, man, please just chill. You don't know this thing. So when they have messed up, what is wrong if we discuss it? What is wrong? So, and again, what you are saying about the deputy president being the most abused deputy president, you are not being truthful on that, because we can say that Uhuru also is the most abused president, because Uhuru is the president who has ruled under the new constitution, and the new constitution had a lot of things that he had to do. And you know, Uhuru came to power when he was inexperienced, so he had to pull up his socks so much. Again, if you say that, what if we say that Raila Odinga is the most abused politician? You know all that Raila has gone through. So please just be accurate in your submission. And when you say that you are neutral, we already know where you are leaning towards, because we know how the people who come here by that kind of narrative, we know where they always end by the end of the debate. So we have already judged you, and we know your lineage. So thank you very much.
So can I respond to what David is saying?
Order. Bwana Mise, mute your mic. I'll give you a chance to respond. Ngoja Wangira, Jared, and then Alex. Quickly.
Mr. Mise, I've just quoted for you the Kenyan Constitution, Article 147, sub Article 1 and 2, on the functions of the deputy president. If you purport on this platform that Matiang'i has taken over the responsibilities of Deputy President William Samoei Ruto. Which are these responsibilities of William Samoei Ruto that Matiang'i has taken over? Just tell us the responsibilities you purport that used to belong to William Samoei Ruto and that now Matiang'i has taken up.
Okay, Jared.
All right. Me, I'm not just asking a question. I just wanted to put something right with Mr. On on his claim that I wanted to throw him to the attention that we only know of the Constitution. One of the functions of the Deputy President, as per the Constitution, is to chair the IPEC. That is what is stated. Other than that, the rest of the things is as per assigned by the president. We cannot compare 2013 and 2017. 2013, it was a coalition government, ULP and TNA. So whatever they had agreed how they're going to run the government, we are not privy to that. But in 2017, it was purely a party with the structures. Now, I am asking you, if you claim that Matiang'i has been given responsibilities of the deputy president, probably you are not aware that as late of even 1 week ago, I believe, the deputy president, as a deputy president, was chairing the IPEC. In fact, one of the most important is the one who negotiates how much goes to the county governments, which he could have done that better, giving more money to the after that. But that one we can talk later. So if he was, I've never had that responsibility that Matiang'i has ever chaired that which is in the constitution. So unless you are not aware, I'm putting you aware that as per the constitution, the deputy president is the chair of the IPEC. The rest is as per the president. If the president didn't have, remember that the president has other cabinet ministers. If he has never given him work, maybe he was busy tangatangling, so he could not be able to do other work. But constitutionally, he has even done that as of last week or so. So it's not true when you are saying that he has not been given any work to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Alex, quickly, please.
Jared, thank you very much to have helped this young man to have answered some of the questions I was going to ask him. Given the fact that he has bragged here that he's been in the ballot box, I've wondered what he's talking about. Anybody who's been in the ballot box is prepared to go to parliament and is privy to some of the few things that happened there. So if Jared had not helped you, my question was very simple. Which are these duties that were taken from him? But Jared has really helped you because no duty has been taken. He still chairs the IBEC, and you are very lucky because I know you could not have answered that question. There is no duty that was taken from him. Everything constitutionally that he's supposed to do, he has been given. But he is a ghost worker. He's only doing other things that he's not told to do. So the others are delegated by the president. Okay? So he sits there by virtue that the president has given him the privilege. So the privilege the president gave him in the first term are not constitutional.
So can I respond?
In a minute or so.
Yeah. So first of all, Alex, you are misguided when you I did not brag. It's a fact that I was in the ballot box. That's not bragging. I was stating a fact. Number two, you are also wrong that the deputy president is a privilege. It's not a privilege.
Please help us understand. You are
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm saying.
You are in the ballot box.
So you have alluded that the deputy president is a privilege. It's not a privilege. It's a right, and it is under Article 147, as Mr. Wangira has rightfully stated. And Mr. Wangira, you stated under Article 147 sabbatical 1 and 2, you said what are the functions of the deputy president, and if you read the end of article sabbatical 2, it says that and other functions of the president, other functions of the president as the president may assign. So Jared and Alex.
So that is where you are saying that
I'm almost finishing, and then I give you your time. So
you can.
I want you to clarify that because you are running away from you.
I'm not running.
You cannot read. You cannot quote the Constitution in isolation. You can.
Please, you guys, if you don't behave, tutakuwa ngori. Okay? Staki tutengeneza hapa kelele.
Great, thank you.
So, Bernard, as it deems, as the president may assign.
Exactly. Now,
as the president may assign. What does that mean in English?
It means if the president doesn't assign you those functions, you have no obligation to perform.
And you don't have a right to ask for those assignments from the president.
You can ask, but this is a constitutional crisis.
I'm asking you a question. If the president is the one to see what to give to you, okay, do you have a right to come and demand, give me something?
You can ask, but it's at the discretion of the president. That's what the Constitution says.
Answering my question, do you have a right to come and demand to be given?
Oh, absolutely.
How?
You can ask, but again, it's at the discretion.
I am asking you come to demand. You don't jump over words.
I'm not sure what.
Do you have a right to come and demand that I should give you assignment?
You don't have a right. It's a constitution.
And that's why Alex is telling you that was a privilege. The president privilege.
No. Oh, I see your argument.
You to go and do this. Go and represent him kwa Mama Mboga. Go and represent him kwa Will Baron and Boda Boda. And then you thought it is your right.
No.
It wasn't your right. It was as the president saw it right to give to you, and he can withdraw and give to another person. How does that become a big deal?
Then you are assuming as sabbatical 1 what as sabbatical 1 is saying. You are reading in isolation of that.
What does sabbatical 1 say?
Sabbatical 1 says that the deputy shall be the principal assistant of the president and shall deputize for the president in the execution of the president's function. And if you read sabbatical 3, it says that subject to Article 134, when the president is absent or is temporarily incapacitated, and during any other period of the president decides, the deputy president shall act as the president. The deputy president shall not hold other state or public office. So it means that if in the absence of the president, if the president dies, for example, God forbid that, the deputy president steps in. So how can you then bring someone who is not constitutionally elected in that capacity, isolate the person who is there, elected in that capacity, and assign them duties?
We are giving you too much time, and you are misusing the time we are giving you. Okay, when was the deputy president elected?
He was elected together with the president.
I'm asking you, when was he elected?
In 2013 and 2017.
Elected by who?
By the people. When you elect the president, according to the the Constitution, you elect them together with the deputy president.
Okay. So when was this ballot carried out?
When you vote the president, you vote together as one.
The person who ran for president was Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta decided to choose his friend, William Ruto, to be his running mate.
I think you're making this about William Ruto. My argument
what
here.
I'm telling you, the deputy president
Bernard
is an accompaniment.
Bernard,
you know,
Bernard.
Misa is running. You know, the Sabati Misa is running away from.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Bernard, a second, please. A second, please, Bernard. Please.
But we have been
Please, Bernard, a second. A second, please, Bernard.
Order, please.
Yes, a second. A second, please, Bernard.
Okay, take the second. Take the second. Alex will take another second.
Because I can help my friend. Okay, I want to ask him, and forgive me if you don't have a car. Maybe you might have an idea about the car. What is the purpose of a spare tire? Would you need a spare tire if your tires are working? A deputy president is a spare, which is needed when there is the normal is not there, when the president cannot function some duties. So it is not you can stay forever with a spare tire and you don't have a need for it. Please, can you understand that? It's as simple as that.
That's a wrong analogy, Bwana Jared.
No, that's how it is.
Thank you.
As simple.
Jared, you made your point. Thank you very much. Alex?
All I can say, we are giving this guy too much attention. We have seen them come here, do the same, they leave here, and they all coerce our debate into something else. We had something to discuss. He is trying to devolve us into English that we don't understand. If his understanding is not that, then let us leave that subject, because I think he's trying to coerce us into a debate that we should not get ourselves into, because whatever he's saying is not right even in definition. Let us not give him that due time, honestly.
Thank you, Alex. I was feeling the same, and I think we want to leave it there. Wangira? You are mute, Bwana Wangira, unmute, and you have half a minute.
Just before we leave it at there, I just want to inform my brother, me, say that, you know, the deputy president is not necessarily elected together with the president. The president nominates his running mate. The deputy president is a nominated person to run on the same ticket with the president. So the key person in that election is the president, not the deputy president, because the deputy president is a nominee on that ticket of the president.
Thank you. Olo?
I just want to tell him, I just want to support what Alex has said, that leadership is a privilege, because when you have been given leadership, it comes with so much, a lot that other people, other ordinary people don't have. So how can you say that leadership is not a privilege? Let's take for example, when Moses Kuria was sick in Dubai, how many ordinary people can afford such a treatment in such a hospital for such a long time? So it is wrong, and I wonder which kind of person you are who claims that he was in the ballot, but it seems you don't know the reason why you are in the ballot, because you don't know what servanthood is. And again, I want to tell you that Uhuru Kenyatta has never said that he changed William Ruto's duties and gave them to Matiang'i. That is just something that you always use for argument's sake. You see? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Manolo. I think we have spent a lot of time on that. I wanted to rest there. Please, let's make progress.
Bernard, before I think if you allow me, Bernard, 1 minute. I think first of all, Jared and Alex jumped in probably because when I mentioned Matiang'i. But what I want to say, I think David, your argument that leadership is a privilege is right, but when you also have to know, when you are getting into position of power, you do have a right constitutionally. So it's a right to be elected. If you want to seek position of leadership, is a right, it's not a privilege. So once the people have that ability to give you or not to give you, but for you to want to lead is a right, it's not a privilege. That's the definition there that I wanted to say. And let me say, honestly, I don't support William Ruto, honestly. But what I just wanted to encourage all of us, and I like the reaction, I like the way you are saying, is William Ruto wrong? Yes, in very many ways. Was the ODM, was the nomination, was it done right? Was there a fairness? No, in very many fronts, it was wrong. So for me, what I wanted to emphasize is that let us not focus on political parties. And from the time I began to say that let us not focus on political parties. Let us focus on individuals, just like you're focusing on William Ruto.
Okay, thank you, Mr. I think we already prosecuted that. Let it rest there. Thank you very much. I told you that our democracy requires political parties. Focusing on political parties is important for us to enhance our politics. We can't ignore political parties and turn them into individuals, because individuals will come and go, but institutions will remain. The posterity of this country requires strong political parties. That one, I wouldn't give it to you no matter what. Let's make progress, please. And let's please help the debate by ensuring that we are dealing with matters that are interest. We're talking about deputy president being exposed by the nominations, not necessarily on the chaos and the flaws. He claimed he's the kingpin of the mountain. Okay, the turnout in Rift Valley and the turnout in the mountain, it is incomparable. That means he's exposed on this side where he has been claiming he has enormous support. People are not interested in his party. They did not turn out to vote for their nominees. Okay, if where in Rift Valley somebody wins with 47,000, okay, this other side is less than 10,000. That is what we are talking about. Isn't the deputy president exposed in what he has been claiming? So let's not narrow in and go into who threw the tables, who threw away the ballot papers. All those things happening with the nomination. But on his own word and on his own claim and the 4 years of campaign, he has declared himself the kingpin of where? The mountain. Is the mountain still with him with this voter apathy that is demonstrated in the nominations? Thank you. Kennedy, please come in.
Thank you, Bernard, for giving me a chance to actually contribute. I think after this nomination, the deputy president is a sad man. He's a very sad man, according to me. Because without Mount Kenya, this election is over. He can't win anything. For him to win this election, he need a turnout of around 80% in Mount Kenya. And you need to sweep like all the seats to actually make an impact in the National Assembly and in the Senate. When you look at this, what happened in the nomination critically, one thing that I've realized is that despite the low turnout that happened, those people who have been criticizing the president were kicked out. When you look at what happened in Laikipia, when you look at what happened in Naivasha, when you look at what happened in with the Mwaura. So this tells you that even those people who are given direct nomination by the deputy president, that day is coming on 9th August. The people like Gachagua and the rest, just that they'll be kicked out. So this tells us one thing that is very, very important. The president still remains the king in Mount Kenya. And UDA getting even 30% of all the seats, or let's say 40% of all the seats in Mount Kenya, will be like a marriage. It won't happen. Because I assume that those people who didn't come out to vote are actually, some of them were busy, they didn't have a chance to come, or they were not paid, as normally happens, or maybe they're Jubilee supporters. So to me, this election, as this nomination actually taken the UDA bandwagon to the drawing board, they have to think critically. Is this whole campaign paying off? According to me, it doesn't pay off at all. It doesn't pay off at all. That's why when you look at what's happening now, the nomination has actually exposed him very badly. And to me, because there is chances of winning this election if he doesn't change his team and all his thing and everything drastically, is very, very minimal. According to me, it's very, very minimal, Bernard. Actually, anybody who has a question can ask. I'll answer. I'll gladly answer.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Kennedy. If there's no matter arising from there, let's listen from tired. Is it tired what? Tyrants.
Yeah.
Yes.
Allow me to. I've listened to the conversation about the nominations. They were shambolic. Yeah? Ruto has failed at some point. He has failed, but considering the turnout in Central, people do not take nomination seriously. As much as they want, now they are confused because they need to choose between Jubilee. They have a lot of parties and they are confused. As for Ruto is basically has failed on the nominations. For me, sir, I'll listen to you. I think
Tyrants,
have a
you have technical
yes?
issues. We are losing you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you using earphones? You're mute.
Okay, I was saying,
Yes.
what Uhuru did by giving Matiang'i the power was the right thing. Just like a husband having a married wife, legally married wife, and the wife is not cooperating. You have a right and go to look for another wife. She stays there as a wife by law, but you go to a woman who can give you the right things. So what Uhuru did by putting Uhuru Ruto aside was the right thing. How can you have somebody who is doing things without you consulting you? So I feel what Uhuru did was right by telling Ruto, setting Ruto aside and moving on. For the nominations, let's wait and see because as much as they have done those nominations that were symbolic, I would see like, for example, if you can take an example for Keto Aruguru, she used to shout and insult the president. She has faced the wrath of the public, and definitely even the person who took that seat will not take it. That seat will be taken by Jubilee because that's a clear indication that those people are not for order. If you could go and see those people, wherever everybody has been moved, if you go to Ruiru, everywhere, those are Jubilee grounds. Wherever, if there was somebody who was related to Ruto and has been sent away, definitely that place will go to Azimio. So I think Misa should agree that what Uhuru did was the right thing because the country need to run. You cannot stay with somebody who is a bully. And definitely when Ruto came, I was listening. I was in a meeting somewhere yesterday, and I now came to understand what you people are saying. If this person, when in the era, this Ruto will be a dictator. He'll be controlling us whenever he wants. Now people are now seeing. I was in Kenya Kwanza, but now I can see. I'm coming back because now I have come to understand the problem with Ruto. So as much as we're having this forum, let us try and explain to people why we do not need Ruto without fighting him. But come with your justifications, give us your justifications like some of you have told us, and then we follow you happily without fight. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Yes. Yes, MB.
I had thought you forgot about me completely, but yeah, I agree with Tyrants. Now, let's look at the country as an organization. When you have the CEO and you have an MD, though they're supposed to work together, both of you should be on the same boat. Your thinking should be the same. Ruto started separating himself from the president as soon as 2017 elections were done. It was kind of running two parallel parties, running two parallel countries. The president had focused on the four big agendas, the big four, and Ruto had already started his campaigns. And at that point, that is when he lost the presidency. If he had stayed in house and worked with the president for the last 3 years, trust me, the president will be campaigning for his deputy today. But he showed that to him, it wasn't about the country anymore. It was about him achieving his goal of being the next president. And right now, he's lost that. Again, as I said, on my fast take, it's for him to catch up. And the by-election, the UDA by-election, is a mirror image of the Jubilee by-election in 2017. It's Ruto trying to put in his stooges. Other than the MP from Soy, all the rest of the people had one leg at one time in Azimio and one leg in Kenya Kwanza. And Ruto is trying to make sure that I don't think you're loyal. To Ruto, loyalty is more important than being patriotic. As much as they want to sing to us that it's Kenya Kwanza, to him, no, it's Ruto Kwanza. If you're not singing the Ruto gospel, then you're not loyal. Trust me, if Kate Waruguro had not went to sanitize, she would be in-house right now. I think the only reason why he's sticking to Anne Waiguru, another person, is because of the financial support that Anne Waiguru can put in the ticket. So he's looking at it from both aspects. But to me, again, as I said from the word go, I'm on neither side of the aisle, but I look at it critically. And Ruto, as much as he's trying to paint a picture of him being for the poor people, no, he's not. It's all about him and his business interest.
Okay, thank you, Mwanambi. I think it's a turn for Otieno. Is it a question?
Thank you, Bernard.
Yes,
Yeah, it's not a
hope
question. It's just a contribution towards the UDA nomination
not a submission,
on Central.
maybe just a support statement, because the person to make submission right now is Alex.
Okay, I support this. I support my brother because for now, it's a high time for the UDA to know that Jubilee is also having its strongholds in Central Kenya, because whatever our DP was looking into, he was really concentrating on Central Kenya, knowing that the Central Kenya, the mountain, will be his UDA stronghold. But due to whatever happened yesterday on the nomination is a clear indication that things have changed on the ground. And we should also understand that the campaign has not started. The president has not hit the ground, and he promised that he will be campaigning to the central to mountain, selling Azimio. So UDA will have a hard time, and this is the right time for them to arrange their house. If not, I think the election, we can say the election is over, because the central have already started knowing where the light is, and they are now shifting, knowing that this is a Jubilee zone, and we can't betray our son, who is our president, Uhuru Kenyatta. And I want also to respond to Mise that he should also remember that DP is in government. So he was raising a point that the DP was thrown out of the government and somebody was brought. There was nobody who was brought inside the government. DP is in the government. It's only that he's playing opposition's roles. So the opposition is there, and the Baba is in opposition. It's only that the two of them, if somebody walks inside your house and kicks you out, what do? You look for a refuge to a neighbor, to the neighbor's house. And that's what happened to Baba. So Baba is not in the government. DP is in the government and is enjoying everything that is assigned to his office. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's, yes, Olo.
Thank you. I just want to say two things. I just want to say like this. Then another question I will ask Alex, then I will ask all of you. I just want to say that personally, I think that what has happened what has happened in UDA nominations, maybe it has even taken Ruto by surprise, because if you see the people that he has lost, they were his very, very strong lieutenants. And they are the people who made UDA reach to where UDA is now. So I'm just wondering that, are these new guys going to defend Ruto the way these other guys used to do? Because now Ruto is going to face the system and everything. And since these people are greenhorns, how are they going to make it? Because you see, if you look people like Ketu Aruguru, and then again, the people that he has lost are people who are very, very well educated. These new guys, I don't know how their education level is. And another thing that I want to ask now, this is a question that I want Alex to answer, and then all of you. After the way you are seeing these nominations, do you think you still hold that view that Ruto has good lieutenants to defend him in parliament? Like the way you said before. Before you used to tell us that Baba is not choosing good people who can defend him in parliament. And I'm saying this because I observed Homa Bay nominations, and I think the people who have been nominated there are very, very good guys. In fact, I'm happy to see the new Homa Bay women rep is a very tough woman, and even some couple of MPs there. So, in my view, I think that ODM and Azimio are doing very well, and they may retain their best troops. And again, I can see they are recruiting the best ones again. Compared to what Ruto has done, I have seen some people who have been chosen by UDA, some are just kids, some, I don't know, there are people who are not even known. So what is your view on this? Yeah, that is what I want to say, and thank you very much, and keep the fire burning.
Okay, asante sana bwana Olo, naomba Alex, karibu.
Shukrani sana kwa panel mzima, Olo, Mise na wote, including Bernard. Tulikumiss jana Bernard, I don't know, ulituepa lakini it's okay. Taking rest is a good thing. I think you are more rejuvenated today. UDA nomination exposes DP Ruto badly. I agree with that statement 101%. If there was something called 1000%, I will say that. And let me explain to you why. Ruto for a very long time had a narrative that was so skewed that he made everybody believe that Raila does not keep friendship. He went to tell us that he's the only one who keeps friendship. Ruto went further to tell us that, look at the history of Raila. Everybody has ever been with, he doesn't work with them the second or the third time. And we believed him. And for some reason, this election has come to pass to expose him, not only to expose him badly. Where is Ruto's friend called Alfred Keter? If there is anywhere that Ruto made himself a trillionaire, was through the Ministry of Energy. Everyone knows that, including a small child. If your power used to come pre-Jubilee era, if your power used to come for 600 shillings a month, now it comes to like 4,000 to 5,000 shillings a month. They have siphoned that ministry. They've made it a cash cow. A person who is giving us sleepless night was a person who was called Keter. It is through the Ministry of Energy we found people like msichana anaitwa Millicent Omanga becoming an MD for Kenje and giving us sleepless nights. So the question lies, why is Ruto sacrificing his own friends? For a very long time, he has run the narrative that Baba can't work with his best friends. Why is Ruto sacrificing Ketu Aruguru? Why is Ruto sacrificing a person he put recently from our team, akamweka morning show? Every morning show, Sosion was bashing Baba, and yet Baba nominated him. Why is Ruto sacrificing Mwaura, Mudhungu wa Kiambu? Why is he doing that? These are people who have worked so hard for him to make sure that he remains relevant. I don't like what they do. I hate what they do, but they've been doing something for him. There is no question about it. Nobody wakes up in the morning and as a father or a mother goes to a rally all over Kenya every day for a single purpose of abusing Baba. You got to be in a payroll. You got to have a relationship with somebody. Now the question is, why is Ruto doing that? Now the answer lies in what we are discussing. Ruto is being exposed. This is Ruto's character. Use and dump. And why is he dumping them? Now, that is the second thing I want to come to. Ruto is being exposed now for what he does best. In 2013, when he got the absolute power to nominate everyone in Rift Valley, he made sure that everyone that had money, anyone that had education, anyone that had an influence, anyone who could speak and people listen did not get a nomination. What did he do? He brought to us Mandago. He brought to us Cheregai. He brought to us Cheriot. He brought to us Chepukwony. He brought to us people we did not know at all. People they were not even in Linkudel. They were not even in any dictionary called name dictionary. And now we know them. Now the question lies here. Why is he again sacrificing them? Now, this election is exposing the man called William Samoei Ruto, a man who will not want anybody to go beyond a certain caliber. If you start getting two things that Ruto does not want anybody to have except him, money, power, and influence, Ruto will finish you right away. That is why he hated Kosgei. That is why he hated Sally Kosgei. That is why he hated Franklin Beth. And the problem is now people like Keter have come to a point whereby they can tell him, no, I, Keter, may be in UDA, but I love the working relationship I had with Uhuru. That statement alone, Ruto feels threatened that he doesn't want you to compliment anybody. So this nomination is telling us that Ruto wants to be the only corrupt person in Kenya. He wants to be the only corrupt person in Kenya. How can, my friend, you can't be the only corrupt person in Kenya. If you allow corruption to be, let it be. Wacha kila mtu akule. But you can't be the only corrupt person. So this nomination has shown us again the character of William Samoei Ruto. He cannot build anybody to a stature like Baba's built, whereby today tutaongea kuwa, oh, Mudavadi anaweza kuwa president. Oh, among the Pentagon, everyone is a presidential candidate. Among the people who worked again in court, everybody is a presidential candidate. Among the people who worked in NASA, everybody can be a presidential candidate. Ruto has significantly reduced Mudavadi to a wheelbarrow, a total wheelbarrow, not even a cute wheelbarrow. So this nomination has put who Ruto is. Ruto will not like anybody to grow beyond anything that he will look or deem that will make sure that he goes beyond him. Now, to finish, we must ask yourself, why is he doing so? He's doing so because he does not love this country. You can't lead a people you do not like or you do not love. Ruto is here to use us too. He has used the so-called people in UDA. He has used us before by dumping people like Kosgei, men who are fervent, men who stood firm, men who want this country to go forward. And now he's bringing new faces that he can tell them, go do this, go do this, go do this, go do this. Ruto will not want to work with Alfred Keter. Ruto will never want to work with somebody like Kutuny. Ruto will not want to work somebody like Alex, like me. Ruto will want to work with people like Ndeto, like Baz, my friend, if you are listening from back. People like Atuya, my friend. That is the caliber of people that Ruto wants to use. But I know the people who are here are people who are very strong. So come August, we know what we will do. We will stop Ruto from using Kenyans anymore. At least give Ketu Waiguru. He danced for you. Not only that, he gave you a lap dance every time. You can't use and dump. So this man called Ruto must be stopped by all necessary means. So this nomination has proved to us one thing. Ruto is not a leader. It has proved that Ruto belongs where? Sugoi. Miti Katwe. Asante sana.
Thank you. Collins, iko nini?
As much as I agree with Alex, I would like to take this issue of whereby some of the prominent people in Ruto side, Wariguru and Ketu Wariguru and Sosion, to be specific. I don't think Ruto has used them and dumped them, and I don't think Ruto has interfered in the nomination. And if he has interfered, I'll explain on that. First, according to my opinion, as I am entitled to, the likes of Ketu Wariguru, they did not utilize their time. When they were in the podium, they were abusing, they were campaigning against Raila, of which Raila was not running for any post, was not vying against them. So they wasted most of their time to the campaign and abuse Raila. Little did they know that their opponent in their respective party, in their respective constituents, were selling their manifesto. That is why they were voted out. You know, there was a time Ruto said, just to quote him, he said that kila candidate apange ground, msikuwe mnakuja tu hapa Karen school inaendesha meeting because ground ni kubaya. So ground imekuwa kubaya kwa Ketu Wariguru and the likes of Sosion. That is scenario one. If indeed the mwananchi alimake that decision. Scenario two, Alex is saying that Ruto used them and dumped them. I think Ruto, as I said earlier, Ruto is one of the. I'll not use the word intelligent. I'll use the word clever. Clever ni ujanja in Swahili. Kama sungura mjanja, the clever. If indeed Ruto had interfered in the nomination, I think he was okay, because I don't think someone like Wariguru is someone that you can trust. First and foremost, Wariguru was in Ruto's camp. Then after a short while, he went back to the handshake team. Then again, she came back to the Ruto side. So this clearly tells you that this is someone that you cannot trust. She just came to the Ruto side just for political gain, meaning that this is somebody who is fickle. Fickle, the word that Babu likes using, meaning someone who changed loyalty. So Wariguru is not someone that can be trusted. That's why I don't think even Ruto trusts him. Then secondly, Sosion before he joined UDA, he had been abusing Ruto severally for so many times prior to the time he joined Ruto, meaning that also this is not someone that can be trusted actually. If indeed Ruto interfered in the nomination, and in my first scenario I say that if indeed the Mwananchi decided this election, indeed they are wasting their time talking ill of Raila. I'll use another example, that women rep who was shouting Baba, Bondo, time imefika. The women rep for the former women, the outgoing women rep for Bondo, not for Bondo but for Bomet. He was using most of her time the campaign against Raila. Little did she knew that her competitor alikuwa present on the ground. I think that is my submission. Thank you.
Let me 30 seconds to counter what you have said. First of all, I'm not a UDA member. Everything I say what UDA members said. So I don't belong to UDA. I don't say what UDA says. All I say is what I use. The woman asked, Ketu Wariguru asked, where did I go wrong? We did the same things Alice Wahome did. Why didn't she get that? Why did she get direct nomination and I did it? So that's what's the question I'm also asking. You should ask yourself, if you say she wasn't used and dumped, she was used and dumped because probably she's questioning, why was I not given a direct nomination? That is our question. We don't belong to our camp. Secondly, the issue of Sosion. Whether you say you was here, Karudi, Nini, we have many examples of people who did that. Waiguru was even with the BBI, Kianza. So that's not a question to tell. Waiguru even gave a very good speech. And if you go back to hindsight and see what Waiguru has said worse things than any other person. So if you want to bring that debate, we will bring it. We'll send clips to Bernard. But let's use the words of the one Sosion. Sosion said, this is shambolic. This is bastardization. Go and look that word in the dictionary and know what it means. There was no election. He lied to them, then he bastardized them. So don't come here and say that the ground rejected them. No, the ground didn't. Ruto rejected them.
Okay, Ruto rejected them.
Bernard, let me contribute a little bit.
Alex,
As for
not Alex. Wekesa.
Just a small compliment on what Alex has said against Collins. Collins, if what you're arguing is right, if your wife, if you don't like your wife, why does she get pregnant every time? So what we are saying here is that those guys, if Ruto doesn't like them, he caught their 500, 200K. He's even asking them if they have complaints to pay another 500 or 200K. Why is he milking them out, milking money from them? If he thinks that they are maybe malls, because some have been branded malls of Jubilee, but their money is good. It's sweet for UDA to consume. So kindly, if you find that there are guys you don't want, stop milking them. Just throw them away and continue with your business.
Okay, Ndeto.
First of all, let me start on a on a very light note. I hope. I mean,
No,
I hope what.
Goja Ndeto. I hope you lifted up your hand to respond to what was happening, not to begin news conference.
Okay, so I'm just okay. For me, actually, because I'm in the back and I was listening to everything. I wanted to bring a lighter note and tell the whole world that the Ndeto Alex is talking is not me.
I knew that is what you came here to do. I knew.
I had to come in. You know me, I'm in the background there, and then Alex is saying that Ruto is one of the people like Neto, and I'm a very known figure in this forum. Hey, that's not me, bwana.
Sawa, I think it is noted. It is the Ndeto of the Kinangop. By the way, I saw him last night. Did he win the nomination?
Which nomination? Was Ndeto in nomination? Ndeto was here. Yes. Focusing on analyzing the nomination. How can you immediately the nominations end? You are here in Mutembei. Were you even the nomination?
I saw him in the Kikuyu version of the show last night.
Yes, while the nomination was going on, Ndeto was in the Kikuyu version. Was he even at the nomination?
That is what I wanted
the ballot.
He did not pay the 500.
I'd like to respond to Alex.
Okay, let's do this. Hold on. Olo is asking what happened to Ndeto. Everybody is asking. The people who attended the Kikuyu version, what did Ndeto say was happening with the nominations? Because I saw him lost. and Shiko was was spitting fire. I couldn't
Yes,
stand.
that is what I had actually to ask many people, because Shiko was on fire. Not even last time. The last time fire was not fire. And I hear Ndeto was deconstructed until he had nothing to talk about. He didn't even say you won or he lost. But probably Ndeto. Not this Ndeto. Sorry, we need to know his real name. He might not be a real Ndeto.
No, so I think the Kinago potato, Now let's do this. Let's do this. Misa, you said you have to respond to Alex. What is it?
Yeah. I just wanted to. I think Eric, Eric mentioned something that I wanted to mention as well, but I just wanted to emphasize that royalty is key, is always key in everything, in any leadership, even at the corporate world, you always want royalty. So there's nothing wrong for a leader to ask for royalty. The other thing I wanted to mention is that, yes, I totally agree with you that, UDA was exposed. And when we use the word exposed, I think we are trying to allude that the weaknesses they have, the weaknesses in leadership of UDA as a party in terms of organization, execution, implementation and execution was exposed. And I think it's a good thing for the party to reflect on that and go back to a drawing box, the drawing board, and come up with another strategy, because this one here, they have been exposed. And also, I wanted to welcome my co-panelist here to understand that there are many things that sometimes happen that the leaders at the top, they don't know. The people are on the ground or below the leaders do certain things that sometimes, not always the case, but authoritatively, Alex has said that Ruto knows everything that happens. I don't know, but mostly from my leadership experience, I've learned that there are things that can happen below you and you have no clue. And so we should give that leniency as well, that, there are things that can happen that you don't know. And also in terms of being a mall, that's something that I wanted to say. In my experience, I had agents who were actually, when I was in the ballot box in 2017, I had my opponent was very intelligent, and I think I failed in that. That's something that I learned, that he had an unparalleled intelligence network within my campaign circle and to the inner circle, that he knew every step that I made from one point to the other. So there is a likelihood that knowing Baba and how shrewd Baba is and the Azimio party, they could be having malls. And also, it's a good thing to have malls because it helps you to know your opponent's strategy, so that you can know how to plan and execute. So for me, this is not something that should discourage the UDA party from going forward and rectifying where they failed and making sure they are put proper strategies in the effort of succeeding. Thank you.
Okay, let's listen now to
10 seconds.
One moment, Alex. Let's just listen out to this and then we proceed.
Wanafikiria ni mchezo. Wakati niliwaeleza serikali ya 2022 itaundwa na mahasla. Hawa mama mboga hawa, watu ya bodaboda hawa, wale wa kuuza kiosk, wale watu wa chini ndio wataunda serikali ya 2022. Walikuwa wanafikiria ni mchezo. Sasa wamejipata mahali pabaya.
Alex.
Yeah, Mise, I said I don't belong to UDA, and I will never use my words to describe UDA. Ruto came in an one-on-one interview, and this is what he told us. In 2017, he made a mistake, him and Uhuru, by giving an entity to manage their nomination. And he said, this time around, I must know everything. So by you coming here and saying that, oh, Ruto doesn't know, Ruto told us he will make sure he knows what happens and
Tulifanya
he will
makosa
manage them.
tukadelegate, rais akiwa party leader na mimi nikiwa deputy wake, tukaambia ofisi ifanye hiyo kazi so that sisi tujiondoe, lakini that will never happen again.
Yeah.
Because the delegation ya kudelegate hii mambo ya nominations kwa watu wengine isiwe direct kwa party leadership, it was done against my advice. Mimi nilikuwa nimesema the only sure way is for us to be in charge of the program ourselves. And when I went with when we agreed with the president that I went and sat at the party headquarters myself, the nominations went very well, you know, and everybody got elected. And I have told the Jubilee, the UDA fraternity, that on the matter of nominations, I will take personal responsibility because I have the experience, I have the knowledge, I have the understanding. I have ran these nominations for the last 25 years. And I have sufficient experience to make sure that the nominations will be free and fair. In any case, the nominations will actually build or destroy the party.
So, Mr. Mise, don't joke with the people who are here who have photographic memory and they have cathedral mindset. Come here with facts.
I think Alex, what I'm saying is very
No, we are using William Samoei Ruto's words.
So
we are not using analysis on a normal practicality. He told us experience of 25 years. You must believe what he says. Don't try to run away from what Ruto said.
Hang on, Bernard. I totally understand what you're saying. When you are running a party or a government, let's say, for example, your government has gone to war. Let's say, take for example, Ukraine. There are things that you don't say. There are things you come to the public and affirm to the public just for the solidarity and giving assurance and confidence to the people who are following you. There are many things that leaders say, but they don't do it in reality. So, and you mentioned, a few people mentioned the Constitution here. In law, there's something called de facto and de jure. So, going by what Ruto said, you would think he's an angel and you would think that he was going to give us a perfect nomination, but the opposite happens, which is de jure. So I'm not saying, what I'm trying to say, that there are things, and go read about Muammar Gaddafi, read about Fidel Castro, and know that even though they had a very good intention and goodwill for the people, the leadership around them, even when they assured the people, the leadership around them and the people around them failed them. So Ruto cannot plan from the top to the bottom and be there in person in every place at the very same time.
I think Ngoja, wachia hapo tafadhali. Except you're working at UDA headquarters and you're the one controlling the mind of one William Ruto.
I live in Canada.
William Ruto said, he said, when the nominations were left to the committee, that is like what in ODM, there is the National Election Board that runs nominations. When the Jubilee time, when it was run by the National Nomination Board, things were not moving well until he went to the headquarters himself and took charge, and things worked well. He said this one, he will also do the same thing. So we need a memo from UDA headquarters that what he said is not what took place. But until that word is carried away, we take him by his word. He's the one who ran these symbolic nominations, and he's totally responsible for what happened throughout the country in the so-called 36 counties, of which I'm too sure they were not 36. Thank you very much. The only 36 I know Ruto has is 36 bloggers. 36 bloggers, not 36 counties.
And Bernard,
I want us to move on. I want to move on.
Then you are a moderator, but you are not. You are biased. You are biased.
Bernard.
Subiri tafadhali, mimi nataka kuhandover. Na kuna watu wawili ambao hawajapeana submission, Bwana Wekesa. There is Gordon Omondi and Martin Deto. Those have not made their submission. The rest have made their submission at least once, but the oldest to make submission was Otieno. So after Martin and Gordon should be Jobel. Wekesa, your mic is on. So as the traditional demands, I will let Wekesa make his submission while I'm here, and then I let him hold on until Kemba comes, I believe. So Gordon, what is it? Your mic is on.
I just wanted to let Mise know. Is he aware that Deputy President addressed a press conference concerning the nominations of UDA yesterday or a day before? Yesterday, I think. That means he is the one on top of everything. He receives reports on a daily basis or on a time basis. Is the one in charge, and if anything, is the one to be asked. He told us this, and we saw it yesterday when he.
Gordon, is somebody killing another?
Yes.
Sorry. You have a movie on.
Let me just switch it on.
Bringing violence.
Hello.
Sorry. Gordon, is it a movie or there is really acting in your house? And
instead of switching off, the movie is switching himself off.
Unmute Bala Gordon and talk.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We are asking, is it a movie or is they really actors in your own house?
Yeah, it's okay, Bernard. Now I was asking Bwana Mise, is he aware that the deputy president addressed a press conference yesterday concerning the UDA nominations? And he told us each and everything that was going on across the country concerning the nominations. So why is he trying to tell us that the DP is not directly responsible for the nominations that are taking place across the country?
I said on a
You see, we should not try to hide things that are very open. Yeah, I mean, defend things that are defensible, but things that are not defensible, please just let it go. because the DP himself, the DP,
Bwana Gordon, you will have time to make submission.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Misa, what are you saying?
What I said is that I just wanted to know, Alex, to know that in particular that on a balance of probabilities, I'm not saying that 100% that he doesn't know. Most likely he does. I mean he does. But what I was saying, there is a likelihood of things happening under you without knowing certain things. So I'm not saying that. I mean, what I agree with all of you. DP Ruto has always been someone who wants to control things and be at the top. I had one of my clients the other day telling me certain things that he revealed to me that was shocking about the DP, and I don't support that. For example, in Tranzioa, actually, which is where my client is from, my client talked about KPLC, which you actually mentioned. It talks about the maize and that what was actually at one point we were told that came from Mexico. And when I was talking to the client, he told me that he personally knew the link up to when the deputy president knew about this. And this affirms what most of you are saying, that truly the deputy president might be at the top of things. But I was also saying that on a balance of probabilities, there are certain things that as a leader, you may or may not know. So I'm not 100% saying that he doesn't know. He has come to the public. He has said that he knows and he is in control. That is something that I cannot take away. But I'm also saying that on a scale of 1 to 10, I can say that maybe 1% or 1 out of 9, he might not know. So I'm just giving him that leniency.
Okay, thank you for holding brief for him. I think you need to add on the 53 lawyers, you need to add your name on it so that he makes them 54. Because you will defend him no matter what. Alex, what is it?
By the way, there was a tallying center in Karen, for your information. So don't come here with the information that you maybe are not privy of. And before anyone was announced, he had to be cleared from Karen. You need to know that. So that 1% of probability, you are still very wrong. Nobody was declared without being cleared again from Karen. If you had everyone, including those young boys from Tenwek, and I think we played the clip yesterday from Tenwek who said, kama ni hivyo, tutaalika hapa nini, Azimio. They showed us marked ballot papers. So you need to understand that probability you are putting even 1%, it's not there. Ruto, believe him his words. Everything that you see is what he wanted, period.
Thank you, Alex. And just to reinforce my point, let me switch back to my biblical fraternity. When David took over Bathsheba became pregnant. He tried to cover up the pregnancy. The husband couldn't play ball. What happened? He wrote a confidential letter, gave to the husband to go and deliver to the captain. The captain to read and do exactly what is in the letter. What was in the letter? Put this man on the front of the war, leave him alone, let him be killed. If the tallying center is at Karen and the person about to be announced is not the one, somebody has to be put in the war front to die so that the king's will prevails. Enough said. Professor.
Yeah, good evening, good morning. I think today is already tomorrow. Or tomorrow is already today. Let me begin by demystifying a few things. One, ile chama ya fujo may migrate to the preacher himself. So I don't know why before nominations they were appointing other people, and after nomination they are now understating the challenges in their party. They are understating the violence. They are understating the rigging, which was so open. In fact, when you put the clips for Bomet, it's so embarrassing. It's like everybody slept with the marked ballot in their houses. So they came in the morning just to collect the already marked papers and start tallying and counting. So it depends on who had more marked papers that carried the day. And so we are told that it happened so well that the guys who are earmarked to win were to win anyway. So even those who've lost may have had a chance to that, but whoever did it just wanted to smear them, but wanted to ensure that whoever has the highest number of the marked papers is the one going to win. And the other issue is they talked about, you see, the ground is rootonated. Vitu kwa ground is different. Uhuru is hostile on the ground. You cannot mention Raila on Mount Kenya. You cannot even put your poster with Raila in Mount Kenya. So the reverse is, Ruto is a darling of Mount Kenya. So why didn't they show up? On the other side show we have just had with the bus, we asked him, did you show up for nominations? And he said that he was busy at work. I asked Bas, you keep us late night arguing for your party, UDA, and you don't take any pleasure in doing nominations. You guys, you are taking Ruto for a joke. And that's why sometimes Ruto gets frustrated and says that inyi watu saa zingine mnanitumia vibaya. So all those people who have been running around with wheelbarrows in the rallies, all of a sudden they cannot be seen queuing for nominations. And so Itumbi gets frustrated and he has to pull photos from the Safaricom lines, people registering lines to show that actually UDA had a high turnout. So this in itself sends a very strong message. If UDA thought that after Rift Valley, their next stronghold is Mount Kenya, they need to rethink and re-strategize. How comes nobody is taking pleasure in what is going on? So the apathy was so loud, and the only places that people turned up, like Embu, they ended up fighting and doing all forms of drama. So while before the nominations, we could hear that engineer who was in charge of election telling us how he has already secured around, was it 39 international observers to come and show the world how UDA is going to do its nominations, to show and prove to the world that democracy can be exercised, that democracy can still thrive. Right now, we are being reminded that after all, our party is only 9 months or 1 year old. We have had all those motivational choruses. In fact, there were so many. The last chorus was that mutashanga, and actually tulishanga, because they had deleted all the motivational munachezwa nini nini until now. The last one was ngoja tu mtashanga. So actually, as they rightly said, tumeshanga, that they are the mother of violence in this country. Tumeshanga that they are the rigging number one. Actually, Kuria put it right, that all those people who tampered with the election are in that camp. They are no longer in Jubilee. They are in that camp, and they were doing some rehearsal in this nomination to see whether they can apply it on 9th August. But I'm just telling them that if they can't do that on August, it was so, even kuiba unaiba na plan. You don't just go and make a pillow of ballot papers. You sleep with them and then you come them roaming with them in the streets, everybody seeing them. That's not a skillful way of stealing anyway. Yeah, so they need to up their game. I think in one day they just destroyed everything. But something I have to emphasize is their trademark. Their trademark is they are hustlers. Their trademark is about Mutuachini. Today, I think if you watch Citizen News summary, there's a young man who was saying that he could not put up with the competition because his competitor had a brado. And ana kitu. So when it goes to disputes, ana sort out pesa ako nayo nini nini. So they ensure that people who have money have carried the day. And a hustler, when he complains, they put a high fee that you cannot even open your mouth because utatoa wapi hiyo pesa, ushachoma ingine, utatoa wapi ingine ya kucomplain. So they haven't lived up to their dream of being hustlers concerned about Mutuachini. You can't see, I think all those guys who are there are dynasty in terms of resources. The one lady that they are using to market themselves is that one of Bomet, 24-year-old girl. But history will tell you that when that lady turned up to the office of the deputy president, she was not given audience. She never met the DP, and so she was nobody before him. Forget about the choreograph that was done at the last minute just to show the world that we are still concerned about hustlers. Again, we will have to emphasize that for those who are saying that democracy thrives in the rift, look, actually, Suti was the CEO of Rift Valley Politics, and he ensured he was the one propelling candidates that are earmarked for victory by the owner of the boss. And people like Mandakor survived by their own grace because, Mandakor had become larger than life, popular by his own means because of his stand. Otherwise, there's somebody who was put to bring him down. So the conclusion is that does the guy keep friends? No. The guy is about me and myself, his own self-trinity. When you look at the clip we have watched, he mentioned I 10 times, me and myself almost 5 times. So it's all about him. Caleb Costanya has gone, yes, but he doesn't care because he doesn't want people who can compete with him. He's scared of that. That's why this guy from Bomet, Isaac Ruto, while there was a men's conference of 9 guys lifting up the agreement, Isaac Ruto was not there. And it was one of the first parties that joined the UDA to champion the Mashinani, but he cannot be listed among the parties that are supporting the DP because ni yeye ndio kusema the backyard, the rest anataka tugege. But while he did that, he gave direct nominations to other areas, including the Mount Kenya. So you can see that what he practices locally is different with what he practices externally. So that is a guy of double standards, and his mission is to make sure that his will, as it is in Sukoi, is done. So I will stop there and allow other people to make their contributions.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. I think that paints that picture. So I'll leave you with Ndeto to make his submission, then Gordon, then let the party continue. Let's meet again later on in the day, although I'm finishing my meeting in Nakuru in the afternoon, and then dash back to Nairobi before I proceed to the other side, because it's another issue that has come up for Easter Monday in Nairobi. So nikifika mapema nitaanza, nisipofika mapema Wekesa utaanza, nitakuja kurudi baadaye. Sawa.
Samia Ali Kinanji huko.
Naambiwa huku wanataka kupitia mama, nimewaonya hawataki kusikia, lakini nimewaambia wakipatia mama
wakilia wembe tutawapa tu.
Wakilia wembe, unajua tulipatia watu wa Kirinyaga hawakuamini.
Kule nyama kikopeo kirudingi.
Hapana, hiyo niliapa kwamba kipepeo napitanga straight.
Bado unaogopa itakuwa ya punda.
Afadhali ni kule samaki fresh hapo Naivasha nikiingianga Nairobi, lakini kipepeo hapana. Roho hajaniongoza. So I think Mato is your turn. Thank you, Wekesa, and the rest. Bwana Alex, tuonane baadaye. Tuendelee kujenga nchi.
Nashukuru Bernard. Happy Sabbath.
Bernard, before you go.
Yep.
See, you watched this prediction.
Which one? Give it to me.
What Councillor had said about the mountain.
No, which Councillor? Go ahead.
Mto ya machozi. A flowing river hivi iko na maflood ya machozi kutoka Karen kuelekea mashinani. Watu watalia pale Karen kwa ofisi ya Ruto. Sababu hii ni ile wiki anapanga Wakikuyu, wanapangwa wakae kwa mtaratara. Hii ndio ile wiki tutaona raw dictatorship. Na vile community yetu tutawekewa togege huku. We shall see them. Sababu ile kitu Ruto alifanya 2017 kwa nomination ya Jubilee. Sasa hako na second chance kwa chama yake sasa yeye mwenyewe ya kupanga Wakikuyu na kutuwekea togege. Si utaona hapa Kiambu. Wainaina wajago. Alafu unasikia certificate imepewa wa Matangi. Unakuja Nyandarua, badilisha. Unasikia certificate imepewa Njoroge Mushiri sababu wako na kakiti, atanunua certificate. Unasikia mtu ako na akili ametolewa, mumewekewa Kagege. Mtu wako na akili ametolewa Kawanjiko. Mtu wako na akili ametolewa Waitito. Mtu wako na akili anatolewa unawekewa Faith Getau. Wewe ngoja uone. Careers za watu, political careers za watu ambao wako na potential hapa mlimani zitapangwa hivi kama kuni zipangwe. Zimwagiliwe petrol, zipigwe kiberiti. Watu watapotelea hapa. Very potential leaders. Utawaona wakilia huko. Watasoroneka na kusaga meno. Lakini huko Rift Valley nominations zitakuwa very fair. Na unaona ile kitu wanafanya. Wanaweka very smart people. Unasikia doctors, professors nini au ndio wanazimaba huko Rift Valley. Lakini hapa tunapangiwa togege namna hii. Watu watalia. Wewe ngoja ujione.
Aya.
This guy knew that Wamatangi atapewa hiyo certificate. When you kweli alipewa.
This is serious. No, let me play this. I just I think it's of interest as I go.
Unaenda wakati show inaanza.
Lakini Bernard, lakini kuna mahali unaegemea wewe
Friends he
ujituambie
keeps,
vizuri.
even internationally. His best friend is Museveni of Uganda. You see how Museveni is dealing with Besigye. That is the William Ruto you're looking for. It's only a matter of time and he'll put on the same hat as Museveni, not the same Mukwachu. And he would want to do the same thing on all the opposition leaders as Museveni does on Besigye. Ruto, you can understand him by the friends he keeps, even internationally. His best friend is Museveni of Uganda. You see how Museveni is dealing with Besigye. That is the William Ruto you're looking for. It's only a matter of time and he'll put on the same hat as Museveni, not the same Mukwachu. And he would want to do the same thing on all the opposition leaders as Museveni does on Besigye.
Lisemwalo lipo, kama halipo lingiani laja. Mr. accused me for being leaning on which side? I'm on the right side, not on the wrong side. Thank you.
Lakini Bernard,
Sawa. So
Bernard, nikuulize.
Wacha Mr. atoe malilio yake kwanza.
You had something? You were asking Bernard something.
Kuna Wekesa, kuna kitu Mr. anateta. Wacha atete nisikie.
Ndio nasema atete before uende.
Yeah. So mimi nataka kusema kwamba tunapojadiliana hivi ni vizuri tunajua viongozi wetu na the kind of leaders they can be or they are both in their worst and in their best. So personally, I don't like judging people by what I hear from people, because when you look at the 48 laws of power, inakwambia kwamba perception is everything, image is everything, guarded with all your with your all. But knowing the dirt part of our leaders inatusaidia to make decisions, and it's good such as shows to expose. And as well, when we are discussing about these leaders and finding their bad side, let us also try to reflect on their good side so that we can now gauge both sides and see what outweighs the other ones, because hakuna mwanasiasa ama binadamu ambaye hana dosari. Kila mtu akona dosari fulani. And lastly, in terms of corruption, and that's why it really angers me wakati ninaona kwamba tunaangalia individuals and we are not fighting, we are selectively fighting leadership, discussing and not looking at certain things, key things, like for example, there's corruption, there's injustice, there's lawyers who are thieves, and who are not held accountable, people who are undermining the democracy and the foundations that have been put there to put us to the right track. So for me, I'm more of a person who focuses on, if it's Raila, the systems that actually, Bernard, you are advocating for. If we have the right systems in place, like for example, I think someone said he's from Dallas, and right now I'm in Canada. When I look at the systems that have been put in place, they fight corruption, they fight injustice, they fight all this. This is what we should fight for in Kenya, and make sure that they are accountable, transparent, and verifiable, as opposed to fighting individuals or selectively fighting individuals. If you look at governors,
Bwana Mise, naomba mi nataka kuondoka. Okay, wewe unatuletea lecture nyingine mpya ambayo wewe mwenyewe unataka kuianzisha. If an institution will catch you as a corrupt person, if you let it thrive, and you have power to make it not thrive, will you let it thrive? You will. Secondly, are you a Christian or a Muslim or?
I'm a Christian.
You are Christian. So you want to tell us that after you tell us the goodness of God, you should also tell us the goodness of the devil, because the devil is not all bad. There's some goodness in it.
I mean, how would you know that you can't? You have to know both sides. You can't know, and that is.
There are
Bernard,
things
it was my
from
time. You're Mr.
everything
Mission
is
can
relative.
contribute, but that.
There are things that are absolute. There is right, there is wrong. There is black, there is white. There is what is acceptable, there is what is unacceptable. We can't sit on the fence and say, even if it looks like this, also it looks like that, and it's also like that. That is one place you can't have me stay for a long time. We must, if we are going to provide leadership, we must decide which side we are going to follow in getting that leadership. But if we are going to justify that the reason this one does this is because it's more emotional, but this one is not more emotional, and this one is not more decisive, this one is that, that's finding an excuse for something that is going to cultivate and entrench mediocre in our midst. As a country, we need to move forward. And the only way to move forward, we need somebody who knows where we are coming from and where we are going. Any person who wants to make an experiment so that he understands where we are, then try to fix our problem, he's the wrong leader for this country. Right now, we don't have time for experimentation. We have only one time to make right what is wrong in this country. And that begins at the ballot. Elect an MCA that can perform, a governor that you know can deliver, an MP that you know can deliver, a women rep that you know can deliver. If you want to take children in parliament to experiment on them, things like what I'm seeing in Madare, that Bahati, of all people, Bahati cannot be a member of parliament of anywhere. He needs to know how to cut his hair fast and carry himself as a man fast. If you can't lead yourself, you can't lead anybody. All this madness should stop. Being an artist doesn't make you, or being popular doesn't make you a leader. So we need to wake up and understand that this country needs help. We can't be multiplying problems. So hii kukaa kwa fence hii ya Misa ana suggest hapa ndio inatuletea.
I think I'm not suggesting that, Bernard.
Can't allow it. Thank you. Martin, take over. Mimi nimeenda. Asante.
No, ngoja Ben. Iko mtu kwa comment section amekuuliza swali. Amesema ulipata ile kitu kidogo, chai ya coffee. Anauliza tu Dani, sijui nani. Naona amesumbuka sana, ameuliza mara nyingi sana. Dani Darius. Bernard,
yes, Dan Darius. I saw your greeting.
Okay. Atasikia vizuri. Atasikia vizuri.
Asante.
Sawa.
Thank you.
Bernard, have a happy Easter. Tuonane kesho usiku tena.
Asante sana.
LM.
Yeah.
LM.
Bernard.
Yes, sir.
LM, hii discussion unaleta, it's very simple. When we come to a debate, there is always the proposal.
Bernard, safe journey as you travel.
Thank you. See you later.
LM, we have a proposer side and a opposer side.
Absolutely.
So let me tell you how we shape our leadership. We will talk about the ills of those leaders, and you will talk about their goodness, and we will compare. When we go on the flip side, I, as a supporter of Raila, I need to bring out the goodness of him, and you, as an opposer of Raila, bring out the bad side. You will help us to see him from a rare mirror. So I don't have to be myself talking about good and bad, because we are in a debate. Let me try to bring the best out of him, and you bring the worst. All those issues, the viewers will judge and know that these are the people we are dealing with. So I want to bring in Martin Deto to begin his submission, and then after that we will have Otieno. Thank you.
Yeah, Wekesa, you know what I mean, niliingia hapa hivi na write a note, tulikuwa tunacheka because my name was jina ilimensioniwa na Alex ndo alileta. Alafu niliingia haraka just to, make the the line straight that you are ndeto amesema si maybe because I'm a known figure over here. Me, nilingia as a lighter note, nilikuwa huko nyuma because I'm still doing some things. Nitaingia tu ile late night ya November ya kwenda kufunga. But since now I found myself here, Alex alinichokoza huko kuita majina zangu, but alikuwa anaita mtu mwingine, and I had to tell the whole people that mimi siko huko. I just have two things. I think today we're good, and kuna jamaa amesema hapo hivyo that I can't remember his name. He's amesema hata mimi nimetoka UDA sasa nimekuja. And I think pia Misa ako hapo 50-50. I think he's starting to understand. Guys, when people talk about Baba, I said it the other day. Baba is not just a shrewd politician. Baba is Baba. There's a reason you namesake someone, because your character tells you who you are. The reason that ukisema Baba hivi Kenya, you talk about, I mean, kila mtu anajua hata mtoto mdogo, is because Baba, I mean, he's graduated all over this small politics of UDA now. You anagongania wapi, they get 2%. Come on, seriously? Enda place ya ODM uniambie kwa utapata 2%. I think it's even exaggerated. And then mnakuja kutuonesha katoto ka 24-year-old up hivi just messed up nominations like he did last time. Kwa nini ali na what's his name, Mwaura or whatever, the guy huyo last time. Oh, okay, yeah, unapata last time what DP did in the nominations of Jubilee made him even kosana na kina Kabogo. Today he's doing the same thing. And you know what, it's so funny, and somebody says GDP was not involved, but he said he will be personally involved. Now, what party leader goes to be personally involved in nominations? Don't you have mechanisms? What are you talking about? Ushesikia Raila anaenda kuorganize nini nominations? What are you doing? Personally, I feel this year's elections are going to be the most peaceful elections we've ever met, past events at, was it 2002 or 2012? 2012, the one for Kibaki, because the margin is 02, because the margin is going to be so big, because this UDA just started the other day. It's over exaggerated, and there's nothing going on in that. The margin is just going to be so big, hata kutakuwa contestation. That's what I feel. I feel this is going to be the best peaceful elections that we've ever had past that other one. And it's going to be peaceful, and it's going to change everything, because I believe this is the time Kenya is starting. It is going to change now. Me, that's my thought. Anyway, mi unajua mi nakujanga huko hivyo mwisho, so I got a couple of things to do. Wekesa, man, thank you for being here. Alex for being here, the normal panelists, na wale wako huko nyuma kina Olo and everything. Tutapatana baadaye. I gotta go do some things right now, but sijaenda. Nico, if you want to address me, you can still call me, nitarudi. Niko hapo tu nasikiza.
Ndeto, maybe before you go, I would like to address and thank you for seeing. I'm not 50-50 actually, but you do have a point that yes, I do see what everyone is saying, and I'm also concerned. I'm as well a proponent of good governance, and we all are beneficiaries of countries that have good governance and are key to put their leaders on spot when they are on the wrong. What Eric you mentioned is true, that when we are having a debate cannot be a debate if we only talking about same things and agreeing all of us, and it will just be monologue. But what I wanted to say is there are challenges, and I didn't want to. I was actually, from my perspective, I was I was struggling to see what I want to avoid is delusional politics. Delusional politics where when I went to politics, for example, I didn't know about clanism. I went to politics and I was presenting my agenda and so on, but there were other factors, and a lot of people have expressed here that politics ni local, you know, and perhaps I came to know what it means. You have to know the clans, you have to know all these other things that contribute to you winning. But overall, I want to look at systems that can help us as a country. A place where I disagree with you, Ndeto, a 24-year-old, you know, when you are above 18 years, you might not have experience, but when can you gain that experience if you're not given a chance? There is no apprenticeship in political leadership where you are given a chance to learn through other leaders who teach you what leadership is. Other countries, you work with politicians and you learn how to, you volunteer in campaigning, you volunteer in all this and organizing elections and stuff like that. But in Kenya, sometimes we don't get these opportunities, yet we are told leadership is for the young people. And I wonder when these young people, when young, the age of the definition of young people starts, does it start when you are late 40s or does it start when you are above 18 years? When you are above 18 years, it's assumed that you have completed your O-level education, and about around 22 or 23 years, you have graduated and you have acquired education and you now need the practical skills. So for me, I'm advocating, and I also disagree with whoever said Bahati or other people. I'm looking at what they are more of giving than how they appear and their position. I'm looking at their content. What are they going to bring on the table in terms of governance, other than looking at what are they wearing or what is their physical appearance? I think this, if you look at other countries, like for example,
bro, are you answering to me? Are you asking me a question, or are you trying to interrogate everybody? I want to finish my part so I can go. I said I wanted to go.
Absolutely.
Don't run all over the bush. Just talk to me. You told me to hang out because I was about to.
Okay, respond to him, then other issues you'll make later.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that he can make his part. And then he leaves, huh?
Okay, so Ndeto, what I wanted to say, it is true. I wanted first of all to clear that I'm not 50-50, right? I'm not undecided that whether I'm in Azimio or Kenya, Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. I am in Kenya Kwanza. I'm a live member of I'm a live member of ANC, which by extension or by default is an affiliate party to Kenya Kwanza. But that doesn't mean that I agree everything that they stand for or UDA stands for. So for me, I wanted to make sure that there are many things that I disagree with William Ruto, right? So I'm not 50-50, but my approach is I'm looking at leaders who will take us somewhere, not a party per se.
So at this point, what am I supposed to be answering?
No, I just wanted to make an observation out of the comments that you made.
Okay, so now can I leave?
So that when you leave, you know that I'm not 50-50. That my objection and perspective is different.
Ndeto don't go because you are Kenya Kwanza. Nomination yako ilikuwa imeharibika, so you need to stay because the other day hata ulikuwa kwa ile session ya Wakikuyu. I want to know why.
No, these are different data.
It's a joke. We need to bash you.
Wait. I've already cleared that. I said don't confuse me with the other Ndeto, my friend.
I'm bashing you.
Manzi uko na namba yangu, shida yako nini? Mimi ni Mato. I came here purposely to clean up my name because Alex ndo alianza.
No, it's friendly fire. Come on, bro. Lazima tukugonge kwani sasa unaongea na mtu ANC hapa.
Lakini unagonga mtu mbaya ndio maana niliingia.
No,
unagonga the wrong person.
Ni kwa sababu nasikia
Okay,
mambo ya
okay,
na
order
nimesikia
guys.
NC ilikufa.
Ule ndeto mwingine sio mbaya, ako tu
Selina,
ignorant.
okay, order guys. Selina, you have to get out of this backstage and then come back. Your device is not connected. You need to ensure that your app is synchronized so that the mic is on. It's showing that device not connected, so you have to get out and then come back. So what are you saying? Keep.
No,
Okay, sir.
it's just that I don't argue with people who are in Kenya Kwanza like Ndeto and his friend.
Wait. Watch out. You have to. You are confused. This is Matondeto. This is not that Ndeto. And again, Nani,
I've been watching the show. I've been watching the show. It's a joke. I've been watching.
Yeah. Okay, but keep. Let me finish with Wekesa real quick, so I get out, because I said, me, I normally come back in Wekesa time because I have to go run a couple of things. And keep, you have my number. I'll text you. Nini Wekesa. Let me watch a niende, and I wanted to answer this guy. Nani, what's his name? Misa. Misa. Amenda backstage. I wanted to answer him, and nikianza
in 2 minutes.
I really don't want to. Ningemwachia kina Alex na nyinyi mnajua, but Misa, what I can tell you, I know you will be answered here. There was something before I came in. I was being told uko kwa comment section, people were telling you to stay until the end of the show. So instead of talking constitution, you can actually read the constitution, because at the end of the show every day we read the constitution. So for me, I would tell you, people are saying just stay there. And you know what? It's good to move on. To move in, kuja saidie to start looking at other things differently. And me, I'm not going to answer the things that you were going to you were telling me. I'm going to let these panels, I know them, all of them. And if you have a question, they're going to answer you nicely. I'm just going to watch from the back. Wekesa, si baadaye ama alafu pakikuja nitakuja.
Yeah. Sawa. But Maisa, you have to be clear. You are here on the debate to give us your perspective. Hii mambo ya kutuambia I am in ANC but I don't agree with the things ANC. That's obvious. We know that all even panelists never agree. I don't agree with Alex everything. I don't agree with Keep everything. We keep on fighting a few things. But one thing we agree on is that we have one Azimio candidate, and that is the future Kenya we want. So you have to be clear in your mind what you want. Are you in Kenya Kwanza, and what is that one thing that makes you be in Kenya Kwanza? You can't just tell us that, okay, I am a life member in ANC, but we are not getting you. Be clear, my brother. Okay, let's have Otieno.
Thank you, Wekesa. How are you? First,
we are good.
I want to talk to my brother Mise and to tell him that today there was no press conferences. We know they are good on press conferences, and from the look of things, it's like he was the one who was sent on a press conference, and is confusing press conferences and this panel. There is one thing that my brother should accept first, that the nomination for UDA, in fact, there was no nomination. It's like my brother Alex have said, there was 2 areas of confirmation of who to be given the certificate, of which it was in Karen. The Karen was the final one. And these were the people that were going around campaigning for the Hustler Nation, youths, giving youths high hopes. And the youths knew that this time round, we will have our chances of getting ourselves to a certain level, of which it was not, it was able. Even through the clips that has gone around the social media, if you go through, you will see a lot of the people crying there. expressing their grievances. They are youths. And this hustler, they are saying bottom up, starting from the youths coming up. So for now, it's not, for now, when it comes to nomination, it's not now bottom up.
I think we lost him.
Respond to some of the issues he has said as he comes back.
I can respond if you want, but I can leave.
Go ahead, Kip. That would be great of you to try and respond.
This is amazing, Messi. I have been on this. I've been watching the show because I'm one of the. I'm usually a panelist, and Wekesa will testify to what I'm about to say. Me and Wekesa have been fighting day in, day out, but we always come to one agreement, which is the man behind me here is the man we want to be the president of Kenya. And we joke about it because it's important that we have discourse. And that is one of the greatest examples I always have, and I always tell my friends is I have my friend here, Eric, that I will always disagree with about Kalonzo. We don't even discuss Kalonzo anymore, but it's an important thing that even within our movement, which is Azimio La Umoja, we have disagreements, and it's healthy because we tend to see where the train is going. And even with the ODM nominations and all our other brothers and sisters in the other coalitions having fights, it's because we're discussing this. Some of it we're like, no, you can't put it in the open. Some of it we're saying you can't do it publicly, but it's healthy. Now, what I have found with you, Messi, is for about 1.5 hours, you've talked about Kenya Kwanza, and for the last minute before my brother Ndeto left, is then when we knew your ANC. And now I'm beginning to understand what your problem is. You are a life member of ANC. I believe that right now. You're a life member of ANC and you believe in what Madividi had sold you when you had joined the party. And now you are so ingrained in that party. And I'll tell you one other life member right now in a specific party, and she has reasons. Why are you hiding yourself? That she has specific...
Kim, yeah. Kindly ask him when did he become a life member of ANC? Because from the first time I saw, the first time I saw him on this show, he has always been supporting Ruto side.
It's the first time
before, even before ANC came together to be friends with Yuda. Okay, proceed.
Yeah, because I need to know that because
I can
no, before you answer that, because I need to mention one thing. Do you know that there's a life member here right now of NARC Kenya, a Secretary General that just appeared right now, and that is Mama Selina. She's never left her convictions about the party. Anytime there's a bit of a whiff or a little bit of analysis that Martha Karua is going to be there, she will jump into it. But you've been hiding the fact that you're an ANC member till the last minute that I've joined right now. Then I'm like, hold on a second. This man does not believe in Ruto. He believes in Madividi. And you need to just come clean. It's not Ruto you're following. It is Madividi. And Madividi has lost his political will in Kenya. And I can tell you that for free. He has no MPs. He has no senators. He has no governors. That guy is finished. Now, Memalizo, because he's just taken a couple of million Kenya shillings, a couple of million US dollars. Yeah, because it sounds a lot when we talk about it in Kenya shillings. But that man, what is 5 million? Yeah, he's been given 5 million, so 300 million Kenya shillings, which is $3 million dollars. Amepewa ile cash ya nyumba, and he's lost his political will. He's over. He's finished. I rather that he had dealt with people like you and preached ANC principles than go to Kenya Kwanza. Because
Kim,
what is
Kim,
hurting me right now?
Kim,
Hold on a
Kim.
second. Hold on before you continue.
No,
What is
I
hurting me?
want you to expand this. When you say about he has lost his political will, kindly expand, because right now when his members are being taken away, he can't complain because he was paid off. Continue.
Okay,
I'm
that's what I'm
just
trying to
trying
say.
to
What I'm trying to explain is this man. What has happened is, why are we talking about? You see, this is the difference. Yeah, when we are talking about nominations, we do Azimio as a whole. What has happened with DAP? What has happened with ODM? What has happened with in Pokot? We're Jubilee. We're talking about the conflicts within Azimio as a whole. We're talking about these separate parties having issues. But when we're talking about issues in Kenya Kwanza, I haven't had any issues about Ford Kenya. I haven't talked about any issues with ANC, because there are no issues, because these guys have no candidates. What candidates do we have in ANC? What candidates do we have in Ford Kenya? They're finished as parties. They're completely finished. We've had no drama. You know, drama is also good. Because if you see drama within these individual parties, you know that people are what do you call it? Are passionate about the party. I haven't had anything about ANC, and please don't disappear, Messi. I want to hear that. Why? Tell me about your party ANC and what MPs do you have outside Western, and why you think my DVD is going to bring a future for Kenya.
Kip, thank you for that opportunity. And I, for the record, let me say that I did not hide. I did mention at the beginning of at the time that I joined, that I was at the ballot in 2017. Given that I mentioned that, you know that you have to go to the ballot with an outfit. Maybe I did not mention that. But you have rightfully said, and this is why we have selective amnesia or selective application of a judgment when it comes to the leaders, when they align themselves to the parties and as time goes by. I mean, when you look back, when Madividi was with, when we go back, it was it was NASA. Madividi was the great. I mean, he was praised. Now that he's not with Azimio, then now suddenly he becomes a man who has no potential, a man who has lost direction. So I must say that we, as people who are here, as outsiders, we should be very honest with our debates. And for instance, I admire Martha Karua so much. I admire Martha Karua, and I wished that from the beginning, I like the woman in her. I like the boldness in her, the intellect in her. And even though she belongs to not Kenya or belongs to another
You're not
party,
answering the question. You're not answering the question. The question
what is
was,
your question that
what relevance does ANC have in the rest of Kenya? How many MPs do they have? How many senators? How many governors do they have? That's the only question I asked. I did not want you to praise Martha Karua.
I mean, what you made certain allegations against me, and I had to put it clear that first of all, I did not hide my party.
My bad. Move on. Let's go to the next question.
So, if you give me time, you're guiding my conversation, and I would rather be myself in presenting my facts than you guiding my conversation. So, what my emphasis here is, it's not even. I actually, when I came in, I said, let us not focus on political parties. You know, let us focus on the integrity of leaders. You know, as much as we want to castigate certain leaders, let us be equal in castigating all our leaders and put them accountable.
LM, if it was a submission, I will agree with you that nobody should guide you. But if it's a response to questions, then he has a right to say that you are not answering his question.
I mean,
because that is not your submission. Actually, that is a response to what he has said.
He made certain comments that I wanted to put right, just like Ndeto said that I am not. He's not the Ndeto that is in question. So I wanted to make sure that he understands that I have not hid the party. I'm a live member, and I will be in the ballot box, the the gubernatorial the 2022. So as much as you want to ask whether or not if the ANC has its members on the ground, I'm one of the members on the ground. So and you're speaking to me, and if you have a question in relation to my candidacy and why I choose ANC as the party, then that is okay and welcome. So I don't know. I don't want to speak of others. I will choose not to speak particularly.
I'll ask again. How many MPs, senators, and MCAs do you have outside Western that are following ANC?
I don't have the statistics at the top of my head.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I've also lost words to ask because he has chosen not to answer questions, but to reset the questions and answer what. Yeah, but one thing that I know he has mastered is he's a good psychologist. You don't answer question directly. You just become vague. You appear like you want to answer, but you don't answer. And that's a good art in
I'm a
politics.
lawyer. I'm a lawyer by profession, so maybe we.
No, those are common courses. Psychologists sometimes those are common skills that apply across all faculties.
Yeah, so maybe my profession maybe takes me that direction, not to answer directly.
Yeah, but this one you cannot run away from it. You said that when my DVD was in NASA was good. Now that's a narrative. Let me ask you a question. If you today you tell me you are going to, let's assume we are going to Mombasa, and then I get you are at somewhere Emali and facing towards Nairobi. Am I wrong to criticize you that is not the direction Mombasa is?
I mean, criticism.
So these guys were in the same vehicle and they knew where they were going. So if one of them bolts out and starts going the opposite direction, they have a right to criticize because that is not the destination they were going. So don't tell us that it's wrong to criticize somebody you have been with praising. Even today, you can praise your girlfriend or wife and say you are the best person on earth. But when the day she says that I'm quitting this relationship, you start seeing the rare part because those are not the things you envisioned. If you ask most of the relations, they say we never envisioned that we will part ways. So when that moment comes, it's a crisis and you start seeing things manifest that you never anticipated. So you are right, you are justified to see the blind spots that were hidden from you.
But Eric, I didn't say that criticism is bad. Constructive criticism is good. I welcome that, and I didn't say. What I'm saying is, don't focus on the bad side alone, just because I'm not in your team. Don't hit me below the belt just because I'm not in your team. If we are constructive, we must agree the good and the potential an individual has, as well as the weaknesses. That is my argument here. I mean, the fact that Madividi is not in Azimio, it doesn't render him useless, or it doesn't make him. It doesn't take away the abilities that he has. That is all my argument is. I have.
It's okay, and everybody understands that. We don't have a problem. He has his own strength, but when we are telling him he's going in the wrong direction, we are not diminishing him. We are just telling him the truth. Let's have Julia submit first because that was just Keep came in to respond to issues we had raised. Let's have Julia submit. Welcome Demba, welcome Selina, welcome Dennis Ombui. Tuko kwa kipindi ya Rara Salama. It's 2:40, but sio Lala Salama sana. We have the morning moderators wameingia.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, brother.
How I can see all of you, Selena, Lex. Anyway, and all of you, I'm very happy to. I've been always listening behind. Yesterday in Jaribu Kuingia, there was a very heated discussion with somebody, and I tried, but it was full. I cannot enter. But anyway, I want to talk a little about nominations, UDA nominations. And just now I was watching a clip in Kiambu where one MCA won and the returning officer changed. So it forced Wamatangi to intervene. The UDA nominations was crazy because, I mean, they are just doing something which was already was done long ago. And unajua hakuna kitu ngumu kama mostly kuoa bibi yule unajua alikuwa ameolewa na fulani. You check kuchukua bibi, unajua umeoa huyo bibi na unajua alikuwa na wekesa, alafu mimi nimchukue. I will always suspect huyu mwanamke kwani baada akona deals na wekesa nini. I think that is what happened in UDA because ukijaribu kuangalia wale watu wote kina kama huyu alikuwa na Kenya anafanya Kericho governor anaitwa nani this guy
Joyce.
Yeah, huyo jamaa kwa sababu ya ile wakati aliongea Keter, unajua hao wote kina Keter kina walishindwa kwa sababu mostly DP nafikiri alikuwa na suspect hao watu ni ukisuspectiwa wetu ni mall unatolewa. That's what happened actually. So they were thinking that hao watu ni malls, so we have to remove them, bring somebody new. Actually, the election, vile Alex alisema, the election was not there. It was already long done. And the problem sometimes with politics, unajua siasa sio kama maisha ya kawaida, because maisha ya kawaida ukitaka kuoa bibi unatafuta, obviously kila mtu anataka bibi mrembo ako na figa mzuri, but politics inakuwaga ni bibi hata kama sio mrembo bora awe na pesa. So the nomination ya UDA, that's what happened. Mtu kama Waiguru, definitely wanajua ni kwa sababu ya pesa ndio sababu wako pale. That's why she's there. So mostly the UDA, like wanajaribu by the way, and if I see the UDA election, they are not preparing for this 2022. I think they are preparing for 2027. Ukijaribu kuangalia hiyo election, yani they are just removing people to get a new beginning, something like that, because it doesn't make any sense. Because the shambolic style walifanya hiyo nomination yao, it was crazy. Alafu nikiongea story ya ANC Mr. Mise, you're talking nice, but
he's not just Mr. He's a life member of MNC.
Yeah, it's okay. Unajua, so, and we are scrolling Mudavadi because ANC imekuwa ikipigana ikisema they are ready for kutengeneza economy ya Kenya. Alikuwa anaongea kuhusu bottom up, ati sijui ukikunywa ukilalisha chupa namna hii maji si unamaliza. So I mean hizo vitu zote zinafanya watu they don't trust, and by the way Mudavadi did the same thing in 2002. Sasa zile watu wanaenda yeye anarudi nyuma, sijui kwa nini wanaogopaka kwenda mbele, watu wakienda mbele yeye anarudi nyuma. 2002 he did almost the same thing. So I think this Mise looks a young man with vision who has a very good mind that he can help this country, Kenya. We need that kind of people, young people who can make the country move one step ahead. But where you are even if, of course, you are saying you're a life member of ANC. It's okay to be a life member of ANC, but you lazima uchanuke because wenzako wametoka wote ANC because waliona huko ni giza, walitoka. By the way, MP wote walitoka. Sasa you know, hata wewe mwenyewe unajua saa zingine hata kama even if you are very visionary, you have to also to see the weather. Ukiona kuna baridi unavaa jacket. You cannot just go out umevaa shati na unaona kunanyesha. Hauna mamvuli, you know, because you believe on yourself that you're healthy. How comes are you healthy then and umevaa shati peke yake na kunanyesha? Seriously. You know, so those are the things that I want you as a young man. You look young. As a young man to change this country. You change this country from the, you know, it's not for your benefit, but the benefit of your great-grandchildren and your grandchildren. Seriously, this country, Kenya imekuwa na shida. And that's we want to start now reforming Kenya from 2022 August. A change from there, then, you know, to see what will happen in the future of this country. Because, and all of us, young and old, tukishikana mkono like, tukiwa na vijana kama wewe, you are a very visionary guy. So I want you to think about this country. Don't think about anybody else. Think about the country. Unataka watoto wako wakae namna gani? Ama unataka tu because you said you are not in Kenya. Hata mimi siko Kenya sahi. I'm in Japan as we speak. Watoto wangu waka hapa. But niko na familia Kenya. I have a lot of people. Niko na mandugu, ma uncle, ma nieces, na niko na watu wengi sana Kenya kuliko wale niko
ile
na
embassy mahali iko ile nani alikuwa anajaribu kuchukua.
Oh, sorry. Acha. Tokyo. Niko mahali naitwa Osaka. I was the first capital city ya Japan, lakini ikamove wakapeleka Tokyo.
Okay.
So mimi niko hapa, niko na familia yangu, watoto wangu of course wanapata medical mzuri, wanapata masomo mzuri. We also want wale wako nyumbani tufikirie wote kwa pamoja, hata wapate masomo mzuri, medical care mzuri. And all those things will happen tukiwa na visionary mtu kama young man kama wewe. You don't have to follow the artist kwa sababu and life member, but think about the country first. Unajua Saitoti alisemanga ukweli, at times country comes faster than better than anyone. So mimi naona you are a very visionary young man, and we want you to add your contributions, not against the will of the people of Kenya, because the people of Kenya are tired of the life that we have been living for so long. The life that we are living for so long. That's why actually I feel that you have something to contribute to the winning side, because definitely, let me tell you the truth, I don't even see the competition with Baba. There is no competition. Ni ile tu hajakuwa surely. Because the UDA nomination, you know, the factor of 2022 ilikuwa in like UDA depend on mostly central. And the central, the way they are not going to vote that much like they did in 2017 and because hakuna mtu wao kwa hapo juu. You cannot, Ruto cannot count that atapata 90%. So at times we have to look things in the other side, you know, like because we like our country. By the way, I love my country. And mimi sija, but sina double nationality. I have only one passport. Watoto ndio labda wengine wako na double nationality. Mimi sina, nastaki. I want to be a Kenyan and I love Kenya. And I think about Kenya always. I think about Kenya. I feel Kenya. So the only thing that I wanted to ask.
In your conclusion remarks, how do you rate the UDA nominations? Unaweza ipatia marks ngapi?
Kenya kwanza.
Nomination hakukuwa na nomination. Haina hata percentage. There was no nomination, my friend. Sasa tutapatia percentage gani na haikufanywa? Surely haikufanywa. Sasa kitu ilifanywa Karen, mtu anaenda zikiwa na ballot zimemakiwa surely. Sasa but they are Sotik, my sister is married in Sotik. So I'm so concerned, and I get information. Kuna watoto wa my sisters, watoto. So they always send me WhatsApp and akiniambia vile kunaendelea ground. Things are completely different from what was happening in the ground. So I mean, labda niwapatie 0.5%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before you
Thank
continue,
you for.
Before that, I wanted to add something small. It's very small. It's going to take half a second.
Don't add because you are the next person to submit. You just submit.
No, mom is next. Mom is next, not me.
Okay, you came earlier than mom according to this list, but sour.
Gender sensitivity.
But you can we can give mom because I have given you time to respond at least to Monge. So we can give Selina, and then we come back to you, and then we go to Dennis, and we go to Demba in that order.
Please, Julius, don't go. Don't go.
No, Demba, then Dennis. I think that's the order in which they ended.
Yeah, so I'll let mom go first. The thing is,
Mom uko tayari? In fact, uliingia mapema, but what happened, ulikuwa hauja connect mic yako, so nikakuongelesha ni kama huko unasikia. I think the best thing I hate to do is to remove you, and then you come back afresh, and then when you came back it succeeded. So
Thank
you
you,
can
thank you. Okay, thank you. Keep asante sana. Nasalamia kila mtu. Kwa sababu Keep hako hapa, najua aliona yale ilifanyika kwa mashishi ya ule candidate, na watu yote walitoka Washingishu, Caleb Kositan, Sudi, Barasa, and the way hata wakuambia watu wa nyumbani pole, they were just coming kupika Keter. So I'm wondering anyway, that is not about our community, kwa sababu mashishi ni tofauti na kwenda kuchapa mtu. So they never even say sorry to the lost na constituency yetu ya Nandils. They were in one mission, wametumwa kukuja kupika Keter. So I really feel so bad about it, kwa sababu we have leaders in Nandi.
How sensitive is burial in Kalenjin culture? It's very sensitive.
Is very the way walifanya ya Kibor, you see the way wamama walienda, kila mtu walienda kulia hapo, wase walienda kuomba msamaha. These people, they are really crazy, kwa sababu
it's close to the Luya culture actually. Our burial ceremonies are very close to the Luya. We wail.
Yeah. So ile kitu walienda hapo, yes, they don't like Keter. Na kama wataki Keter, and Koskei, our leader, kijana yake alianguka. Because this thing, let me say, I see people talking here. Hakuna vile Ruto, he will be comfortable kukuwa na watu kama Henry Koskei na their family. So kijana ya Koskei alianguka, alikuwa anachapa Tukatai, but he managed to come back. That is good. Cherargei, of course, he sees puppet, hiyo ni sawa. But the other leaders, ile msichana mdogo ya 29 years, they were trying even to rika, but it was difficult. So ile kitu nataka kusema ni ya kwamba we are losing it. Tunajaribu kuchukua sijui tradition ya watu wengine ama nini inafanyika Nandi. And then again, wakukuwa watu Nandils ama wakukuwa viongozi, isipokuwa watu wametoka Washingishu wanakuja kuchapa Keter. But anyway, Keter also did a mistake. He could have gone independent. I wish he could listen na aende independent, because they are now going to get another person and they will give that man a directed ticket. So the good thing for Keter, I think he can go to independent because he cannot join another. But people from Lesotho, they say they have to vote him. So I don't know what will happen. If he loses, it will be good for Azimio. We have such a good leaders that we can tell Baba, even though they miss the parliament, they can be given other positions. And I know Kitchen is listening too, because he need to have a strong man come 2027. Nikikuta kwa nomination ya UDA, as everybody has said, the crying fools, wale walikuwa, tulikuwa tumeongea hapa kila siku Temba na Wekesa ya kwamba 2017, 2016, 2007, ulikuwa ukitusi Raila, you go to parliament without anything. Ulikuwa tu ukitaja china ya Raila, you call them all names. You are assured member of parliament. So now there were Rukuru, Tekina Chen Kiara, and all these other people. Wenye walikuwa natusi Uhuru up and down, wanatusi Raila, the communities na watu wamechange. And even ile ilikuwa inatumika na watu ya Central, they came out and tell their people ya kwamba tulikuwa tunatusi Raila kwa sababu alikuwa anapingana na mtoto yetu. Otherwise, Raila is a very good person. So Central wameelewa Raila was always right and is our friend, lakini kwa sababu tulikuwa na ndugu yetu kwa ballot, that was the only way wangetifeat Raila. Na deputy president na grupu yake wakafikiria wakiendelea kumuita kitendawili. Those are the things even Kalenjin in our culture. Hata yeye amelaniwa. He cannot be a leader kwa sababu jamii yetu inaamua ya kwamba the moment unatusi wase, you are even umelaniwa tu already. That is automatic. And I think yeye Kipu utaelewa ya kwamba hii uongozi yote amejitakia kwa lazima, kununua wase, kufanya nini, kupika kifua, imefika mwisho. He has to sit down and listen to people. So Baba Tranzioa, that was very well organized. Mutembea and Chama ya Mbolea, they are doing very well in Western, especially Busia, Bungoma. Now Baba as Kakamega, Busia, na ako sasa na Tranzioa. I think tunangoja tu hiyo siku ifike. Kiminini was very nice. Siwezi funga kwa hii submission yangu nikitoa. I always, kwa sababu naongea kuhusu gender na ninaongea kuhusu constituency ya kina mama, na ninashukuru Wakenya wametupatia msichana mdogo sana kutoka Bomet, 24 years. Wametupatia msichana mdogo kutoka Nandi County. Wametupatia msichana kidogo kutoka Kirinyaga. All these girls are 29 years, 24 years. They are graduates. They are not even, that is gender. See, watu walikuwa naita hiyo ni kiti ya wanawake. Like it was for elderly women. Lakini now I'm very happy. Wamepatia women and wamepatia our girls. Watakuja kusaidia wasichana kwa sababu this country belongs to youth. Apart from this one I see talking here, na anasema ni lawyer. Na patu anataka kupai story ya uongo. We need young people to come and stand up for their right, for their country. Kina Raila, kina Orengo wakati walikuwa in their youth time, walisimama na wakatetea kiti ya Kenya. Oh my God, I'm losing it or something. Oh, okay. So I want to say, Temba, unataka kunitoa. Wacha niongee tu kidogo hata kama saa yetu imefika saa 10 usijali.
Temba ni mchokozi, achana na Temba.
Anataka kuona hii shosho anasema nini. So I want to tell the youth of Kenya, wale wamepita wasiende kununuliwa vile ile kijana ya Meru akukuwa na baskeli, akukuwa na gari. Uhuru alimpatia gari, anasimama anamwambia you are not my equal. Anaambia Kimunya, Munya anasema come and take the car back. Ilirutishwa kama ilirutishwa na akarutishwa nyumbani so that he can start from zero. That is good. Wache niwaambie, you don't believe in mate. Sisi wa Kalenjin tunaita mate blessings. Mtu kusema tu hey, kijana utaenda siku mingi, ama kijana utabarikiwa. See, it is not your father or your mother, lakini that blessings will take you far. Sisi wengine tulifuata mate ya wasee na tukafika mahali tulifika. And I want to tell these young people, masomo na wisdom are two different things. Unaenda kusoma karatasi ya wasungu, unaenda kufanya hiyo science, munakuwa lawyer, munaambiwa vile utatetea mtu ameua watu mpaka atoke nyumbani. But uongozi, Uhuru hako na wisdom ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Raila baba hako na wisdom. Hii ingine yenyu mnatuambia I'm a professor, niko na degree, you know, you guys, you know, yes. Bible, watu walijua kusoma Bible na wakuenda shule, lakini waliupiria watu mpaka wakachua kuna Mungu. Penat, tumechanganya siasa, tumechanganya politics na kasi. When you are a lawyer, you are not supposed to be in parliament. You are supposed to do your job. Kama wewe ni daktari, you need to go and tipu watu. But because of this money, imeletwa kwa parliament, and you want to be richer, and you want to be called mheshimiwa, mumesahau kasi senyu. And that is why our country is going wrong. Kwa sababu Penat, mtu anakuja anasimama, anasema, yeye ni member of parliament. Ana read. Siasa ni uone, ukiona watu, Mungu anakupatia chenye unaambia hiyo watu. If you are a real politician and you have wisdom, you don't have to have a paper in politics. Ati unaandika, huyu Kibeta alisema nini? Ule mama fulani alisema, hiyo ni shule hiyo yenye ya makaratasi ndio mumeharibu nchi yetu. If that is how Kenya will go in another 20 years, 2027, najua tutakuwa na vijana wengi, but Alex, not Alex, Wekesa and Temba, mutaenda kutafuta muulisange kama kuna msee hata moja batu wameishi, awaambie nini ilikuwa inafanya ndio nchi isimame. You see, hata kuolewa,
Tukimalizia sasa.
kidogo tu namaliza, hata kuwa na familia. Watu walikuwa naenda kuoa, unatafuta bibi ula atakuja kukaa na wewe na kukupatia watoto. Can you imagine how many marriages? 3 weeks divorce, come we stay. Mumechasa dunia, mumechanganya nchi, na waombea Mungu atusaidie. But in these days, nataka wale vijana yote wamechaguliwa, wasichana kwa vijana, mchue hii ni nchi yenyu. The people will hand over. Baba atatoka, alafu sasa inji mutapata. Kama mutakuwa na watapeli, kama uchapeleka pesa suko, you cannot be a member of parliament. Kama uchapeana sijui nini, wesi kuwa nini. Kama uchasalamia ile mawatchman na wamewekwa huko wanachafa watu kofi. Nini unafanya? Unaenda tafuta serikali unachapwa. Why do you go there? Suende mahali iko heshima. Mimi nimemalisia hapo, lakini nimeongea tu kama mama, na batu namalisia nikisema constituency wa mama tunataka running mate, nothing less. Hatutaki kupatiwa, we are working on it. Tuna recruit wa mama, tunataka Martha Karua and the group Ingilu and the rest, maendeleo ya wanawake. Can you guys get us 10 million votes or 5 million votes? We give to Baba so that these men can know that the country belongs to us, women and children. Thank you so much.
Makofi. I think I saw women power today. Was it today? I saw this lady from Tanzania, President Suluhu, and the Vice President of America. And I saw women power. I said maybe the next person to join the group is Mother Garua. You never know. So we also pray that that gender, the other gender, gets a breakthrough to the if not the presidency, the deputy presidents. At least we want to see how women can utilize current house. Wataifanya ikuwe kama hotel, kama itakuwa a very useful house in this country. Let's keep now.
Wekesa, not all women. Thank you so much. Si wamama wale wa room 335, these are real qualified leaders. Unaona hata vile wana dress, unaona wamama ya Azimio heshima wako naye. Don't mix us na wale wamama wanataka batu ile vijana na kutingisana. Yeah. So these are real leaders, and that is what we want. Not the ones from Marine.
350 haikuwa imekuja in my mind. I was talking about the way we have been having meetings there. It has been turned into a hotel. Every day kuna meetings in Karen. Okay, but umelet another dimension. Let me not go there. Okay, keep since you had made your it was not contribution, but at least we have heard you, so you will keep it 3 minutes.
Yeah, come on. Wekesa, you know me, I'm very quick. I don't take time. First of all, Jakindebe, Julia, I usually give you respect. Paul, I'm going to be very quick. I'm sorry for the two of you. Otherwise, mi nawapatianga heshima yangu for the gender and wakubwa wangu. Sasa nitasema tu kwa haraka. I'll just say very quickly. So first of all, it's Enzi leo. I really wanted to mention something, and I was hoping Selina was going to say it. Mama Selina forgot to say it, because I've got Wekesa there, I've got Temba, I've got Alex, I've got all these people. They all belong to different parties, but they all go for the Azimio ticket. What I'm trying to say there, and I even have my friend here I always fight with, which is David Alo. He's usually in the comments there. But what I'm saying is that if I ask Wekesa why he follows ODM or whatever party he follows, he will give me straight points as to what he does. That I know for a fact. Selina is fighting for women's rights, and there's a lady there by the name of Martha Karua that fights for that. If I ask the other members of the panel, there's different reasons why they would either follow ODM or they would follow Wiper. There's a specific reason why somebody would follow a particular party. It's because of their ideologies. Now, when you tell me that you're a life member, okay, I it's my fault I pushed that in, but now we've confirmed that you are a life member of ANC. Is you're not following it out of ideologies. You're following it like a football club. Just because you were born in a specific state or region, like Manchester United, you are following Manchester United because you're born in Manchester, or you're following Liverpool because you live in Liverpool. This is different. This is political. There are certain ideologies that you follow, that you go for. In the US, there are people that are Republicans for a reason, because they are conservative people and there are conservative visions they follow. So like small government, conservative values, which is traditions and stuff like that, or you're a Democrat where you're more into certain ideologies, so that those are the things. Are you presenting something, Wekesa? Do I need to stop? Sorry.
No, just continue. I was the women power.
Yeah. Anyway, so that is what I say. And then what you guys are talking about women power right now is something that Ruto has jumped into the bandwagon. That girl Lynette is something that Ruto could not ignore. So please stop it. If anything would have happened, that her nomination would have been screwed up, itakuwa ingeleta shida, because this woman used no money to canvass door by door every day to fight for her nominations, to fight for her reasons as to why she wants to be an elected representative of Bomet. So hii mambo mnafikiria ati Ruto alikuwa had orchestrated, it just baffles me. It's just that this girl had started from scratch, and she's bright enough to have known that in our area, UDA is the only ticket. So that is what she followed. So please, mukifikiria this is the making of Ruto, close your mind off it. As for me, Mama Selina, I have to disagree with you. This is her working. This 24-year-old girl, she did it by herself. This is some.
I say keep ule msichana ya Kirinyaga, ule msichana ya Nandi,
Yeah.
Uyo msichana ya Bomet, those ones are not, wametoka chini na wametiombea kura.
Exactly.
Even Ruto, they don't want them kwa sababu
Yeah.
hawajui wanakaa aje. Yes.
Oh, so we're in agreement.
In fact, you are on the same page, and in fact, the sources shows that she was ignored when she tried to go to Karen.
In fact, watu yote ya Ruto walitupwa nyumbani. Wale walikuwa puppets, wale walikuwa wanamfuata, all of them are home, Kosidans and all others.
Yeah, because Ruto could not ignore that. Ruto could not ignore the strength of these people. No, wait, Mercy, wewe ulikataa kuanza my question, so I will ignore you for the moment. I'm sorry.
Yeah, finish up.
Yeah, I'm going to finish up. Sorry. As for Ruto right now, Ruto has made a big blunder. I have a relative that has been on the UDA ticket for the last 2 years, and this is actually a working a professional person. So I'm not going to mention his profession because it might bring it away. But you can see that this is somebody that had worked throughout the years in his certain relationship, his certain profession, and he had come to leadership because he had finished what he had done and he was satisfied with it. Now he's coming for leadership. So he's in his 60s and 70s. So it is time for him to come for leadership. And Ruto dropped him because he was not 100% his puppet. We're not going to follow what I'm not going to mention the county because that will also bring it a bit closer. Now, the other thing is, and people are not understanding, and this is more, it's going to be a shot at Mama Selina. UDA is a Nandi affair. I'm sorry, Mama. It's the Kipsigis. I think Ruto is about to lose the Kipsigis community, which is the Bomet and Kericho region. And Wasingishu is mostly cosmopolitan. And then if we look at the Elgeyo Marakwet, they're very close to the Nandi. But I think you can help me there. The Kipsigis community have always been very close with Raila because we have never forgotten 2017. And people might not understand the older generation are going to vote differently. It's just that you're not seeing them shouting up and down about it. Let me emphasize that again. Come election time, people think that Central Rift Valley is for Ruto. Watch this space. He's going to lose at least 30%, and that's the older generation. Hawa watu Bomet na Kericho wazee wamtaki mtu. They do not want Ruto. They do not want that Ruto. And then again, there's also the Kisii community in Bomet and Kericho County. That's another community that we are very close to as Kipsigis. So you might think it's 100%. That was because we are holding hands with Ruto then, with Uhuru then. But now Kericho and Bomet is very slippery for Ruto because you kicked out CCM. You can't kick out CCM. That is a Kipsigis party. And he's done a very big blunder. And I just before Mama Selina does it, I would like Alex to emphasize on that. I think you'll understand that.
No, I just wanted to ask a question. If the younger generation, from what we have seen, we have voter apathy because all they do is go to rallies, they make all this noise, come nomination, it looks like they don't even have voters card. I mean, it's
yeah, yes, even in Kalenjin, these
so,
boys, they don't have cards, they don't have voters cards, but they sing, they run. Kupika kura, they will not be there.
So we have a situation whereby the young people really they don't have voters card, and the older generation, even in this country, that's why, by the way, Republicans win election in this country, not because they are very popular, because in midterm election, young people like, I've never voted in midterm election. I wait for what is called general election. So does that mean that come August, if the older generation who are voters ID vote 100%, don't you think that minimum you're giving us of 30% may increase even to 50%?
Most definitely, because I'm telling you, the Kipsigis community have always been with Raila. That we know. Ruto was in ODM. So when I'm saying this, I am hearing things from the ground. I'm talking about people that I know from Eldoret Club that are saying that wazee wamesema huyu ndio mtu tunachukua. They believe in Raila. It's just the young turks that are making too much noise, and we're going to ignore it. And it's a similar thing that's happening in Julia's community. It's the young turks that are making noise. But once Uhuru starts doing campaigns in the mountain, wazee watakaa chini, wataongea, watazungumza na watafanya hizo vitu. And then what will happen is the 90% that they had in mid Rift Valley and Central, where there's this combined digital group of Ruto and Uhuru, Uhuru and Ruto combined, is gone because the math will not make sense. I'll be sorry. The math that the path that Ruto is going for, which is the combined ticket of Uhuru and Ruto, is the math will not work because the older generation already know what they want. So he's lost. Atakamani, they got 90%. Yeah, they're losing that 90%. It's going to be 60%, 70% at most. I'm sorry to say that his mathematics is over because Raila's mathematics has been sustained over the years. Na hiyo ni kitu Ruto haizi shika.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kip. You have made us to see an arising need. We had put here a platform for Mount Kenya, and they discussed those issues exhaustively. I want Kip and Selina, look for us another 2, 3, 4 panelists. Tunataka kuongea mambo ya Rift Valley. We have ignored that place. Even campaigns, all campaigns go to Mount Kenya. Very few campaigns go to Rift Valley. We want now a discussion to happen here.
Pick up car tutaongea. Ama niaje Mama Selina?
Eric, there's something I wanted to respond to Kip, even if he has successfully ignored me.
I hope you will not go into philosophy.
No, I'm not.
Straight to the point.
No.
30 seconds, and then after that we have Themba to present. Themba, after you present, you help me to moderate. You will go to Dennis, and then after Dennis we have Jakendo Bay, and then Julia, in that order.
Yeah.
So in 30 seconds, Dennis, you also have a question for Kip. You are on mute. You're on mute, Dennis. I can't hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry. I was just raising a concern. After Selina, I was to speak after Selina finished. So you keep on recycling people back,
No,
you know,
I don't
go with time.
recycle. I checked it on the backstage here. It shows how people ended. So it
No, no,
never
but
ended new.
like, I'm sorry, like Kip did spoke, and then who was this? Misse did spoke, and you keep
No,
on giving
there's a
them back.
difference between submission. There's a difference between submission and responding to. And that's why when somebody speaks, we ask if you have an issue, raise. So when you raise an issue, it's not a submission.
It was a question.
That one
I had a
that
question
one
from
we have to separate it. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So let's have Liza in 30 seconds.
Yeah, so thank you. First, Julius, thank you for that persuasive appeal, and that's the best way to win people to join a cause, a journey with a cause. Kip and Selena have made a very good argument here that actually has alluded that has applauded and the young people who came out and worked on their own and they got the nomination. So as opposed to the earlier argument that it was planned and executed by one William Ruto. So I just wanted to mention that thank you for coming out and putting it out there that these young people deserve and they have worked out and they have been able to earn the work of their effort. So that's one thing I wanted to make sure that it's understood. And then lastly, you asked questions that I know you made comments and you asked questions. I can only answer the questions that I'm certain about. That which that I don't know, I don't want to commit. So it's not deliberate that I did not want to answer your questions. I answered that which you wanted. First of all, you had a concern about my membership. I did make that clear. And in terms of the statistics of the the MPs and governors,
Thank
and
you. Let's not go back there.
Statistics. Thank you.
Thank you. Ayathemba, make your maiden speech.
How are you, Akasa?
I'm good. Enjoying Easter.
You're enjoying Easter?
Yeah, yesterday I was unreachable.
No, you're not a gentleman. How can you tell me yes, then you disappear? Who does that?
I saw a leeway you had talked to Mutembei nikasema acha nisionge wacha achukue. Okay. Take over.
Okay, I really do not want to say much as opposed to what has been said so far. It's a conversation that I know will be going on for about a week as we look at the different ways of managing nominations within party. I want to just say that political parties nomination management, especially in Kenya, has been a challenge. And I think, yes, it might have exposed the strategies that Ruto had. But again, it also points out to our democracy developing, especially party politics. And some of the challenges that they went through, I think we might also have to see a lot of it for most of the other parties. One thing I've noted, though, that probably we can start realizing. I've seen a lot of reporting on the UDA nomination, especially in the Upper Rift and maybe Central. I haven't had a lot of reporting of UDA nomination, how it went on across the other counties. So was it that it didn't take place? Was it that what happened across the other places? Because I've tried to check out, I've tried to look for news, I've tried to, check from the sources, but I haven't seen anything from the coast other than the direct nomination for
Just to interfere with you, I met a guy in Machakos town, and he was one of the UDA representatives. I asked him, where are your nominations? Says huko hakuna kitu walipeana tickets kitambo. So the majority of regions which are not strongholds were given. They went all of them to Karen, then they were given their certificates. Including even Mombasa, they gave that morning certificates before they began the nominations. Only I saw a pocket of instance in Western where the two people were injured. I think somewhere Bungoma, but the rest were given also direct nominations. Yeah, so you can proceed.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting that. Because I've not seen quite a bit of news from those sides, and I was wondering what could be going on. But other than that, I think there's a lot of lessons to learn, especially on our general political parties nomination management. That is all I can say for now. I guess as we keep on going on, other people will be submitting, and we'll be doing a lot of response. We are here for the long haul.
Yeah, I had put here some newspaper headline. In your view, who are giants there? Is people like Isaac Mwaura giants?
I think also the newspapers and the media is painting a certain narrative that probably they want us to buy. And you know, the people who appeared to have been the noisiest, and maybe because they were the people who appeared to have been the noisiest in the UDA team, they were probably you know, taken to be giants in terms of nominations, and they probably were seen to be close to power, and maybe they were expected to pass without any hitch. So the newspaper headlines are also creating that. I'm surprised that you know, I don't think it's a celebration for for those people who are saying that lady, the 24-year-old, you know, trounced the other people, is a celebration for the UDA team that they have actually done that. I think it's her, like someone has suggested, it's her own you know, like hard work that has taken her to that level. They were not keen on even seeing those kinds of people rising to power, and I think that that county is beginning. Those places are beginning to appreciate the contribution of the younger people, which is a good thing. And for the celebration and the leadership of younger people taking it up, I think that was a good thing. Not necessarily for UDA. So this thing telling us that UDA, you know, is appreciating.
In other words, you are telling us there is a silent revolution in Bomet that some people may not know at Nairobi.
Exactly. I think that's something to be noted. You see, when you see those people who appeared to have been making a lot of noise and stuff, and they are being aged out, then there's some kind of a new power shift that is taking place. And if people like Charles Keter, you know, was aged out, then it shows you that there's a new power base that is rising. I don't know if the so-called honchos of the UDA party will be comfortable with that, and I don't know how they're going to term it. What has happened, you've seen that all those people who have tended to calm down, they have been told they are joining the UDA presidential team. So probably there's the presidential campaign team. Probably there's a keenness in trying to maintain that power, you know, the power cycle that the DP has had over time. So we'll wait and see. But there's clearly a sense of power shifts taking place. And a lady like that, if she was, you know, they attempted to throw her out, even if she gets in, there's I said here, I think a while ago, that this election is going to kill many careers, and it's going to be ushering in a new kind of political dispensation and discourse. that is going to go beyond the people who have probably played in politics for the past 15 years. So we are going to have a new political discourse post 2022. And that is something that we need to really observe with a lot of keenness. Power shift. And another thing I'm noting with keenness is the aspect that we could be ushering in a new generation of two serious big political party system coming in, where you have Kenya Kwanza and you have Azimio. So that is also something we need to look at very, very keenly as it takes shape. New leaders and also ushering in the competitive two political party system that might really lead us into a very nice kind of competition.
Themba, you have your question there. Themba Caleb Costan lost to who? I think to answer that is Jonathan B. Chelilim.
Yeah.
Jonathan B. Chelilima.
They
Yeah,
used
I
to
think
call him koti moja. Walimuita koti moja. They were like ana mali, ana kitu. So akasema that man anawea koti moja. So the slogan was koti moja.
okay. His answer. Themba, you can take over.
Okay. Dennis, you can come in.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if the panelists has allowed me to speak.
Dennis, yeah, you can come in.
Okay. Niwashukuru sana, alafu Wekesa ni kuombe msamaha, niseme samahani. Is that I was running somewhere, but if you can see that I'm in the car, I've been waiting so that I can actually put my contribution. But because my country is more important than anything that I can do, I had to wait. The person I was to meet, he has to wait. So actually nakubali mjadala ambao mnaofanya. I'm talking from USA, New Jersey. We are so very much concerned about our country. Mkiangalia ninatumaga clip zangu na Mtembee waga anaziweka hapo. Some of the people have seen them, I do that. So personally sioni kama anaweza nikazungumzia nominations za UDA because there is nothing that was done. The list was already done earlier enough. Like ile list ilikuwa ishapikwa. Ruto alikuwa ashasema kwamba ni nani who he wants, so the list was already done. The places mahali ambapo alikuwa anajua watu wako underestimated, for example the place where the girl, the 24-year-old won, but alikuwa anajua tu she won't make it, so that's why he wasn't concerned about it. But other places the list was already done. So personally sitaongea kuhusu nominations za UDA because the guy Ruto alikuwa anajua ni nani anataka, so that was done. The only thing that I can speak here is about the arrogance. If you see the arrogance in which Ruto is treating the country, most of the time we've seen Ruto condemning ODM is the party of chaos, the party that doesn't do the nomination well. But you know, Kama is real. Kama is real. So Kama came back to haunt Ruto. So personally niongee kuhusu uchaguzi wa nchi yetu kwa ujumla kwa sababu this is the time that we need to really discuss and then we use our brain properly, because the person whom we're going to elect is going to determine how we're going to live for the 5 years. And this is the mistake usually we as Kenyans we always do. Like unapata tunafanya uchaguzi kwa mihemko, tunafanya uchaguzi kwa kutumia ukabila, tunafanya uchaguzi kwa kutumia kwamba nani amenipa nini. Those are not the things that can make us elect a leader who can serve the country better for all Kenyans. So personally, I don't have any issues with Ruto. Sina shida na Ruto. Ruto is a Kenyan like another Kenyan. He has a right to vie for presidency. And if indeed he meets the criteria, or he meets the qualities of becoming a president, yes, why not? We can vote him. But actually, as for now, I don't think Ruto qualifies to be the president of our country called Kenya, because the place where he can lead us is somewhere that we can talk. Ruto, he talks about conmanship in politics. But actually, personally, I can say that Ruto is the biggest conman, political conman in Kenya. Why am I saying this? Angalia Ruto, you know, right now Kenyans are complaining like we are living in hardship, kwamba maisha yetu yamekuwa magumu, blah, blah. These things didn't just happen the other time. All this system was set while Ruto was with Uhuru. Government things are not just like something that can be done today and then tomorrow it happens. It's something that's being done early enough. So whatever life that we're going through, whatever hardship that we're going through right now, Ruto was in the decision-making table over what we're going over here now. We're going through this because we overborrowed, of which where did this money go? When we were overborrowing, Ruto was in the government. Ruto was working with Uhuru. So now because Ruto's politics is about conmanship, he has seen that now the ship is sinking. Ameruka, ameanza kujifanya mwema, now he's attacking Uhuru, whom they were together with. You see? So it's so annoying to see a person who has made us today struggle. He is the one who wants to say that he has a solution for Kenyans. Personally, I don't believe that, and I don't agree with that. Another thing, Kenyans, we need to elect people of integrity. People who, when you see them, they represent the face of Kenya. Like they show like, okay, this is leadership. Like they have qualities of being leaders, you know. So tuangalie watu ambao wanamzunguka Ruto personally, watu ambao wako karibu na Ruto. Actually, if God forbid, if it happens that now Ruto is the president, what kind of government are we going to have? Just look the people around him. Just see the people whom he is working with, and see the people who are with Azimio, who are with Raila, and let's see now what kind of government we're gonna have in place. The government of people wenye hasira. Actually, to be a leader, you don't hold grudges to people. Ruto has this tendency of holding grudges, of which he can die with. And I'm sorry, I don't have any powers to question somebody's Christianity. But Ruto is a guy who holds grudges for nothing to other people. Angalia watu wote ambao wamemzunguka. Mnisamee, naweza nikatumia lugha kali, lakini yani ni watu wahuni. Kwa hivyo kwamba tukitengeneza serikali na Ruto itakuwa ni serikali ya kihuni. You see? I'm sorry. Anne Waiguru, we know her records as from when she was in the national government, right? Ruto himself has got a lot of issues are hanging around him. His coat is full of dirt that he needs to shake, at least some of them, to get off him, right? Let's come to people like Musalia Mudavadi. Ameshtumiwa kuhusu kuuza makaburi ya Nairobi. Anglo leasing bado inamzunguka. Let's come to Wetangula. He sold the embassy. So, and then ni watu wao tu, ni wachochezi, ni watu wa matusi. Those are the kind of leaders that we want to put in place. Actually, Kenya will go and sink into the knees if we do this mistake and do the kind of like we elect people like Ruto into office. There is no way that they can take us. Only that tutakuwa na serikali ya ajabu, tutazidi kulia zaidi. And then right now, tunalia kwamba maisha ni magumu. Maisha sio magumu tu Kenya. Life is hard all over. Right? Mna complain sijui mafuta mnanunua sijui 100 and something per liter. Hapa America, right now mafuta kwa gari tunaweka like it's $5 per gallon. $5 is almost shingapi za Kenya? Almost 600-700 right now. So life sio kwamba imekuwa ngumu tu in Kenya. Life is all over. So the thing we don't need somebody who's gonna make life cheaper. This is what we need. We need somebody who can bring the economy where everybody is working, be it the life is expensive, that we can manage. Now, that's what America is making. Actually, life is so expensive in America. The only thing is that America has a system in which people have jobs, be it the life is hard, you are able to foot your bills because you have a job to do. And this is what we need in Kenya. Mtu asitudanganye kwamba yupo mtu ambaye atakuja so that ata make life kuwa cheap. Like the economy is run all over the country, the world. So it's not only Kenya. So we need a person who can come in, bring the system where kila mtu ana kazi, ana uwezo pamoja. Okay, this is expensive, but because I have a job, I'm able that I can run my life. That's what we want. Kenya, we need a system. Hatutaki porojo za watu kuongeongea. No, we need a government that will come with a system, with a plan that can make sure that Kenyans, everybody has a source of income. And this is what Baba is doing. We need industries to be revived. We need corruption to be completely finished from the country. Ruto, there's no way unaweza ukamwona kwamba amesimama anasema that aongee kuhusu corruption. He can't do that. He can't do that. Why? So Wakenya tujiulize sana. We don't need somebody who, when somebody goes to churches and do contribution, then we think that's a quality of being a leader. Personally, William Ruto do ask people that bring your agenda or bring your track record. Personally, I've never seen a track record of Ruto. The track record of Ruto other than just the negative side. So to me, actually Wakenya, tusifanye uchaguzi kwa sababu ya kitu fulani. Tufanye uchaguzi kwa sababu yetu sisi. Whoever that you're gonna vote, or whoever I'm gonna vote, is going to impact your life in one way or the other. So let's have the country in our hearts, not the selfish or tribal or some friendship. Thank you. That's all for now from me.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Jakindube.
Asante sana Themba na wasalimia wote. Mimi naweza kusema mchango wangu ni kwamba nimefurahi sana ile campaign ya Azimio kule upande wa Western inaendelea vizuri, ninafurahi. Na kitu ninataka kusema ni kwamba zile vurugu zote, zile fujo zote Ruto alikuwa akifanya, maneno alikuwa akisema, sasa amepatikana. Na mimi nimekuwa nikiwaambia uongo mwishowe unasahau ulisema uongo. Uongo mwishowe huwa inaonekana. Ni kwamba alikuwa anasema uongo kwamba yeye hiyo chama chake wamejipanga, wamefanya sijui nini. Sasa imeonekana ni chama tu kama hao wengine zile walikuwa wanasema sijui kina ODM sijui nini. Mimi kitu ambacho naweza kusema ni kwamba hizi vyama hazina uwezo za kuweza kufanya hizi michujo, lakini chama kama ODM imekuwa ikijaribu kufanya hiyo, imekuwa ikifanya hiyo kila mwaka, na wamekuwa wakiwa wanalaumiwa sana, lakini nimeona kwamba vyama vyote ni the same. Labda naweza kusema labda waandishi saa zingine wanaongeza ya ODM, sijui kwa nini, kwa sababu kuna wakati mwingine huyu makamu wa rais gari zake zilipigwa huko upande wa sehemu za huko mlima huko nani ya kati, lakini sikusikia, haitajwi. Sehemu inatajwa ni Kondele tu, hizo zingine hazitajwi. Inatajwa ni Kondele peke yake. Hiyo ni ajabu sana. Hiyo haifai kuendesha ama kufanya matamshi kama hayo kwa nchi yako. Kitu ambacho leo labda mimi nataka kusema ni kwamba nimefurahi, na kwa siku ya leo niko na uhakika kwamba Azimio itashinda kwa vishindo. Itashinda hii kura ya 2022 mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9, itashinda kwa vishindo, yani kwa nani kubwa kabisa, percentage kubwa, kwa sababu mimi naamini kwamba Uhuru na Raila wanaelewa ni kwa sababu gani Kenya imekuwa na haya matatizo, na wanataka kuweka Kenya katika hali nzuri, yaani wanataka kuirudisha kwa reli mahali ilitoka, na hiyo ni jukumu ambayo waliapa kwamba ni lazima wafanye. Na mimi nataka kuambia kwamba hata hizi vyama Uhuru na Raila hawaendi popote mpaka wahakikishe kwamba hizo vyama zinafanya kazi na watakuwa wameacha nchi tulivu kabisa. Ruto hawezi kushinda Uhuru na Raila, hawezi. Mimi hiyo nawaambia, niliona hiyo uchaguzi ndogo UDA imefanya, imenipatia thibitisho kwamba Ruto hawezi kushinda Raila na Uhuru kama wako pamoja, Uhuru na Ruto, Uhuru na Raila. Ruto hawezi kuwashinda, au mwanasiasa yoyote hawezi. Hata ukiweka Kalonzo na Mudavadi na Ruto pamoja, hawawezi kushinda Uhuru na Raila, hawezi. Kwa hiyo mimi nina hakika na sina wasiwasi kabisa kwa sasa baada ya kuona hayo matokeo. Na mimi nawashauri sana na nataka kuambia hata wale vijana ambao mimi nafurahia wameshinda upande wa UDA, nataka kuambia kwamba lazima waangalie, wafikirie vizuri sana kwamba wanataka nchi yetu ya Kenya ielekee wapi, na iwe na sura ya namna gani, kwa sababu tunataka nchi ambayo ina sura ya Wakenya wote, wanawake kwa wanaume, vijana kwa wazee, ndio tuwe mchanganyiko, ndio ifanye. Wakati kijana unataka experience, unapatiwa na mzee, mzee. Ukitaka ujuzi wa teknolojia unapatiwa na kijana. Lakini tunataka watu wenye maadili, watu ambao wanajua kwamba nchi ni yao, lazima tuifanyie kazi, na hakuna mtu atatujengea, ni sisi wenyewe tujenge nchi yetu sisi wenyewe. Kwa hiyo mimi kile naweza kusema tu ni kwamba mkumbuke siku zote tuseme ukweli, na ukweli ndio itatujengea nchi. Na ulisikia marehemu Dr. Magufuli akisema msema ukweli ni wa Mungu. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la busara, kama tukitaka kujenga nchi yetu ni lazima tujenge na ukweli mtupu katika mambo yote ambayo tunasema, iwe ni mambo ya siasa, iwe mambo zote. Ndio maana yale mambo ya uongo mnaona sasa yanaporomoka. Kwa hiyo mimi nawahimiza vijana wote, ungeni Azimio mkono. Nimekuwa nikiwaambia siku zote tuunge mkono jukumu ambalo linafanywa na Bwana Raila na Uhuru kuwajengea nchi shupavu, hasa vijana, wajengea nchi ambayo itakuwa na manufaa, itakuwa na kazi, itakuwa tulivu, itakuwa ambayo ina maendeleo mazuri. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la busara kwamba sisi sote tuvute pamoja, tujenge nchi yetu pamoja. Asante sana Bwana Themba.
Asante Jakindube. Julia?
Thank you Themba. Kuna message hapa ya mise by Jim Ombati. Jim Ombati is saying, Mise, your life will be longer than that of ANC. ANC is a life member in you. and not the other way. Food for thought for Mise. Nafikiri alisema yeye ni life member wa ANC. Another thing, I was listening to the debate earlier. First, I want to say that I enjoyed the debate by Dr. David Matsangi. I think that's his name. Earlier, it was awesome. Did you come Mademba? Will you follow your debate? Did you follow the debate earlier? It was really nice.
I was a little busy.
Oh, you missed a lot. It was so intense and informative. It was very intense and informative. You should replay that. Yenye ilikuwa ya Wekesa na Dr. David Matsanga. Is it Matsanga?
Matsanga, yeah.
Matsanga, and I think Alex was there. They had a very good debate. It was very intense, and there was a lot of information about political. I mean, the things that have happened to in Kenya since 2013 and all that, and why this and that. It was really good. I liked that, and I applaud Mutembei for that show and other shows. I also earlier overheard me saying that Ruto ametukanwa sana. I don't know why Mise ignored that hata President Uhuru na Raila wametukanwa sana. I think Wakenya wanapenda kutukanana sana. So I think we should be weighing nani ametukanwa sana kuliko mwingine, and who deserves ile kutukanwa ametukanwa. If things have been said about somebody, are they true or are they unfair and all that? And then he was telling us that he reminded us that the deputy president is a principal assistant of the president, which I agree with. And he reminded us that his responsibility is, in the event that the president is not there or maybe incapacitated, the deputy president should play the role of the president or play another role as assigned by the president. And Mise was, I think, was of the opinion that the deputy president has not been assigned the roles. And somebody called, I think Jared, said that the deputy president is like spare wheel, and that brought some thoughts to me that I bought a car, Mr. Themba, about 4 years ago. Here, I have not used its spare wheel. Hata sikujuanga hiyo spare wheel angalia iko wapi. So juzi nikafikiria nitafute in which part of the car is it. I found it's in the trunk, but because I have never used it, I have never looked for it. So for 4 years, I've not used that spare wheel. So I think the deputy president is like that spare wheel of mine. I've never had a reason to use it because I've never had any problems with my tires. They are still very good. So will that spare wheel of mine be pointing at me and complain that I've not used it if I don't need it? And furthermore, I think the deputy president has positioned himself in a way that is not obvious. He's playing opposition. So if I were the president, I think I would not assign him any duties. So I wanted to bring that to Mrs. attention, that the deputy president does not act as useful to the president. And Mr. was trying to imply that the deputy president has been disrespected. The deputy president insubordinates the president. So if you work with somebody that subordinates you, you won't need them. Even if the law demands that you assign them duties, you would rather do those duties yourself or do without assigning him. That is, I think, the relationship between the president and our deputy president, William Samoei Ruto. Now, going to the nominations today, about the topic about nominations in UDA, I want to talk about Mount Kenya region. That is what I think I've had a number of us discussing. The turnout was very low, and that tells us a lot. We were having this debate yesterday in Mount Kenya, facing Mount Kenya, and one person by the name Mr. Ndeto was saying that the Jubilee people went around asking people in Mount Kenya not to turn up for the nominations. And I thought if that's what happened, then it means Mount Kenya is paying attention to Jubilee or to the president, if they heeded the plea not to turn up for the nominations, then it means the mountain is shifting. If they decided not to turn up because somebody asked them not to, then the mountain is shifting. So that is why now I now begin to wonder whether the numbers that we've been told are there for UDA in Mount Kenya are there. Selina, uko na swali?
Nataka kusema wale watu walikuwa naenda mkutano ya UDA hawana kura, so wangetoka kwenda wapi? Where will they come up? They don't have voting cards, they don't have IDs. So hiyo ilikuwa ni numbers tu ya kutembea, lakini nao wakisema Jubilee, naambia watu ni kuweka Jubilee juu, but tulikuwa tumesema kila mara na ulikuwa umesema kila mara that hawa ni vijana hawana kura, lakini hawana kitu ya kulose, na bado hayo tu na kusupport.
Okay, thank you, Selina. That's true. Because when we were arguing yesterday in Mount Kenya, we just reasoned like, mtu kama Julia, where's patia Julia t-shirt aende mkutano? Seriously, in my normal senses, can you give me a yellow, even if it's a red t-shirt? I can either wear a red or blue or yellow t-shirt to go for a political meeting. But wakati wa kura utanipata, I'll vote. So that tells us something, because this person was trying to argue that people were asked not to go to vote. It seems Mount Kenya region is not interested with what is happening in UDA camp. So I think, and why are they not interested? It means they don't have faith in the UDA camp. Now, I followed the debate because later on, when after I logged out of the studio, I heard Shiko talking with one young man, I forget his name, and this man was saying that they no longer know where they are and they need direction because they cannot see who is representing them in UDA, and probably that is why hawakutokea. You know, they are looking at somebody here mwenye ametoka amedescribed wenye wako kwa UDA kama wahuni. Unajua Kiswahili saa zingine kasuti iwe inanilemea, so nikaenda kuresearch wahuni ni nini, nikajua wahuni ni hooligans. Nikasema I think this man is not being disrespectful. I look at the people who are behind UDS.
Wahuni saa ingine inamaanisha watu, the people who are not married, watu wenye wako single.
Exactly, I was going to tell her the same.
Okay, the first meaning I found was hooligans. So
I
began
mimi ni muhuni.
So I need some
Alex,
help.
tunaonanga mama na mtoto kila wakati akirukaruka kwa kiti akipita hapo, wacha hiyo upuzi.
Unaweza pata Alex ni muuni wa parties, so ngoja yeye amejisemea, atatuambia vipi.
So I think you have to forgive my little knowledge in Kiswahili. But the meaning I found is hooligans. Then I was looking at people like Sudi. I was looking, I'm not trying to disrespect Sudi. Curious, Juicy, Alitukana Fast, Family Sana. This guy who is in the US called Cosmos. Yani nikaangalia hao jamaa, nikasema, this is a proper description. And that is why this speaker in Mount Kenya yesterday was saying, we don't know who to identify with in UDA. He was not saying ako kwa Azimio, lakini alikuwa anasema akiangalia UDA hajui nani atamsaidia. Akiangalia Gachagua haoni, akiangalia Didi Nyoro haoni. That is why they didn't turn up. So that tells me now something else. Now, there are about 3 groups of people in Mount Kenya region. Kuna wenye wameamua, those are the people I think Alex was describing earlier. Wenye wameamua, they are on the side of Uhuru wameamua, and they will turn up to vote. And this number may increase because those people are aged around 35 and above. Those people, you will not give them a t-shirt to go for a political meeting. They won't be there. Wameamua, they have decided Uhuru is our son, and Uhuru akisema turuke tunaruka, Uhuru alisema tucheke tutacheka, Uhuru akisema tukimbie tutakimbia. If Uhuru tells me to jump, I jump. If they have made up their mind, and therefore those ones will come out and vote for Baba. Then there is this group of that Yangua saying ati they were preached to, Raila ni mbaya, ni mchawi. Now they thought they were in UDA, lakini wakiangalia UDA, they don't know who is representing them. So those people did not turn up at all, and may not turn up even in August 9. Then kuna these boys, young boys, how do you wanapewa t-shirt ya yellow? They have been very loud and they go for every meeting. But a number of them are drunks. They don't even have voters card. Most of the time they usually lose IDs. There's somebody I know in Central who has never voted because wakati wa uchaguzi amepoteza kitambulisho yake because he's always drunk. And there's that population of people we are having. So you'll see them, hao ndio wanatokea kwa mikutano ya UDA. So is this UDA crowd a fallacy? It is turning out to be a joke. I think it's not even there, this crowd in Mount Kenya region. So I think Mount Kenya is setting a stage for very interesting political seasons, that we have been thinking that the mountain is in UDA, and war unto UDA and Ruto if the mountain shifts to the other side, because if they shift, they come in with numbers, the same tyranny. War unto Ruto if they come in with their tyranny of numbers, because this time we may not talk about kumira because we have that small number that thinks they neither there nor here. Then we have that people, yellow t-shirt people who may not have even registered. I think, Alex, you are here when you people were asking, somebody called Mr. Buzz with Dr. Masanga kama ako registered. Buzz akasema ati yeye, okay, I don't think Buzz ni wa Mount Kenya, lakini akasema kwamba ati he couldn't go for the nominations because he was working, and I was doubting whether Buzz is even a registered voter. So kuna hiyo group ya yellow t-shirt, and I think half of them are not even registered voters. Then kuna hii group inasema hawako kwa Azimio lakini wako kwa UDA, lakini haoni nani anawasimamia kwa UDA, so they will not turn up. And then there is this group that has made up their mind, Uhuru is our son, you insulted our son, so we are going to teach you a lesson for insulting
Tulia,
our son.
wanasema Tulia wamesema hoteli imefungwa, M-Pesa sijui imefanya nini. Ukisema hiyo vijana wamesema tumemaliza kasi, hoteli imefungwa na M-Pesa imeisha.
So you see there are three groups at M-Pesa imeisha. So this is the drama happening in Mount Kenya region. So I think I now present to you UDA another dramatic session from Mount Kenya region, and the mountain is shaking. And the I think we learned in geography about tectonic forces and faults and all that is happening in the mountain. So I'll not be surprised to see Baba commanding a very big vote from Mount Kenya region. I'll not be surprised. So my plea is to those people who are in Mount Kenya region and are not decided where they are. The truth is, we see Uhuru is even the chairman of Azimio. Uhuru is, if you kama mnataka kusema kabila letu, basi we can say Uhuru is representing us. And I think the war that has been there with the couriers and the whoever is that Uhuru has refused to retire wakuwe kingpin. Lakini saa zingine kingpin you cannot make yourself a kingpin. There's some level of glory that comes around with kingpins. It's very hard to step in the shoes of Uhuru. Even Uhuru has come a long way. Long way. Uhuru ametoka mbali, ndio avae hizo viatu sasa. So the couriers with their verbal diarrhea and the others, it will be very hard. I think the person who may be close to Kimping now, ni Mother Karua. Mother Karua, I think in the future, she may step into that. Mother Karua. Lakini the others with their character, it also comes about with your personality. I mean, you have got to work out your personality and you become a respectable personality. That is what Uhuru has done. So these guys cannot replace Uhuru, and I think they are very far. And now to end up, that takes me to Mama Selina's point that I think the day for the women to be deputy president in this country has come. And here we present Mother Karua, and we present to you Themba Wekesa, Mise, Alex, Fred, Mama Selina, and the audience a Rarua ticket, a super presidential ticket. Kwa hivyo nawaomba wale watu wa Mount Kenya, bado hamjaamua, amueni leo, mvuke sakafu, mje mpande hii wa Rarua, super Rarua presidential ticket. Asanti Themba.
Na Dr. David alituambia Karua anakuja na baba, so tukutane Washington DC tuone our deputy president.
Tukutane Washington, all roads heading to Washington DC. Tukutane with our super Rarua presidential candidates. Asante Themba.
Okay, asante. Kasudi, karibu.
Asante Themba. Mi kuna mambo tu mawili matatu yenye nimeobserve na I think Julia, wakati ulisema wahuni, yani kwa sentensi, waja nitumie Kasudi kwa sababu huyo ndiye najuanga akona hiyo uhuni. Yani unafanya kitu yani uko na tabia ya kihuni. So hiyo ukiambia wamejaa huko, unaweza waangalia tu, all of them they behave like people who has never gone to school. Lazima ukue academically dwarf. That is the first qualification, by the way, in UDA. Hata ukienda huko kama umesoma, uko na PhD, uko na nini, you must reduce yourself to become academical dwarf. Hiyo ni first, hiyo ndio tu nini inahitajika kuwa supporter wa UDA. So I think hii nomination ya UDA walikuwa kuna kitu Ruto alikuwa anajaribu kuangalia. Do you know why walikuwa wanajikamba hapo wakisema UDA iko na members milioni 6? So walisema hivyo. Mbona wakaenda kutumia register ya IEBC? As long as you are a registered voter and you have ID, ungelijitokezea. Kwa nini? Kama walikuwa wanajua hivyo, kwa nini hawangesema only members wa UDA mkuje mupike hii kura? Na hapo ndipo kitumbua kiliingia mchanga. Kitumbua kiliingia mchanga kivipi? Wao walisema UDA is popular kwa mlima. Wale watu wenye walitangulia wenye walianza kuuza propaganda, kufanya matusi, wote, which means those are the voters, registered voters, wale waliwapiga kura. Ukiangalia ule alikuwa alijitangaza yeye kuwa lioness, akakuwa humiliated. Angalia Mwaura, angalia tu hao watu wakakuwa humiliated. Kwa sababu gani? These people initially walikuwa kwa kambi fulani, wakaona vile wamebehave hao watu, hata hakuna haja ya we cannot depend on them. Kitu kile tunaweza wafanyia tu mzuri. Kwanza Ruto mwenyewe akajua hawa ni vikeukeu, hata hawa siwezi nikawatrustia na chochote. Kwanza wewe Warukuru uliruka huku ukanitukana, ukaruka upande huu, sasa unatukana kule. Sasa wacha wananchi wako wakuonyeshe, sisi wao ndio walikuja na wakamhumiliate vibaya sana. So hatujui her next move ni wapi tena. So mimi nafikiri walikuwa wanajaribu kutest kitu
kama manpower ya UDA waone kama inaweza fanya kazi, lakini sasa iliflop. Niliwaambia na nitawaambia tena, on a free, fair, credible election, hata uchukue hao watu wote uwekanishe pamoja na baba akae peke yake huko, they cannot beat baba, they cannot. Na hiyo ni dhibitisho kumaanisha ya kwamba we in Azimio to be in ODM to be particular, kwa nini sisi tunatumia our own register? Only ODM members were allowed to vote those areas watu wameenda kwa nomination. Sisi hatuja kuja hapa ati kusema tutumie ati mtu yeyote, which means in fact hata kama ilikuwa ndio hiyo the case, mtu hata mimi ningekuwa huko, ningekuwa Mlima Kenya, bado mimi ni mtu wa ODM, lakini ningeenda, si niko registered na niko na ID, ningeenda pale kuhakikisha, na hatutaki Waikuru ama hatutaki Warukuru ama hatutaki Deti, tungeenda pale tu in order tuangushani mtu fulani, ushika adabu. So hapa since Warukuru alianza alitukana kila mtu, ametukana kila mtu, sijui Mwangi Kiunjuri, sikina Ukinawe au Deti, sikina nani. So wananchi wa Laikipia wenyewe wakaona, wewe mama, tukikuachilia uendelee hivi, kuna venye utakuja kumesi. Wakamuonyesha, wacha sasa tukuonyeshe, whereby akaambulia akaambulia patupu. So it has served us with a lesson, as a warning. It serves Ruto as a warning ya kwamba vile ambavyo unafikiria si vile ground iko. Vile walikuwa wanakuambia, walikuwa wanasikiza ground. Sasa hizo ground ndio tulikuwa tunangojea tuone iko wapi. Kinaisha Kamwaura, si walisema walisikiza ground, wakamove to UDA. Haya, hiyo ground iko wapi yenye mulisikiza? Hiyo ukiangalia the same Warukuru wanasema walisikiza ground, wakatoka Jubilee wakaingia UDA. Haya, hiyo ground iko wapi? Those are the simple things ambazo watu tulikuwa tunaangalia sana. Nyinyi mlikuja hapa mkatuambia tulikuwa tunasikiza ground, sijui nini. Na vikoko wote including ule mtu, hata mimi sikuamini ule mtu sikuamini huyu Caleb Kostani, na vile amekuwa mjinga kabisa. Na kweli nilisema tu kweli, lazima ukuwe academically dwarf tu by default, si ati ni lazima. So kinao wote, vigogo wote wale walikuwa wanasema sisi tumesikiza ground, tumejipanga kwa ground, mambo iko safi. Kusema ukweli, hiyo ground yao ilikuwa ni fake, artificial. Hakuna ground yenye walikuwa wanasikiza. Wewe umejaa na ndio uone wale watu wote UDA imepea direct ticket, walikuwa wanajua hao watu kwa ground hawapendi. Wangekuwa submitted to buy and to hiyo nomination, hawangetoboa. Angalie kina Ndindi Nyondo, kina Ligathe, kina tumuitaka atia kama anakaka kagi. Hao wote wanajua, wangeambiwa waende sasa kwa ground vile hao wengine walienda kwa ground, wote wangelambishwa chini, hakuna mtu angepata hata moja. Ungeona tu new faces. But turnout pia ilikuwa poor. Hiyo haikuwa turnout ya kusema. For example, place kama Kiambu iko na registered voters over 2 million or 1.8. Wamatangi alishinda hiyo nomination na kura ngapi? 60 what? Na mlikuwa mnatumia na hiyo nini ya voters. Hiyo inafaa kuwari sana deputy president. Sasa arudi kwa drawing board kama alikuwa anafikiria ako safi. Na sisi tumejipanga mbele kuzuri. Rarua Mtai Ngunyi, because he was the first person to coin tyrant of numbers. and he was the first person kusema they will be at the end. We are going to have Ararua ticket. Ararua ticket. Now, I think now his prediction yet it has come to, wacha tungoje kwanza, kwa sababu mtu anaambiwa anataka ukue running mate wangu, ama nataka nimeona unatosha, tukienda pamoja tunatosha. So that is what we are waiting, na tunaomba sana na tunaambia baba akiangalia hizi milioni 4 za wamama zitakuwa zimeboost sana, zimeboost sana kabisa 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 kabisa. Kama ni hadhi, ile hadhi ya uongozi, Martha Karua nayo akona all qualities and she can become a very good lakini Alex anaweza disagree na mimi, but she has all qualities and she can be a good running mate. That's what I think. That is my submission for now. I don't have much to talk about. Sisi tunaangalia tu ground vile iko. The ground is speaking all over the country. Wale wanasema tunasikiza ground ndio hizo zimeongea. Hatujui atakimbilia wapi. Thank you. I think Demba is there or
I have a question, Kasuti. Watu sijui sheria inasema nini akina Alex, kina Demba, kina Mama Selina. Are they allowed to, when these ones who have lost, can they be vie as independent candidates?
They have a period of a window of 10 days.
From when to when, Mr. Demba? From when to when?
From the day walifanya hiyo nomination.
So they can vie as independent candidates.
Wako na hiyo nini, hiyo period, hiyo window iko. Ni vile tu huwezi ukaenda kwa chama ingine, kwa sababu wanasema lazima ukue kwa hiyo umekuwa kwa hiyo chama kwa muda wa miezi 6. Sasa hapo ndipo wamefungia watu, huwezi ukaenda kwa chama ingine.
The law is after the nominations jana, I mean this week, it's up to 22nd. So by 22nd, all parties should submit their nominees to the registrar of political parties, all parties. Then by I think by 2nd, they have up to 2nd to vie between 22nd and 2nd. All the people who want to vie as independent candidates who are on other political parties can resign from the political parties and vie as independents. Then by 2nd is when the registrar of political parties submits the lists to IEBC.
So they cannot change parties now.
Right now they can't. Yeah, they can't change political parties right now.
Okay.
But they can go independent.
Yeah, that's what I've said. They can go independent. But they can't change political party. They can't go to any other political party. They can go as independent. And as independent, right now, after the nomination, they can pursue the party constitution to probably look for redress, go for like what they're paying in UDA, go for their cases to be considered, look for, their tribunals agree before 22nd. After 22nd, the parties will submit the names. So, inaitwa nini? Mlango wa rehema katika parties utakuwa umefungwa.
So in other words, the law wants to they want to make sure that there's due process and fairness in the process by the parties, and anyone who is aggrieved must submit their grievances within that stipulated time, after which that window is closed, as Themba has explained.
Yeah, so after 22nd, now the party window imefungwa. But you will have
22nd of May or 22nd
April.
of when?
April. So they have like a week.
Today is September.
Today's 15th.
Today is 16.
Yeah.
16th, yeah. So they have like a week. I mean, less than a week, 6 days.
But if you have a week and then kama umeanguka and then your party will not, awacha kurelease na unatakana kuwa na 2 weeks. Oh my God, they will not make it.
So it is this week. It is this week. If someone wants to go as independent, it is this week for them to decide, so that because you can follow the party processes. I mean, internal party constitution, because each party has constitution mechanism in terms of if someone fails and feels aggrieved, they need to first of all seek redress from the party. So you see, you don't know when your case will come, all right? And you have only 6 days. So after 22nd, the parties will submit the names of their people by 22nd. By 22nd, not after. By 22nd.
Yeah,
so
but
the party can submit today. It can submit tomorrow, but the deadline is 22nd.
So
now after 22nd, the person who still feels like they don't want to, they still feel, Mr. Just mute a little bit. If the person still feels like I still want to pursue my independent, they have to first of all resign from that party, get that letter, and then now go to registrar of political party, and take the symbol. And if they're independent, so they take whatever it is, party color or whatever it is. I mean, their color is independent. Whatever it is they want to use, they take to the registrar of political party. So that goes up to 2nd. Now 2nd is the deadline, because by 2nd, the office of the registrar of political party need to have already forwarded the names to IEBC. And I think presidential candidates, they are taking their things to the IEBC, I think on 14th or thereabout of May. And then after all that, now the official campaign starts.
So when are we likely to know the running mates?
By 14th.
Can I add something there before it's lost into translation? Something that you were trying to explain. You were explaining, Mr. Themba. In terms of the law, when you look at most deadlines in law, they are between 15 days, 30 days, and 45 days. So within which you have to, that's the consistency within the laws and every other, depending on whether it's criminal, civil, or whatever case, whatever category that it falls. So what I wanted to say, when they have given 14 days, it means that within 14 days you can file what is called certificate of urgency, where you have asked the court to listen, or if it's not the court, if it's within the system of the party, within the confines of the party, to listen to, after which if they fail and they are not giving you justice or fairness, you have the right to go to court. And you can file a certificate of urgency in that matter, and that matter can be heard within the shortest time, given that there are tight deadlines that have to be met.
Right. So Julia, do you have your questions answered?
Yes. Now, I have a feeling that we are going to have so many independents, especially in Mount Kenya region. And I will not be surprised if some of those independents win. It's like we especially Mount Kenya, will have, because these are people who don't even know where they are. I was listening to Akinashiko yesterday, and they were saying that they vote for candidates, that they're not going for parties. though I would urge them to vote for Jubilee, but it means Mount Kenya region this time will have more independent candidates winning in various polls, which is also good, because I think it is high time that parties go for the character of a person. I don't even think the current party nominations in this country gives us the best people we need, because I think the party nominations has a lot of corruption going on, rigging and all that, blah, blah. That's why we had the Waititos and the Sonkos going through. Those people went through party nominations and we had them winning, even the governor. So what if parties decide to look at the character of these people and decide that we cannot have Julia because we don't trust her with our finances, we don't trust her with this, we don't trust her. Even if she's able to campaign around and woo people to line up behind her, we having people in this country who are managing to get it's not even support. There's a lot of voter bribery in this country. It's just sad that Kenyans who turn up for these kind of nominations, some of them are driven by the amount of money they are given by the candidates. And I think many of them are driven by that. So there are chances that the people we have in the ballot are people that are not qualified to run this country. So it's not surprising that later we have the Kabogos, the Waititos, the Sonkos, and then we start crying and saying they have stolen our money. Yet we put them there. I hope that in future we'll have parties censoring. But the question also ask, how can a party censor when the leadership needs to be censored? How can a party censor the participants in the nomination when the leadership itself lacks integrity? That's the other, I think, challenge we are having here. How can a party censor the nominees when the leadership, people question the integrity of the leadership? Food for thought.
Yeah, that's a very important question you're asking there. And as I said, maybe when I was making my submission earlier, I said what we are having is a very interesting manifestation, especially within the development of our political party system. We have a semblance of what is called nomination. We really are trying to get ourselves there. But yes, there are challenges that still bedevil most of our political parties. What you see as a nomination process, for instance, our political parties are hard to be differentiated from the people who started those political parties. So you can definitely kind of have a prediction on who owns the party and what is likely to come out of the party. So we are still faced with the very, very challenging part of definition of a political party. Yes, we have the paperwork definition of what a political party is. We have the general presentation on the theory part of what a political party is, but the practice of it is different completely. It deviates to the extent that they are what you call party rank and file. There are ranks within the party and there's file. So the ranks are those people who are who and who's in the party, the financiers of the party, those people who are close to the person who purports to own the party. So you still have that challenge in our political system that I think we are still a developing democracy, and you need to look at the legal of the politics and the politics of the law. So you cannot be, most of the times strictly find the application of the legal provisions, because there's the politics of it that now follows that concept. So let's say, for example, look at UDA as a case study. UDA is strongly tied to the deputy president. And the deputy president, of course, if you start studying, if history will be written and we start looking at the stemming of UDA, starting from the former party, I think PDP, which was within Jubilee. And so when they were trying to look for a place to go, they landed on that PDP, you know, and, you know, rebranded it. And he started, you know, putting his people to sell it. So that will tell you that the political party is an expression of the person who started it, right? And it becomes rather very hard if this person is gonna, you know, is still interested in power, he's likely to propose most of his people who financed the party. And if you finance the party, depending on your level of finances, then you either have a voice or you don't have a voice. Most likely, the people who probably for one reason or another could not make it, probably they were considered not necessarily financiers. They didn't participate in its, you know, earlier, you know, formation. Now, those people who participated in its formation were given direct tickets. And they elbowed out the would-be competitors from those particular zones. And that tells a lot about our political party system. So for me, looking at it at a global perspective, we want to understand it in terms of is our political party system growing? Is a space achieving what we would say is a political party system, or it's a semblance of what is a political party system? And I just looked at the challenges facing UDA, but if you look across, we have similar challenges across parties. You know, it's a similar challenge across parties. So it is not just isolated to UDA. ODM is facing similar challenges. You hear of you know, cries in several places where ODM is very popular. UDA the same. I don't know when Wiper is doing his nomination or if it hasn't done any. The only political parties that are not having, which might not have a lot of you know, that you know, cry and a lot of publicity in terms of disharmony, are the new political parties. Simply because, as I said, for them, they are looking for publicity. And you see, when you're looking for publicity, it's like going for free samples. You know, when you're trying to enter a market, you give people free samples. You know, you probably wouldn't charge them. You say, if you can use my milk, I'm giving you 10 samples for free. If you like it, then you can buy it. So if they are hawking those parties, then they are not going to have any acrimony, because they're going to tell you, Julia, you want to buy, for you to avoid any nominations, dramas come, I give you a ticket free, then you can have in the ballot. And you know, Julia, you are saying that, Julia, I'm a popular person, but I don't want to spend my money twice. So what I want to do is I want to spend my money only once, you know. Makiadi, would you mute? Thank you. So you have not muted. Okay. So I want to spend my money only once. And the party tells you, okay, Julia, you come, I'll give you the ticket. You'll only spend we are willing to sponsor you, but we can sponsor you once as a ballot. Then you say, yeah, this is good. Now what has happened? You have sold them and you have avoided using your money twice. So the newer parties, the ones that are not popular, are not likely to face that kind of a problem. So objectively thinking, it's a cross section, but majorly because our political party system is hard to differentiate from the owners of the party. Now, you asked a question about independence. I want to start, you know, thinking actually across and even analyze the effects and the import of independent candidates. I know that there are independent candidates who have really performed, but I'm also starting to think, what is performance according to our political party structure? What is performance? How do you rate an MP? Is building a school a performance? Is building a road a performance? You see, is having a hospital a performance? Do we know what really performance of an MP is? You know, because there are things that in my view, they are basic infrastructure that you deserve with or without the leader, right? You should be having a road network. You should be having a school. So when this person comes and builds a school, a public school, is that performance? Or, Julia, if you lacked something, even if it belongs to you, if someone gives it to you, you think they have done you a favor. I don't know what you think.
What I think then, but there's I think in Kenya we have constituency development fund. So I think we can start by there. How do they use the constituency development fund? Because I think that is under the members of parliament. And then how do they represent us in parliament? How does that member of parliament represent his constituency in parliament? Okay, actually we cannot, things, their basic infrastructure like roads, I mean the responsibility of the national government should be met. I mean, all the responsibilities of the national government should be accomplished by the national government. The people of that place do not have to have voted for that government because it is their right. It is their right to have proper hospitals. It is their right to have proper schools. Is their right. I mean, I think the road infrastructure, there's one section in Kenya that is under this national government, and I think some inroads under the county government. I think that one we can know the county government. So I think now when it comes to the inroads that are under the county government, then we can hold our governors responsible. We can question. You have this amount of funds for this kind of work to do. Did you do it? How did you spend these funds? Okay, how did you manage these funds? But still, Mr. Demba, the bulk stops at us, at our leaders. Now, I know it is a responsibility of the national government, of the schools, the education sector. But does my member of parliament represent those issues, the national government? How can my member of parliament walk around as if and nothing is, as if everything is okay, when our children are going to a matope school and we have a member of parliament? What has he done about it? Has he talked about it? Has he questioned the cabinet secretary for education concerning that? What has he done about it? It is not business as usual when children cannot go to school in your constituency. I mean, you're supposed to voice it, talk about it, to find out who has not done what. Were there funds allocated for the construction of that school? What happened to those funds? I think that's the kind of a performance we are looking for. Then I was looking at when you're talking about parties, I was looking at chapter 6 of the Constitution, which talks about personal integrity, competence, and stability, free and fair elections, objectivity and impartiality in making decisions, selfless service, commitment in service, accountability to the public for decisions and actions. And then I was asking myself, do we think as Kenyans we shall reach a place where we shall have parties that really pay attention to chapter 6 of our constitution? As we continue having this Julia party, Julia leo amajulikana ama Julia ni dynasty, and all of you are following me because I come from a big tribe or something. Do we think, I think someone was talking about the British parties and was saying that in Britain people register for party membership. Yeah, I think it's Mise was saying he's a life member of, I don't know whether he said that or people are just putting words in him, that he's a life member of ANC. But I think, do we think we could have membership of parties where we pay subscriptions where Julia and Themba can meet in the meetings of those parties and make decisions, even if I'm not planning to be a member of parliament, where we decide that we are not going to have this kind of we are not going to have Richard Makiadi because we don't trust his integrity. I mean, we are not going to have him in our party. Do you think we're going to reach there as Kenya? Because that is the only time we are going to have sober leadership in Kenya. That's the only time we are going to have parties not fronting these wahunis when somebody described here. That is the only time we are going to say hatutaki wahuni kwa chama chetu. But do you think we are going to reach there in Kenya? Do you think, is it a dream that is so far?
That's a very good question. And for me, I agonize about the process of, other than just the day-to-day politics, I agonize about our political party system development. What we have is, we don't have a political party system. We have individuals who are the same political parties. And we also railing from the Kanu time, where we could have a very very interesting and a slim division between the party and the state. During Kanu days, Kanu was the party and Kanu was also the state. So differentiating between the state and the party was hard, But hopefully moving forward, and I think right now with the collapse of Jubilee, the state was not necessarily the party. So the party failed, but the state still continued running, right? But during Kanu days, the state was the party, right? So the success of the state really determined the success of the state. But in the current era, we are in that transition mode where the party and the state was a bit different. So the state continued operating, but the party failed. Now, if your question, if we are going someday to reach a point where party is owned by members, not as it right now. So right now, members don't own the party. Across board, there's a semblance. I mean, we have legal process and papers showing that this is what goes on, but membership do not own the party. So we are hoping that that's why I'm saying this 2022, for political observers, it could be an ushering of an era of party ownership, because we'll be having some people probably exiting the political stage, and we'll have other people coming into the political stage, and probably those people now demanding more of a hearing. And probably that will usher in what you're talking about, the idea that a political party is owned by the members decide who the leaders are, and the members decide even the leadership. Right now, you cannot, like right now, where did they sit to decide that William Ruto is a presidential candidate for UDA? When and where? You see, you should have a membership strategy that is too far from too far. If you are going to choose the National Election Board, you are the one appointing the National Election Board. How are they going not to appoint you as a presidential candidate? Already that is rigging. You already rigged the process. So who is the owner of UDA? William Samoei Arap Ruto. Who is the one choosing the National Election Board? Yeah, William Samoei Arap Ruto. Who is signing the whatever the appointment letter for the chairman of the National Election Board? William Samoei Arap Ruto. And then he goes and he pretends to go to present his papers to the same National Elections Board. How do you expect to tell your boss that you are not qualified?
But Themba, how about we also talk about Azimio? How is ODM structured? Is it structured from the same? Because also what I think there are issues Julia has raised here that are very critical, and I would like to weigh into them, but I will leave this for you, as well as we want to mention William Samoei Ruto in very many times, but as well we have to be honest on how other political parties are structured. Now, in terms of education,
Mr. Hold on. Did you hear me what I said?
no, I didn't. I didn't miss. That's why I said I would like you to.
Okay, let me just say something that I said that you missed. I said I picked UDA as an example, and I said our political party system is having issues. But you can pick any other party that you want. You can pick ODM, whichever, and you give as an example. That's okay.
Okay, so no, what I'm saying is, one of the things that I believe in as an individual is being able to give credit where credit is due, and as much as we are campaigning for our prospective candidates and the preferred candidates, it's important that we toe on the line of like we try to, what we are doing here is what the government is not doing, and that's what Julia said here. Talked about how come we can't sit down as a people and discuss issues of the party. She mentioned a few things that actually touched me and things that I've been interested in. For example, the government, it's the role of the government to give us civic education. But the government is all equally clever to not to do so because information is power. They know if they educate the people, if people are aware of what is needed to be done, we can't elect and recycle the same leaders now and then. Now, in terms of infrastructure, you mentioned about in terms of performance, and I think Julia, you've done very well by mentioning that the way we evaluate the performance of our member of parliament is by how they use that which that has been allocated to us. If it's CDF fund, how did they use it? How did they plan for the CDF? Because it's a fund that is dedicated for constituency, which they have been elected to represent. There are other things that the work of these representatives into the houses, the national houses, is to see and hear what the members of the public want, their electorates, so that they can bring it to a central house to be discussed. So if they are not doing, in other words, it's legislation. If they are not listening to what the people are saying, if they are not seeing the challenges the people are having, then they cannot represent as effectively or accurately as we are needed. So in terms of education, infrastructure, the economy of our country is measured through the infrastructure they have, through the health, food security, and so on, and other key indicators when you're measuring the economy of the country. Now, to me, all these leaders that today we are applauding, I think all of them have tried to a certain level. Some have failed, some have not. But I think it is important that we start electing people on the abilities to deliver what and think on behalf of the electorates, because that's why we elect leaders. Now, if it's education system, for example, if we go to the county level, now people, some governors depend solely on the national budget that is allocated to them. Now, Mr. Themba, you know very well that governors can look for external investors, international bodies, and even use the what we used to call corporate. We use the corporate the corporate within the community or the society or within the country. For example, how has my governor partnered with Safaricom, in trying to create jobs at the country level? How has my governor partnered with Kenya Power and Lightning Company to bring a certain either influence or education or information at the county level? How has my governor stretched to look for national or international investors to come directly to our county? For example, if you look at Mandago, who is from Uasin if you look at the relationship that he has forged with the government of Canada, together with the universities, for example, University of Vancouver, University of Alberta. He has created a synergy. He has created a relationship that the students from Uasin can have exchange program directly with the Canadian universities. What as governors at our level or at our county levels have done to make sure they have opened our county to the outside world? I think this is the accountability that we are asking our governors to be, and this is the criteria that we are using to evaluate the performance of our leaders. If you have a leader who is, for example, the member of county assembly and the Senate and the member of parliament, and then you find the governor is trying to bring in investors and they are fighting the governor because they don't want this governor to be elected for the second term, or a member of parliament who has forged or who has looked for international investors who is bringing it to the county government, and then we are fighting him because we don't want him to be seen or to shine in order to not to be elected in another position. So these are some of the challenges that we have that are retrogressive, that have put us to be backward in terms of development.
Lisa, you said a good thing about the governors going out and encouraging investors. That's a wonderful thing. That's if Madawa is doing that. I think also Mutua does a good job. But I'm also worried, how do they spend the money they have? You know, they are always crying that this national government has not sent this money. But how, for example, if we can look at their previous financial year or last financial year, how have they spent that money? Now, why do we now, after having this devolution, I think we are now 10 years in devolution, if I need to be corrected if I'm wrong. Why, with this devolution, why do we have better hospitals? Because I think the Ministry of Health has been devolved. Now, why do we have hospitals that are well equipped in this county and not this county? What can the governor of this other county with poor hospital facilities say? What is he saying? How can he explain that underperformance in the Ministry of Health in his county? I mean, what has he done to ensure food security? Because these people are financed. They can use the money they have to ensure food security. Ensuring food security is not giving people money is in places where we have maybe semi-arid places. We can talk about dams. That's why now, even though we didn't want all the time we find ourselves hitting the deputy president, this reminds us of the Kimorel dams and all that. Now, somebody was telling us about Kimorel Dam and talking about the Dhiba dams in Kirinyaga. And he said that these dams were financed in the same period. And you can see in Kirinyaga now, this has pumped up the production of rice, and it's kind of almost Kirinyaga County can provide sufficient, rice for the whole country. Now, what happened to these other dams? What happened? It all goes back to accountability. And that is why now we go back to our party politics. This one now cuts across parties, not just UDA. Even Azimio will have these challenges, even ODM and Jubilee. Because these people who have been nominated in these parties, probably they are the ones who are pleasing the party leaders, or either close friends or financiers and all that, name them. It is not that necessarily they qualified to be the best nominees in this county. That is the challenge we are having. So I think the challenge goes back to all of us, and I think Kenya needs to decide which way to take the party politics, so that we have parties that have values. Like I think Britain, they have the Labour Party. I don't know the other party. So you see that the Labour Party stands for the workers. So we can have such kind of parties in Kenya. We can have a party that literally fights for food security, and purpose is to do that, But so I think we need to go that direction, because even now, some of us are in Azimio, others are in UDA. And even if we are thinking that Baba is going to win presidency, he has a big challenge. The challenge Baba has is that who is he going to work with? Is he going to work with the same kind of characters that we are pointing fingers at, who are in UDA? Are these people who are walking around campaigning for Baba, are they planning to loot our economy more than it has been looted? Because chances are there are people who are campaigning for Baba, who are saying it is our time to eat.
Exactly.
That is the saddest story. That is the saddest thing that Kenya is facing. I don't know what Makiadi has to say now that Demba.
Yeah, maybe as Richie comes in, but you see, this is what you're saying. That is the, you if we all start thinking that way, and know that not 100% people who are in Azimio are clean. Not 100% people who are in UDA are clean. The moment we start vetting these people, then we will start having the right leaders. For example, there is something that you mentioned. Let's go back. Nairobi County, the governor at the time when Evans Kidero was there. Evans Kidero was for Baba, and he had a lot of challenges that were marred with corruption, and you can see there is no time that the government or the party came and condemned and distanced themselves from that. Look at the guy Sonko. Sonko was taken out of the office, and yet still is free. Is free in the streets. So the moment we start holding these people using the chapter 6 of the Constitution that you mentioned earlier, and hold them accountable, then we will start having integrity in the parties. In Canada, the Prime Minister is called, for example, we have the Prime Minister who has been called in 2 or 3 times, and he has come to the public and he has apologized because the people came out and said, you are wrong. And he came and admitted that he was wrong, and he said, this cannot be happen again. We've never seen our people, our leaders doing that. And in terms of, you mentioned Alfred Mutua. Alfred Mutua, he was from Maendeleo chapter. He was neither in the most popular party or so. But when you look at Machakos, when you go to Machakos, he diverted the traffic from Nairobi to Machakos. Why? Because he has something, and in terms of governance, he has a vision for Machakos County, and we can see the economy flowing like sports, taking money to the local economy. What are our governors doing? Now, in terms of spending.
So, Mr.
If I may make the last point.
Hold on.
If you see.
Hold on. There's a question that Julia asked, and that's a question that probably can narrow in before I bring Makiadi. She asked a question that will we reach a point where we can hold the leadership of the parties accountable? You see, when Ruto disagrees with Uhuru, he forms a party. Now, the people who are going to join that party will pay allegiance to Ruto's voice. When Mutua disagrees with Kalonzo Musyoka, he forms a party. The Maendeleo Chap members will not hold, Mutua's word will be law in Maendeleo Chap. When a party, say any other party, like for example, Jubilee, and you hear people saying that a party has its owners, So these things will remain for as long as we still have our political parties fashioned like that. Chapter 6 will remain a mirage. It will be a nice discussion and a nice discourse, where we can pontificate, how we should be applying chapter 6. But application of it becomes an uphill task. And that is what we are trying to ask. Will we reach a point where we can, you are a life member. I hear you said you are a life member of ANC. At what point did you sit and elect Mudavadi, the party leader?
Or is that a question that I should answer?
No, I'm just asking. It's a hypothetical question.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm imagining your answer would be like any other person who sat and said that so and so is a party leader. Right now, there's a semblance of that. That's why I said, in the event that we go post this election, we could have a semblance of that, because you realize members are meeting and are saying that different political parties are saying that we have decided that we are supporting so and so. So there's a kind of a member's voice in choosing who the party leader is going to be. You can say there's an attempt at that. And we're also hoping that Kenya Kwanza also, the formations within it, their party organs will arrive and say that we have agreed that so and so is our party leader. So there's a semblance of party members' voice. But as at right now, as Julia is saying, and if we'll get there, we have baby steps towards that. And I really wish to submit that we can discuss the issue of integrity until the cock crows. But it will remain a very nice discussion, because did we know that you were just mentioning Sonko. Did we know that Sonko was bad post his election or before? He had already shown prior behaviors, but because Jubilee had favored him, and probably the file, the rank within Jubilee had already settled on him, it was hard for anything to happen, out of that. And many other people, those are just examples. So chapter 6 is a nice discussion. Hold on, Mise. Is a nice discussion that we can have. But I think we still have, like Julia said, a few steps. I want to bring in Makiadi so that he weighs in on that and something else that he has to say, because he's been quiet for a while. And then maybe we can continue with our discourse. So Makiadi, come in.
I just wanted to finish something as he comes in, and I'll keep quiet. So when you get a governor of a certain county, just weighing in to what you're saying, he's corrupt. He's misappropriated the funds that has been allocated to him by the national government, and then because he gets favor, by let me say, for example, the governor of my county, he had favor to the favor of Baba, and the governor, for example, built a gate of 7 million, but when you look at the gate, it can't be even more than 250,000. But still, this governor takes, gets into his vehicle, comes with 10 million or 5 million, and says, Baba, weka mafuta, tuko pamoja. And so when the wananchi goes to court and starts the process, he has immunity because we know how the judiciary system works in Kenya. So these are some of the challenges that we have, and we do have the structure in place. The delegate council is there in most parties, but again, like you say, at the end of the day, it's he who has started or is the owner of the party who is going to be endorsed anyway. It's just ceremonial. So I think we have a challenge there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. for highlighting that. And there's one guy who bought a wheelbarrow, a non-carcinogenic wheelbarrow. At how much was it, Julia?
There are wheelbarrows that were going for 100,000 something.
Yeah, 120,000.
Yes. and even as you talk about Sonko, Kalonzo is now Sonko's best friend. The iron, that's the iron.
That's what we're talking about. So when we start looking at stuff like that, it is the former speaker, the speaker for the Senate. He was a governor and he bought non-carcinogenic wheelbarrows at 120,000. And right now, he's being fronted to be, I think, a Bungoma governor. So, and imagine, this person is not voted in because of that corruption case, but the same leaders front him to be a speaker of a Senate. You see the way these politicians play with us. He becomes a Speaker of the Senate, and as if now, because of being a Speaker of the Senate, he has gotten some kind of cleansing. Now he's being taken back to finish his term that he was not given the last time. You see the drama that our politicians. That's why I say you can talk about chapter 6 until the cock crows, but we are far from it. Karibu Makiadi.
All right. Thank you so much, Demba, all the other panelists, everybody who is watching us. First of all, I want to apologize. Wakati niliingia, my gadget ilihang, so I was not able to mute. I had to close that window and then try again. I had a question for Misa. I don't know why he left, but as we wait, oh, good, he's back. Mise, I've been listening to you for almost 6 hours today. Good to hear you give your submission today. But actually, there's something that you really talked about today that I believe I would want to ask a question about. And I listened to you saying that the deputy president's functions were taken away from him by the president and given to Matiang'i, I suppose. I think there was a statement you made to that effect. And then you went ahead and talked about Article 147 of the Constitution, which talks about basically the duties of the deputy president. So my question to you, in the Constitution, what is the role of the president in terms of organizing government?
I think that's a good question. And it's wide, and I can limit myself. I think the function one of the functions of the president is the symbol of unity. Is a symbol of unity. Second is an oversight authority of the other organs of the government. So in terms of organizing, I think he has to make sure that they are functional, because every organ of the government has been given its mandate and has been it's well spelled out on how it should function. So I think the role of the president there is to make sure that they are functioned as envisioned or as needed. So if the president feels at one point that it's not functioning okay, then the president has legal channels that he should use in making sure that there is fairness in oversighting that part of the organ that is not functioning well.
Okay, I like the way you answer that. You talked about if the president feels that the government is not functioning properly, then he can use means given to him from the Constitution to try and organize government so that everything can go on well. So there's Executive Order number 1, I believe that is what people try to credit blame, that transferred some functions to Matiang'i in terms of organization of the government. I don't know where people got this story where they say that the government, the president took away functions of the deputy president and gave the same to Matiang'i. And I hope that was not what you meant when you say that the function of the deputy president were taken away from him and given to the Minister for Interior or Internal Security, Matiang'i. So just to make that clear.
I think if your my reference was in relation to Article 147, sub-article 3. So, which says that in the absence of the president, the deputy president is in charge. And so, if the president leaves the country and appoints a cabinet minister to be in charge of the country, then we are misguided. And that's what oftenly that was characterized with the remainder of the president's term by taking that responsibility that is a right of the deputy president and giving it to another person. You see, the president, the constitution does not contradict itself by saying that in the absence of the president, the deputy president assumes and becomes or executes the functions of the president. And to me, when I realized that is what is, and that's my reference actually, when the deputy president was sidelined in that in respect to Article 147 sub-article 2, it makes me feel that we are not headed to the right direction. And lastly, yes, the Constitution says that the president may assign duties and responsibilities to other people as he may wish. But remember, the president is not going to be guided by his feelings. He has to be guided by the Constitution and the spirit and the letter of the Constitution.
All right. I just want to leave that there because I think you're going back to where you came from. You keep on taking me in circles because it looks like you're contradicting yourself. And so I don't want us to, go in circles again, because I just asked you here and you told me that the president has the authority to organize government as he wills according to the Constitution. So when you mention 147 again, 2, and then at 147, 2 talks about the function of the deputy president, and also it says as conferred to the deputy president. So the deputy president shall perform the function conferred by this Constitution and any other function of the president as the president may assign. If we look at the Constitution, it is very clear what the deputy president, the Constitution is very clear as to what functions the deputy president is assigned by the Constitution. Now, where the Constitution is vague is the point where the president, the functions which the president is supposedly assigning to the deputy president. There are no specifically mentioned functions in the Constitution, apart from what we know, deputizing. So that is vague. And that is why I'm saying that when the president feels that his government is not working properly as it was, then he took the constitutional objective or function that he felt he can exercise to make sure that he streamlines his government's operation. And then there we agree together. I mean, we have no quarrel there, right? So when I hear people coming here to say that the deputy president has been sidelined from government, this guy that you are talking about is still holding the title of the deputy president, number one. Number two, he is still paid by the exchequer. He's still paid by the taxpayers to perform functions that he does not perform. He's an absentee deputy president. He's been literally out of office for the past 5 years. So I feel bad when people blame the president for trying to help a deputy president toe the line and help him run the government. I feel very bad. So I just don't buy that idea. Now let me move to something else here and then, but quickly about the nomination process of UDA. There's one thing that I really liked about the nomination process of UDA. Apart from the shambles and the chaos we had, there's one thing that I really liked about that nomination, and it's the crop of leaders, the crop of new leadership that is emerging. I was really impressed when I saw people who have no financial muscle, people who have no connections with anybody, people who just sold the idea and got elected or got the ticket. And that was a big challenge to the other parties. Most political parties are used to recycling leaders, rewarding leaders who are sycophants, and selling the party nomination tickets to the highest bidders. So whatever I saw, regardless of whether these people had done any groundwork or not, it was a bit encouraging to see that as a country, we might reach a point whereby getting elected into office will not be qualified by how much money you have in your account. And so I think it is a big challenge also to ODM, a party that I've been supporting for a long time. I think it is a big challenge because when you bring new faces, when you bring even youthful leadership, you also inject some energy, and you also get a diverse approach on opinion. And moving forward, I think ODM should try to also restructure its attitude and its system towards working towards rewarding merit and not just sycophancy and financial pockets. We also talked about the same nomination process, and we said here that there's a big doubt about the register that was used. William Ruto has been hyping his party and saying that it will conduct a model of a nomination process that can be copied by IEBC. And also looking at the way they did their nomination in one day, I have always said here that we expected the bar to be set high. Unfortunately, it looks like it was a 2.0, ODM 2017 and ODM 20, I don't know, the other year that we had chaos in Nairobi and all over the place. So it is my opinion that political parties in Kenya look like they do not have the capacity to run a free and fair nomination process. And I believe that moving forward, probably some years to come, the IBC should also try to intervene. Hopefully we'll have an IBC that is transparent, an IBC that can be trusted, so that it can try and engage political parties in terms of running nominations. And also looking at the technology that is supposed to be used. UDA used literally ballot papers. And I believe in most countries that conduct credible elections, people are moving away from the physical ballot paper. Although I know, like in the US, you get the ballot paper, but once you put the ballot paper into the voting machine, then it counts. Unfortunately for Kenya, not only in party nominations, but also in the general election, people have to count the physical ballot paper. I hope that in future we have a situation whereby you go to a polling station, you are given the ballot paper if we will still be using the hard copy of the ballot paper, and then you select whoever you want to be your representative. And once you put that ballot paper into a voting machine, then it counts immediately, and it is tallied across all the tallying centers to the county tallying office, so that we can at least inject credibility into our elections. There's also one thing I wanted to talk about just briefly. Yeah, there's this thing I've had today, and it's becoming annoying. Kalonzo Musyoka's party, Wiper. I heard today again they have started their quarrel, about Kalonzo's purportedly promised deputy presidential slot. And I think we are losing it now. We are losing it. Because every day Raila goes to the ground and tries to cool tempers of his constituent parties, the constituent parties of Azimio. Then the next day we hear Wiper coming up with new demands. I mean, like we've always said here, Julia and I, this thing of the deputy president should have been sorted a long time ago. And Raila Odinga should have nominated the person who will deputize him a long time ago, so that we settle this thing once and for all. For me, I'm vouching for Martha Karua, and I believe that it is a high time that the governing council, or whatever it's called, the body that deals with the governance of Azimio, should go ahead and just, nominate Martha Karua and declare this seat filled, so that at least people can move on to something else. Then, but from where I sit, if this thing is not done as soon as possible, then we are going to be in this for a long, long time. It's going to be an overhaul. We will be fighting every day until somebody, I think the Kalonzo team just wants to see that that slot is filled so that they can settle down and start campaigning. But from what I see, we are in deep trouble. Unless something is done to address this issue of the deputy president's slot, then we're in deep trouble. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Makiadi. Personally, I won't discuss that for today, and not again, and not ever. So I just want to go. Hold on, miss. I just want to go back to what you said about asking Miss on the issue of the Constitution. I think that one is more relevant to me. Kalonzo and this.
Martin anauliza link.
Mato karibu tunafunga bana, unakuja kutafuta nini huku saizi? I don't want him to come here tukalisha hapa. You can join us tomorrow. Thank you, Martin. Thank you wale watu wengine wote. It's already 7:35, so we are past the hour. Wacha to discuss na watu wako hapa. Nini mtatufuata huko? Comment hapo chini nitasoma. Wacha tulizane maswali hapo, ule ana drop tunaendelea. We are past the time. So I think I liked the interrogation that and I would want to hear what Miss as you answer. I wanted to add you another. What do you understand by the president may? I think Makiadi asked you that, and you didn't.
Makiadi, I was very keen on that. I'm a student. I'm a student of the law. I'm a law student, and every word is used carefully. I think the Constitution must not be must not be construed to be interpreted narrowly. The Constitution, every word in the every word that is used in every statement must be used and understood and be interpreted alongside the spirit and the letter of that Constitution. So the word may does not necessarily mean that the president is limited to be assigning the duties and responsibilities to the deputy president as it is mentioned in Article 147. It also gives the president the leeway to assign him other duties. Remember, the president is in office. So if he so wishes to assign him other duties, then the deputy president will not decline performing and executing those duties because he has been assigned by the president, because the Constitution expressly gives him that power. So let it
Hold on. Makiadi, would you read that part that says the president may, so that because he's saying the same thing and he's repeating it, as he may so wishes. You see, if the president so wishes, leave it. Like for example, if I ask you, and I asked you, Mr. Mise, you may take the bus. What do I mean?
I may take the bus alongside other options that are available. I'm not limited to those options. I can use the other option.
So you may choose to take the bus or not, right?
The context is matters really.
And if I ask you that you shall take the bus,
it's a must that you have to do it.
So if I say you shall take the bus, that means that you have to take the bus.
You are limited to that.
And if you may take the bus, there are options, right?
You may wish to walk as
okay.
Using the bus.
So when you say may assign, okay, Makia, do you want to read it?
I have it handy. I can read
it. Okay, so 147, yeah, it's 147.2. It says the deputy president shall perform the functions conferred by this constitution and any other functions of the president as the president may assign.
So the president may assign. It means that the president doesn't have to assign. Now I want you to read the first part. The first part of that statement, Makiadi.
It says the deputy president shall perform the function conferred by this constitution, and then it goes on to finish the may part.
What are these functions conferred by the constitution? Now you can go back to the functions of the deputy president. So read that.
You want me to read? Yeah, so it's 147. One, it says the deputy president shall be the principal assistant to the president and shall deputize for the president in the execution of the president's functions. Two, the deputy president shall perform the functions conferred by this constitution and any other functions of the president as the president may assign. Number three, subject to Article 134.
Hold on right there. I want Mise, now you're a law student, and I like that. So kindly help us understand. What are these functions mentioned in the first one?
I think your answer is in Article 3, which is actually derived from Article 134, right? So, and look at the way Sub-Article 1 of 147 says. It's very clear. It says the deputy president shall be the principal assistant of the president and shall deputize for the president in the execution of the president's functions.
So wait. 147.1, I want you to read that carefully. What does it say?
The deputy president shall be the principal assistant.
Principal?
Assistant.
Assistant. Okay. The second part?
Of the president and shall deputize for the president in the execution of the president's functions.
So principal assistant and deputizing.
Yeah.
Okay. Sub-Article 2?
The deputy president shall perform the functions conferred by this constitution.
Okay, now there we are. Which are these functions that are being referred to in Sub-Article 2?
You look at 134 as a whole, the constitution, even the same thing that is also directed to the president, all the functions of the...
No. The functions that are referred to in 134 are exercise of presidential powers during temporary incumbency. That is when you're talking at 134. A person who holds the office of the president or who is authorized in terms of this constitution to exercise the powers of the president.
Now look at B. What does B say?
While the president is absent or incapacitated or at any other times contemplated by Article 147.3 may not exercise the powers of the president specified in. There are still some powers that they may not exercise. But you see now.
No.
Wait.
You're getting out of the context of what our.
Hold on.
Was.
When you read B, it tells you in the when the president, like when he went to The Hague, there are specified clause 2 that this person will not exercise.
Absent. What does absent mean?
Yeah.
What does absent mean?
It has happened before. For example, when the president went to Hague, you remember?
I do.
What happened then?
I think he left the country in charge of the deputy president.
He could not exercise the powers in part 2, right?
Which number 2?
In clause 2, 134.2.
134.2 says the powers referred to in clause 1 are the nomination or appointment of the judges of the superior court.
Mm-hmm.
Nominations, okay, all the nominations. But now let me ask you, if the when it's talking about in that is, I think it's leaving the option where the assumption here is when the president is away but will be returning. But in the absence when the president is not there completely and will not be returning, what will happen?
No,
okay.
See,
no, I'm
sorry,
asking.
Go ahead.
You answer me. What will happen if the president?
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's go slowly. When he was given that, he was holding under Article 134, right? Now, 134B says that yes, he'll be the president, but there are those functions that he may not, like powers of mercy. You cannot, like Ruto would not have woken up and said that I forgive all the powers of mercy.
Of course.
Good. So even when he's having that temporary, like what you're calling temporary incumbency, all right? Like that time Ruto was there, temporary incumbency. There are things still he was held by the constitution that he may not do, okay?
Absolutely.
Now, functions that are given for the functions of the president are given up there, all right? Functions of the president, that is Article 132. It gives functions of the president, all those, okay? Now, do we have an article that gives us functions of the deputy president expressly?
No, and that is those are some of the technicalities within the constitution. It's just like here, like both of you, I think Makiadi and some of you have seen, some of you have said, it's like we have systemic racism, right? Even though when we have laws that fight systemic discrimination, but still systemic discrimination is there. And always, even when there are laws expressly that are addressing that, but the system finds a way that there is existence of discrimination. So the truth is, this kind of vagueness in the Constitution was either deliberate or indeliberately there.
Thank you.
We find
now just hold it there.
Yeah, we find ourselves in a situation then that we are forced to start.
Hold on the statement you just made right now. I think now you have arrived at what we've been saying all along and what Makiadi was trying to point you to on the idea of vagueness in the Constitution. Now, I want to ask you as a lawyer, do you think if we had a whole article like we had Article 132, addressing the functions of the deputy president, do you think we would be where we are right now with our deputy president?
No, we couldn't. And basically that is not the problem of the deputy president, it's the problem of the legislators.
What do you mean legislatures?
You see, the Constitution was not written and approved by the Deputy President. The Deputy President only happens to hold an office where there is vagueness, right? However,
now, can the legislatures enact an act of parliament to give the Deputy President functions in this Constitution?
Can they?
Can the legislatures, like you're saying, is a problem of the legislatures? Can the legislatures give the Deputy President functions in this article?
I mean, there is a process that is involved, amendment of the Constitution, that will have to go through the approval, the participation of common mwananchi, and then comes back to this commission Bwana Nyachai was heading, and then after which it will be enacted. Sorry, it will be once we take out, once an amendment has been identified, then we can now go back to Mwananchi and say, this is what we want to do. There's an amendment here, then there is voting, after which we can make that amendment.
Yes, Makiadi. And then Wekesa.
No, there's. I think, Missy, that is the wrong way that our Kenyan constitution would be amended. You're talking about which commission, Nyachai? I didn't get that clearly. Were you talking about a commission that was headed by Nyachai? Was it the CRC? I think that commission's mandate ended, and so it's not functional anymore.
What was its function before?
It was there for the implementation, overseeing the implementation of the Constitution, and its function ended.
Exactly. So that doesn't mean it can't be recalled if there is need.
Why should Makiadi, there's I think as a lawyer, I should be aware that there's some. No, we are not bringing the link down there, people. No, we are almost ending the show. So thank you so much, and I've told you that. So don't insist. I will not share it. So just remain kula baridi hapo, kuja kesho mapema. Mise will be here tomorrow. Then we can proceed. It's almost 10 minutes to the 8 hour.
Martin Gemba akisema amesema pay attention. Stop.
Yeah, Candy, don't insist. We will meet kesho. So I'll allow Wekesa to talk. Mise, what you are saying is this. I like that you say you are a lawyer. Which are the chapters that have to be amended by a popular initiative? You are muted.
That is a good question that I will need to reflect before I answer that.
Okay, Wekesa.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to point something small, although the lawyers here will guide me if I'm wrong. But I haven't seen him tackle on the issue to do with the acts of parliament, which are the laws created to help maybe legislate issues that may be missing in the constitution in order to assign functions. And one of the things that I wanted to point out is that under the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, IBEC, is established under the section of 187 of the Public Finance Management Act. Now, this section 187 of the Public Finance Act gives express powers to the Deputy President. And this says that the Deputy President, who should be the chairperson of that IBEC. Now, it has been argued that this is the only one of the express functions that the deputy can act without even the approval of the president, because even the president is not part of this of these functions. So when you look at the composition of the IPEC, we have the deputy president, the cabinet secretary in the responsible docket, that is the finance. Then we have the governors and blah, 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 blah. So, and he has been chairing this docket for quite a number of times. We have not seen him expressly come out and tell us what he so far he has achieved when chairing that IBEC, because if it includes even the functions of the finance minister or the CS for treasury, then issues when we have been having issues with delays to disbursement of funds, we haven't seen even the deputy president come out expressly and tell us this is what we have agreed as a government, what we need to do. So he cannot be purporting to say that all functions have been taken away because the president has not given him the role to play when there are acts of the acts of the law that gives him the express functions. And we can say that the challenges that have been bedeviling the devolution in this government, we can assign him that he has not done his job well because he's the chair of that docket, not necessarily the president. Okay, that's my view.
Zemba, may I ask Ms. a question?
Yes, Julia.
Ms., do you believe that Deputy President and President Uhuru had a genuine working relationship in 2013?
That is hard to tell, but they appeared to be so.
Okay, so if me and you assume that, when did the rain start? When do you think the rain started beating them?
I think that is after the second term.
Okay, that's a good response. So, so I think, from my own opinion, I don't think that Kenyatta ever saw this coming, like them not working well with his deputy. But circumstances forced all this to happen. So how does Kenyatta go back to work with his competitor, Raila Odinga, when he seemingly appeared to have had a good working relationship with his deputy in 2013? Don't you think that Kenyatta has good, reasonable reasons why he thought it is wise for him to work with his opponent than his deputy? And the reasons must have been so big, and it must have been such a dire situation that he had no choice but to look for his opponent. So it is not, in my own opinion, it is not that Uhuru did not want to give functions or to give to allocate responsibility to his deputy president as expected in the constitution. It is because there was a dire situation that arose that probably made him not even trust his deputy enough to confer to him those functions. So I think, even as all we point fingers, we should ask ourselves, and this is something Mama Selina keeps saying, and people try to say that she brings in these examples that should not be brought. Me, I see it. But I always say this, I really do not think that any man want to chase away the mother of his children. I think by the time a man makes up his mind that I cannot live with this woman who is the mother of my children, it's usually a really dire situation. And I want to compare that with President Uhuru's situation with William Ruto. It must have been a very dire situation that made him go for Raila Odinga. And you won't blame Kenyans if they now start believing the story of the impeachment. You won't blame Kenyans if they buy that story. It's an allegation. We don't know where the truth is. We don't know whether somebody has the evidence. We can call it an allegation. But you not blame Kenyans if they buy that, because you cannot campaign together with somebody in 2013 and you appear, the two of you appear to have such a chemistry. And then after 5 years, you go for your opponent. It is not easy to go to the other side. I think that's a difficult decision to make. And for someone to make that difficult decision, I think the president was pushed to the wall. So maybe the deputy president should tell us, when did the rain start beating them? Before he goes ahead saying, Matiang'i amepewa kazi yangu, mara Matiang'i amefanya nini, mara hii handshake. The handshake came after the dire situation. How, I mean, African men should tell me here, who wants to marry second wife, third wife, fourth wife? Everybody will try their best to have their first marriage work. I mean, the mother of their children. But you won't blame them when they go for the second wife, because by the time somebody decides, no, it is over, it is a dire situation. Even women who walk out of their marriages, nobody wants to leave the father of their children. Every woman you see outside there without a husband wants a husband, Mr. Themba. It is not that they don't want husbands. It's just that dire situations push them to the wall. So I think the situation of our President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, it is not that he doesn't want to give functions, to give responsibilities to his deputy. It is a situation that made him take that route, and I think he had to. And thank God the Constitution of Kenya allows him to do that. And I think going forward, if Mr. Misa is going to come back, going forward is that even this constitution needs to be looked at, that the president should sack the deputy. So that if I can't work with you, Themba, kwenda kabisa, nitafute Makiadi. Ama niaje Themba?
Shasema. Naona Misi ameenda, so I think he'll go research, then maybe he'll come back. He can read chapter 16 on amendment, chapter 16 on amendment of this constitution. Article 257 on how to amend the constitution, the chapters that must be amended through popular initiative. Article 255, a proposed amendment to the constitution shall be enacted in accordance with Article 256 or 257 and approved in accordance with Clause 2 by a referendum. And if the amendment relates to any of the following matters, it will go to Article 257. That is the supremacy of the Constitution, the territory of Kenya, the sovereignty of the people, the national values and principles, the Bill of Rights, the term of office of the President, independence of the judiciary and the commissions and independence officers to which Chapter 15 applies, the functions of Parliament, the objects, principles, and structure of the devolved government, or the provisions of this chapter. So any of those will go to Article 257, which says an amendment of the Constitution may be proposed a popular initiative signed by at least 1 million registered voters. So if any of it touches on those ones, it has to go to. Any other will go through Article 256. So we can, now the amendment is done. If it touches on any of those, then you must go to popular initiative. So I hope Mr. will go read that. And then, of course, now we can have a more vibrant debate. Thank you so much, everyone who has come in. We are in our 8th hour, and I think, therefore, that begs for us to. We are not admitting people. I don't know why people miss is here. So, let me see if I can allow him back. At least for him, I can give him the benefit of I give you the benefit of acceptance. I'm not
Thank you.
sharing the link, but
I am humble.
yeah.
I am humble. Thank you.
So we want to finish. Hold on, Makiadi. We want to finish, and as we finish, we have to come to the end of our debate today. We appreciate everyone who has come in. I know I'll give you all at least 2 minutes each to give your closing remarks. And Makiadi, you'll read for us the other part of Bill of Rights that you hadn't read yesterday, as you give your final submission. But thank you so much, everybody on the comment section. For those who wanted to come in and we are not able to give you in, you know how we do it. After the 7th hour and 30 minutes, surely, if you're not on the studio, we close you out. That's how it is. So unakaa pale unatupatia comments, tutazisoma tu, and then we can always come back the next day. We cannot stay here forever. We got to rest. Is a weekend, Easter weekend. Yesu saizi yako kwa the tomb, so we want to go and at least sleep and come back on Monday when he arises. Okay. So let me start with Makiadi. Makiadi, you can say whatever you wanted to say. Then you can read for us the article, the part that meant beyond chapter 4, the Bill of Rights, and then we move on to, I think I'll move to Julia. Then I don't know if Selina is there. Then we'll come to Nisse. Then Wekesa. After my busy.
Thank you, Themba.
Nisse, why are you logged in twice?
Can you change my gadget, please?
So which one do you want? Which one do you want?
I'm gonna exit my phone.
Okay. Go on, Richard.
Okay, Themba, just two things briefly. I think it's a good thing that we have Misa here. I always say here that the language that is used on campaign podiums by UDA and the deputy president is most of the time the language that people who support the deputy president come here to speak. It's the same language. Julia asked me a very easy and a very simple question about the first term versus the second term of the president and the deputy president and where the rain started beating them. Mrs. said he probably thinks that they had a conflict in the second term. And I want you to see how the craftiness of the deputy president has made his supporters believe that. Because most of the people do not have inside information of about what was happening in the relationship between Uhuru Kenyatta and the deputy president in the first term. But they have basically decided to believe that it is in the second term of the president that they fell apart with his deputy. And by design, I believe the deputy president has sold that narrative to all Kenyans so that he cannot be part of the blame that the Jubilee government should be apportioned. And why is that? Because he wanted to run for office. I am of the opinion that if the deputy president is taking credit, or we take credit of the achievement of the Jubilee government, then he should also equally be blamed for the failures of the Jubilee government. So there is no two sides of the coin about this. It's if he accepts that Jubilee performed in the first term, he should also accept that the failures of the Jubilee, both in the first term and the second term, are as a result of their working relationship, him and Uhuru Kenyatta. So when he sidesteps that, then he's being dishonest. Number two, we always say here that there's a problem with this constitution. And I would have wished that if the BBI was to resurrect after the next election, then some of these challenges should be addressed. And I would also want to agree with what Julia said. One of the biggest issues that we are facing as a nation is because the constitution has failed to address the issue of a rebellious deputy president. And so, if and when it comes to amending the constitution, then there should be something in the constitution, put in the constitution, whether by popular initiative or through an act of parliament, that can address a relationship that is sour, a relationship that has no synergy, a relationship that is poisonous to Kenyans. And it's not just between the president and the deputy president. We also have that issue with the governors and deputy governors and many other offices. So these loopholes are some of the loopholes that should be addressed when any initiative kicks off immediately or after the coming election. And I think with that, I'll just go ahead and, if you want me to read Article 23, because 24 is a bit long, so I'll just rush through Article 23 of the Constitution. Every evening, we also go through the Constitution so that we know what is said in there. So Article 23 talks about the authority of courts to uphold and enforce the Bill of Rights. One says the High Court has jurisdiction in accordance to Article 165 to hear and determine application for redress of a denial, violation, or infringement or threat to a right fundamental. I think I read this yesterday, Demba. Was it? I read 23 yesterday.
You read 22.
22 and 23. I read two of them, if I'm not. Yeah, I think I read 22 and 23.
Okay, read 24.
24 is fairly long. Okay, I'll just go through quickly. Okay. 24 talks about limitation of rights and fundamental freedoms. 1, it says the right of fundamental freedom in the Bill of Rights shall not be limited except by law, and then only to the extent that the limitation is reasonable and justifiable in an open and democratic society based on human dignity, equality, and freedom, taking into account all relevant factors, including A, the nature of the right of fundamental freedoms, B, the importance of the purpose of limitation, C, the nature and extent of limitation, D, the need to ensure that the enjoyment of rights and fundamental freedoms by any individual does not prejudice the rights and fundamental freedoms of others, and E, the relationship between the limitation and its purpose and whether there are less restrictive means to achieve the purpose. Number 2, despite Clause A, a provision in the legislation limiting a right or fundamental freedom, A, in the case of a provision enacted or amended or after the effective date is not valid unless the legislation specifically expresses the intention to limit that right or fundamental freedom and the nature and extent of the limitation. B, shall not be construed as limiting the right of fundamental freedoms unless the provision is clear and specific about the right of freedom to be limited and the nature and extent of the limitation. And C, shall not limit the right of fundamental freedom so far as to derogate from its core or essential content. Number 3, the state or a person seeking to justify a particular limitation shall demonstrate to the court, tribunal, or other authority that requirements of the article have been satisfied. 4, the provision of this chapter on equality shall be qualified to the extent strictly necessary for the application of Muslim law before the Qadi's court to persons who profess Muslim religion in matters relating to the personal status, marriage, divorce, and inheritance. 5, despite Clause 1 and 2, a provision in the legislation may limit the application of the rights or fundamental freedoms in the following provision to persons serving the Kenya Defense Forces or the National Police Service. A, Article 31, privacy. B, Article 36, freedom of association. C, Article 37, assembly, demonstration, picketing, and petition. D, Article 41, labor relations. E, Article 43, economic and social rights. And F, Article 49, rights of arrested persons.
Thank you so much. And for the benefit of Mise, we are going through the Constitution here. We are on Chapter 4, the Bill of Rights. So that's how much we want to create awareness of our country, and of course, we'll be reading it together with some of the acts of parliament that have been passed together with them, so that we have an informed populace, and we are willing to create an informed voter moving to the voting. And we know that an informed voter is more likely to make better decisions. So, Julia, dakika mbili.
Okay, the way we've discussed here, the lawyers, I think I want you to think about what we can do about a rogue deputy president in future, like the one we have, because I'm seeing that according to the laws of Kenya, each candidate in a presidential election shall nominate a person who is qualified for nomination for election as president as candidate for deputy president. So even though Uhuru and Ruto were working together, it is assumed by law that it is Uhuru who nominated Ruto. But now we see that a situation where the deputy himself appeared to have held the president hostage. So I think Kenyans should look into it and come up with more amendments such that the president can sack his deputy, a rogue deputy. That is my take today. The other thing about the nominations and all that, I think Kenyans, we need to think a way of empowering our parties so that we have the right people as being nominated. I think both sides are ailing from people who are not accountable and people who are lacking integrity, whether in UDA or Azimio. I think we are going to have that big challenge even when they form any of the above forms the next government. Now, finally, I had a chance to participate in yesterday's debate in facing Mount Kenya. And I want to urge my people from Mount Kenya region, you are asking yourself who is representing you. First and foremost, I want to inform you that the next government is going to be formed by Azimio. And therefore, if you are worried who is representing you, we have Uhuru representing us, though he may not be actively in the government. I mean, we don't expect him to hold a cabinet post or anything. He was appointed as a chairperson of Azimio coalition. So we believe he's going to represent us. And because he's our kingpin, he's showing us direction. So we are not orphans. Sasa naomba mvuke sakafu, mwingie Azimio. That's where the direction is. You're not orphans. You cannot be orphans. We have Uhuru as our kingpin. And just to remind you that Mount Kenya is in Kenya and Kenya is not in Mount Kenya. So that please make a sober decision like Julia. Mvuke sakafu, mwingie Azimio, tupigie serikali ijayo kura. Asante Themba.
Asante, najua mama Selina amelala saizi, so wacha niende kwa mise alafu Wekesa.
Thank you very much. I'm very indebted to participate in this debate. Usually, I come once in a while to this debate. But one thing that I must applaud all of you is that you are doing a wonderful job that the government is supposed to do. This is what is called bottom up. So you are synthesizing the citizens and giving them civic education that the government has failed to do so. I totally want to agree with all of you that this kind of fight should be a common fight, that we fight the people who are number one misappropriating the funds that I said are supposed to be benefiting common mwananchi, and also that we can end, unlike Julia, so that we can end this whole story of mtu wetu na mtu wa kina nani. We should all have patriotism and be guided by patriotism by doing the right thing. And I also want to say that the president should not cry for. The president had the right way constitutionally. The president should have used his handmen to bring the you asked me a question and I abstained from answering that question, and I think you are referring to Article 256, the parliamentary initiative to amend the Constitution, to bring a bill to amend the Constitution. I think the president might have utilized that avenue in making sure that that has been rectified, and the deputy president should have been impeached a long time ago. And the other thing I want to mention, I have today, I don't like Ruto. Let me first make it clear here. But for the purposes of this debate, I argued from the point that suggested that I support Ruto, but I don't. I was only working or trying to highlight the injustices or the one way of looking at things. I am still of the opinion that we should look at things collectively and not selectively, and put systems in place so that we can fight these systems of corruption, this Mtuwetu syndrome, so that we can have good quality. Kenya is a one country that actually is respected internationally in terms of it's a progressive country or a progressive democracy. So I think what we are doing here today, the government should actually be paying you guys for doing that which that they have failed to do so. And finally, let me recuse myself that I do not believe in Ruto. I do not believe, and I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that because all of you guys have been focusing on me, but I'm trying to say that I want to believe in like-minded people who bring progress, people like Wycliffe Oparanya, people like Alfred Mtua, people who have done things that we can look and agree with, that they have brought change and development to our country. And in terms of infrastructure, I want to applaud the president for the good work that he has done. I mean, when you look at Nairobi as a whole, you can see a very huge difference. And in terms of taking blame, Mr. Themba, I want to agree with you. The deputy president cannot bake his cake and eat it at the same time. He must take responsibility by saying that if the government has failed, he should also agree that he has also failed. If the government has succeeded, he must also agree that he was part of that government, and for that reason, he should equally take credit. He cannot bite one hand and on the other hand, he wants to get credit. That is my submission tonight.
Thank you so much, Mise. Wekesa.
Yeah, thank you so much. I took a nap, but realized I was still listening to this thing. So I woke up and I said, let me finish with you. I want to begin by weighing in what Makiadi said about some impressive democracy from UDA. While it may want to show us that they have really tried to work towards democratic nominations, much of what happened was more of a PR than the real thing. When you look at, if you want to know whether it's the real, these things are applied differently in different sections. What happened in Rift Valley was completely different from what happened in Mount Kenya and other regions. So that selective nature of it had its own purpose to achieve. Even that lady who is being hailed, the 24 years lady, who's being hailed as one from abject poverty, from nothing to, from grass to grace. We are told how many times she tried to access the office of the deputy president, but she was not even given audience. This was a last-minute hatched plan just to create the PR. But over time, we have also seen what PR has done to our leadership. The one case study is one PR came from, was it in Meru? I think Igembe South, Paul Mwiriki. We haven't, while sensationally we were excited, a poor man from nothing came to have an opportunity in Parliament. We haven't seen much of what he has done, and he ended up just abusing even the privileges that he was given. So on one hand, we need to celebrate that, but in another hand, we need to see whether we are bringing the right persons to leadership. We celebrated Songo, the way he came in the by-election, then senator, and then he went to governor. But he ended up not doing the right things. So it may be an easy way of motivating our society because a high percentage of people are strugglers, yes. But we still need meritocracy when it comes to the crop of leaders we are bringing to Parliament and the role they have to play. So we need to balance those two things so that we have the right people at the helm of leadership. I think US has had no problems of having even old guys in the Senate, as long as they're performing the right things for the nation. And so for me, even age is never a factor, whether you are old or young, but the issue is the content you're bringing on the table. What difference are you going to make? We will celebrate you 1 or 2 days. You end up in Parliament at 16 years, yes, 18, 20. But at the end of the day, what difference will you bring? That is what you will be judged. Let me come to the issue of our deputy president. I think we are having a problem and a challenge. By de facto state is that the deputy president is an assistant to the president and he will do the functions as assigned by the president. But is it a de facto or de jure? That is by law. By law is de jure. Lawyers.
By law is de facto. By practice is de jure.
By practice, yeah. Now by practice, actually, deputy president was our co-president. And how do I justify this? These two guys came together and signed a deal, and you will have 50% of the government. I'll have 50. And so the ego that even propels him is not the de facto that he's a running mate to the president, but de jure that he is actually controlling half of the government, and actually he's responsible for the functions and the output and the results of the half of the government that fell in his docket. So when the government fails, he should take actually half the blame, because yangu 50 yako 50. So forget about the yangu kumi yako kumi. Those were the future promises. But the real deal that was cut, you get 50 slots in ministry, I get 50 in parastatal, and everything, including ambassadorial. So these are two presidents that served concurrently. So even when he chose to run away, a majority of his colleagues remained in government, even up to some have exited at the last minute to go and run for the seats. I think maybe in the BBI proposal, if we are still going to emphasize on people coming together and making coalitions and claiming positions before the government is formed, if we don't run away from this, then for me, I think it should happen under the prime ministerial kind of system, the parliamentary system, where you see a prime minister is assigned functions away from the president. He will do his role, and he will also have his party controls in government, so that the idea of the deputy president remains the deputy president, not someone who comes to share power with the president. Yeah, so this, I think, with some wisdom, that's Uhuru has been guiding Raila Odinga not to fall in the same trap. That's why they have been silent on the issue of Kalonzo, because Kalonzo is coming and he wants, like, give me half. The other parties have agreed they will share government, but not now. But for Kalonzo, he wants them to share government even before it is they win the election. And that makes it will bring the same circle of having a rock deputy or having a rock partner in the coalition. So I think BBI was, through the process of BBI, quite a number of these lacunas should have been ironed out, so that we have an organized way of a leading government. I want to stop there because it's morning. Yeah.
Thank you, Kesa, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, those who are in the comment section. Mohamed Ege, David Olo, Julia uko huku na uko huko chini. You cannot stick with one. You have to have many.
Then what do you mean one and many? You know, in Africa, what that means?
I leave it for your interpretation, literature.
And actually, he has spoken as African. I've read his mind.
David Olo, Elkana Shivashi, Jojo Julo, Idi Halfan. Thank you so much, everyone who was in the comment section. We really appreciate your interaction always in the comment section. We cannot take it for granted. And definitely, since we started at 8:30 Kenyan time, up to this time, Mekapo, you have been there continuously interacting with us. We appreciate it. That is what motivates us to come here every day, especially the moderators, Wekesa, Bernard and I, and even Mutembei himself. The idea that you can come in and interact here, it keeps us going, and we really appreciate you. Thank you, the panelists, Mise, Richie, and Julia, Selina, to asleep, and Wekesa. All of us, from us, we really thank you. Kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembei platform. You only need 4 things, like I always say, to come here: working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. And of course, if you come and you find 10 people in the studio, we are full. I come in towards the tail end of the platform, that is at around the 6th or the 7th hour. I'm just here for about 2 hours. So when I come in after the 7th hour, I usually try, if we are already like 6 of us in the studio, I want us to maintain that so that we can explore a little bit more of the things that we are having. And of course, it keeps us, makes us more informed, and also because we don't want to really expand and push it to a little bit more time. But this has been an addiction. Hey, Bob Werunga. Yeah, actually, Makiadi said here yesterday that this is an addiction. People look forward to coming here. It's like if you don't come here, you start experiencing what they call withdrawal symptoms. You might soon be checking into rehabs. So that you can start being desensitized from coming here. So thank you so much, though. I mean, it's a good, positive kind of addiction, because you are really learning. And this is why we are here. Great moderation and thumbs up to Makiadi. Yeah, I mean, we really appreciate you. You're also great people. Mato, Temba Sawa too. I mean, you know the rule. You don't have to make noise about it, Mato. You know the rule. And that's what makes us family. You know why we are here. Because subscribe to Motembe TV and also subscribe to my channel, Temba Ondiege. Not Temba Ondiege, rather Temba and I was told to change it to Temba and Lulu Show. Kindly go there. Give us support. Give us support, tafadhali. Mise, go to Themba and Lulu Show. Kindly subscribe to my show. That's my show with my daughter. We are discussing life skills issues. It has nothing about politics. It's just daddy and daughter show. So go there, subscribe, like, share. Give me at least more subscribers, and we really grow together. Themba, get addicted to reading comments. Now you want me to be reading? I can't read all the comments. But these guys, panelists, are also reading, so they will always highlight what they think we need to read. Emma and Lulu all the day. Thank you so much. Can Mise recite the anthem? Yes, he's gonna do that today. He's the newest kid in the block. So, Mise, as we come to the closing, normally how we do it, we have to say the national anthem in Kiswahili. You just recite it, the national anthem. The first verse is usually a prayer. As you realize that we are trying to also remind Kenyans of the things that unite us, not so much talking about things that divide us. We have been divided by politics, we have been divided by tribe, we have been divided by money. Now we want to look at things that unite us. One of the things that unite us is the symbols of national unity, is the national anthem. So we would want at least as many people as they can, those who watch this and those who come here, to continuously internalize the words in our national anthem, especially in Kiswahili. They are very deep. They give us the sense of unity that we deserve as Kenyans. And we are trying to bring what we call Ukenya. You know, what is it that makes us Kenyans? Not thinking and looking at people in terms of their tribes, or where they come from, or how much they earn, or what the color of their skin, or the first letter of their second name. If it is O or K, no, we want us to look at each other as Kenyans. So kindly, Mise, tafadhali, I know you're Googling now, the national anthem in Kiswahili, the first answer.
No, I was actually trying to find you on Facebook, or I can only see you on a show that you have with on Thembe. Either you shared or something like that.
No, you can go to Themba and Lulu Show. That's the link on YouTube. Just go on YouTube and look for Themba and Lulu Show. That's it. That's the YouTube channel. So go to my channel and subscribe. So can you go ahead, give us the national anthem, recite it in Kiswahili?
Had you that's good challenge. You want me to recite it?
Yeah, just recite it, the first answer.
E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Don't remember the other words.
Seriously, you are asked to recite and you can't even sing it.
Okay, so na tukae na undugu, amani na umoja, kila siku tuwe na ustawi.
Now, Mise, this is what we usually say here. You can mute. This is what we usually say here, and we try that. We find people who talk so passionately about Kenya, and one thing that we normally come to when we say, okay, fine, now let's go to really what makes us Kenya. Recite the national anthem. You talk so much about Kenya. You look so interested about Kenya. have you looked at the things that are symbols of national unity in Kenya? So most of us, and we've come to realize, of course, there are also as many number who know it, but those who come here, sometimes they talk so passionately, they don't remember the national anthem, which is basically a prayer. And if you go through that, E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Haki. Na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Raha tupate na ustawi. That's a prayer. You know, you're praying that God may everybody, haki ya kila mtu, iwe ngao na mlinzi. You know, so if you remember that, you realize your right starts where mine ends. I'll protect your rights. Na tutakaa na undugu, amani na uhuru, na raha tutapata na ustawi. So if we can internalize that, we'll stop looking more at things that divide us, but we'll look at things that unite us. So hope you can internalize it and pass it to as many people. And it's a challenge you give to everyone. At least now you know it, you'll go through it. You'll go up to the third stanza so that even we can start looking at even the second and third stanza. And thank you so much, everyone, for coming on. And may God bless you. God bless Kenya. Tukutane tena kesho saa 3:30 Kenyan time. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.